Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football, and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go. Off and running on a Thursday on a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, Travis Kelce is apologizing to one of his teammates. We'll get into that. Also rank our top 5 teams in the NFL. Look at some baseball futures as well. We've got our bets and a preview for Thursday Night Football. Commanders in Green Bay. Chelsea, we are speeding towards the weekend, and we get NFL football tonight, and your NC State Wolfpack are on the field tonight. It is a busy day for you.
Nah, I've already heard people hyping up my Wolfpack tonight. So, NC State against lowly Wake Forest.
Hell
NC
yeah.
State is ranked now. We've seen this story before. NC State does this thing where as soon as they get hype, they disappoint everybody. So I am, issuing a warning out there. NC State is now ranked. This feels like the time for an embarrassing loss. So don't tell me, I didn't tell you so. Because remember, everybody said, oh, NC State should beat the brakes off ECU. What happened in that game? They nearly lost that game. So NC State is favored. It's not my favorite play.
What are they favored by? Do we know the spread in that game? I'm sure Double D knows. He was talking about it before the game.
I want to say it's 8.5 maybe.
Ah,
Somebody sent me a teaser that they included NC State in. I'm like, number one, you shouldn't be teasing college football games. Number two, NC State could lose this game outright. That's NC State nonsense that normally happens. Because on paper, NC State should be much better than Wake Forest. Wake Forest is not a good football team. It's just one of those things. I think it's the same thing as when David talks about Penn State and saying, I'll believe it when I see it. It's one of those things and those traumas that we have internalized over the years that, again, we'll see.
I might do it. Maybe I'll include NC State in some sort of parlay or something. Maybe. I don't know. I'll figure it out. I'll look at the game. I'll do that during the show. If you see me not paying attention, just don't worry. I'm investigating and looking at your Wolfpack. Also, I'm looking at your bets for this week, Chelsea. Why don't you just retire on that island already? Perfect week thus far.
Well, it's a long football season, so I will not be retiring just yet. But we had a nice little winner, courtesy of great pitching and terrible offense in the Pirates and Orioles game. Had the first 5 under 4, and the Pirates led 2-1 after 5. That was a very low-scoring affair in that game, so that was a nice little winner for me.
Nice job. I had a 2-2 day. Whatever. Whew. I had 2 early losses, then 2 late wins. So 4 bets on the card. I'll spare you the details. 2-2 days, so underwater because of the juice a little bit there. But the Dogster took 1 straight L. Had the Blue Jays on the money line against the Astros. Astros win 3-2. So thus far, you're 4-0. I'm 5-4, and the Dogster 1-2 here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. It is great to have you with us on a football Thursday. Sure, why not? We get football tonight. Packers and the Commanders in Green Bay, so we'll get into all of that. We'll have our previews, and then coming up during the 8 o'clock hour, we'll have Marcus Eversole from Green Bay to give us the Green Bay side of things. But let's begin in the NFL with Brock Purdy and San Francisco, because it looks like Brock Purdy, the Niners quarterback, is going to be out for a significant amount of time. Kyle Shanahan says playing this weekend against the Saints is a long shot, and Purdy could end up missing multiple weeks. Now we've seen the line move where the Niners are only 3-point favorites in New Orleans. It looks like they're probably going to go with Mac Jones. They've got Curtis Rourke on the roster. They tried out Mike White on Wednesday. But Mac Jones and the Niners going down to New Orleans. So here we are with the Niners already falling back when you look at the odds. Now they're 18-1 to win the Super Bowl. How much do you trust the Niners now that they're without Brock Purdy and probably going with Mac Jones?
Well, I mean, I didn't really trust him to begin with because it just
Right.
feels like a team that's kind of falling apart already. Like Christian McCaffrey has popped up on the injury report. I understand that he had a full load on Sunday and still put up great fantasy numbers, but still it just feels like a team that's just on the back half or the back edge of that playoff window where a team only
Right.
has so many years where the roster is constructed in a way where they can be competitive. So it just feels like a team that's getting older, and now you add into this that Brock Purdy's hurt, and then Mac Jones is your hope for the rest of the season. I feel like you have to go out and try to get another quarterback. No? Like, there are other great backup quarterbacks out there that I think that I would trust more than Mac Jones. And because this is a team that's kind of on the end of their playoff bubble,
Yeah.
I feel like you got to strike while the iron's hot. You got to go get somebody.
Who are they going to get, though? Like, who is out there? Who is a good
A lot of guys
backup?
better than Mac Jones.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out who they would trade for if they did this, and whether it would be worth giving up whatever they would have to give up for a backup quarterback. Probably not too much. I don't know. Like a Tyrod Taylor or someone like that. I'm not. Jameis? Oh, you're bringing Jameis.
Make it interesting.
I mean, all we hear about New York is Russ Jackson Dart. We were talking yesterday about when is Jackson Dart going to start for the Giants. Tommy Cutlets is still out there. How about that? Oh, Tommy, come on out here, huh? West Coast. I don't know. Jameis is not actually a bad call, I have to say.
Well, and Kirk Cousins. Like, I think you probably have to give up either something more significant, or I'm not sure how the pay structure would work. But like Kirk Cousins, if Kirk Cousins was playing for the Niners, I do think they would have a pretty good shot, especially in that division where Matt Stafford is still, ailing with whatever's wrong with his back. You know, the Cardinals don't feel like this is their year. So it just feels like if you add a decent quarterback, you can win that division.
I mean, Cousins would be a good choice. I just don't know if they could afford him, right? Because if they traded for him, like he's getting that monster salary. So I think he might be too punitive cost-wise. But I will say, when it comes to the Niners, like it's amazing how quickly their window closed. Do you know what I mean? Like they had a window, and then I don't know if it was injuries. I don't know what it is. I think they're, they came in hot, and it was like, all right, we got a couple years here. More than anything, I think it's the defense falling off, right? Because we tend to associate, or at least I have, the Niners with this just stalwart defense, but that defense doesn't really exist anymore. Like, it's still a pretty good defense, but 2 or 3 years ago, we were talking about a top 5 defense, a top 3 defense, where offenses just couldn't move the ball on them. And so having Brock Purdy at the controls with his weaponry was enough to beat almost everyone. And now it's a team that has big names like Trent Williams, or even Brock Purdy, or Christian McCaffrey, Jawan Jennings. So they have pieces, but they're not nearly the complete team that they were a few years ago, which is why their odds continue to drop. Now to win the West, they're plus 140. I think we both liked the Rams before the season. It just, the vibes are off. Do you know what I mean? That's what the kids would say. The vibes are just off with the Niners. And I kind of think, they could have issues with the Saints this weekend, which I can't believe I'm saying.
I don't know if they'll have issues with the Saints, because I do think Kyle Shanahan is a good enough coach to use whatever pieces that he has.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of it is just the injuries are starting to pile up. Like, because I feel like their receiver room is never healthy. Same goes for their running back room. Like, finally, it feels like they're healthy with Christian McCaffrey, at least, looking like he can play a full game. But I just think it's a lot of things kind of piling up. And also, Deebo Samuel's not there anymore. I know that people kind of turned up their nose at him because at the end of his tenure in San Francisco, he was not the best. But, like, when he was at his peak, there was a time where he was, considered one of the best offensive players in the league. Like, I remember watching their games and be like, 3rd and 19, they're never going to get this. I've watched Titans football. We go backwards. And then Deebo Samuel takes a little, lateral pass and goes 25 yards. You're like, how do they do that? That's not fair. So I just think it's one of those weapons that it's just the accumulated loss of talent where they have lost guys. And it's like, okay, one guy's not going to hurt you. But when you lose multiple guys, the fact that Brandon Ayuk's out, that's a big deal too.
No, it is. And Debo looks great here in D.C. I mean, I have to say, it's only one game. But there's nothing better than having a guy who's healthy like that and also motivated, right? Because he just felt kind of like he wasn't getting the credit that he deserved in San Francisco, and now he's reunited with Adam Peters. Again, one game, but he has added such a great dimension, such a different dimension, as he does, because that's the kind of player he is to that Commanders offense, and we'll see that tonight. Am I crazy in thinking that the Niners could struggle against the Saints? I know it sounds wacko to say, but the line is just 3, and it's on the road in New Orleans. The Saints aren't good enough to win this game, right? They're not.
I wouldn't think so. But here's the thing. In the NFL, crazier things have happened. Like, I think that's what we need a reminder of, because I think in college football, like, yes, we see upsets, but, like, it's not the same level of parity as the NFL, where even the team that has, you know, the favorite odds to win the fewest amount of games in the NFL, like, they're going to win some games and they're going to have a big upset over somebody. I feel like we see this with the Bills every year. They'll lose to somebody they have no business losing to, or they like barely beat them. I feel like it's usually the Jags, and it's like when the Jags aren't even good. So it's just one of those things. Like, you never know. And if we're talking about like survivor picks, it's not a Niners team that I want to trust in with all of these injuries where they're scrambling, you know, to get the game plan put into place. I don't know. Like, am I overlooking Mac Jones? Like, I feel stupid for even saying that. Like, is the book already out on Mac Jones? Should we not expect much?
I mean, that's kind of how I feel about it. It's just that I just think it's funny. I was going back to the early days of Mac Jones. Remember very early on in his Patriots career where it was, oh, we've got the next Tom Brady. He's like the first, I need to go back and look, but the first, I don't know, half season of his career was very, very promising. And then all of a sudden defenses caught up, or there was enough tape on him. And then it was like, oh, maybe this guy isn't very good. Didn't he go to Jacksonville before this? I forget what his journey has been.
Yeah, he did.
In the NFL. But he's gone from, oh my God, this guy's potentially a franchise quarterback to, oh, he's just a dude. Which is why when I see someone like J.J. McCarthy, not that his rally against the Bears wasn't amazing, because it was, but I'm not going to crown someone after a quarter or a few games. Like, it's going to take a little more than that. And I'm sure you've seen the locker room celebration where, you know, they're just giving the game ball to J.J. McCarthy and he's getting his teammates fired up. It's pretty cool. But again, one quarter.
Yeah, I would like to see one full game. One full game.
Correct.
At least, right? Before we, like, you know, fit him for a suit and can. So for Mac Jones, I will say this. This is a big game for the Brock Purdy haters. You know, if you truly think that Brock Purdy is completely replaceable, here you go. Here's your chance to be like, oh, anybody could succeed under Kyle Shanahan's offense. Granted, the weapons aren't the same as like the year that Brock Purdy was contending for MVP. But still, I think it's proof that even those people who hate on Brock Purdy, I think they will still look at this team and say, this is a massive downgrade. So I don't know. Maybe the haters will be right in this one. Maybe it'll be an amazing call for the haters as Mac Jones lights up the stat sheet. But I think that's probably not going to be the case.
Yeah, shout out to the haters. I spent the first 5 minutes of this show on, or not during the show, right before the show, getting on TikTok and looking at the reel we posted yesterday about the Jalen Carter suspension. And every single comment is, what about Dak? What about Dak? Dak should be suspended. Did you see him talking smack to Jalen? I'm just like, it's not the same, guys. It's not. Did you see him taunting? Did you see him talking smack to Jalen Carter? I'm like, talk to him. Do you know the NFL? Talk to any player. This happens all the time. Who was the Giant after the game? Was it Brian Burns? And they were interviewing him about Jaden Daniels. And he's like, this guy talks a lot. Tired of hearing this guy. Like, he just talks all the time during the game. Like, guys do this. I'll do this podcast with Smoot. Of course, he talks more than anyone. Like, guys going back and forth at each other. Like, this is how the game works. They do this all the time. What, you say something, like you try to get in someone's head and there's a flag for that. It's just not the same. I can't believe people don't see that they're two different things.
Right. Like, I feel like an after-school special, but I find myself saying, use your words.
Right.
Get your revenge on the field. You know, like, don't spit in somebody's face. Like, that doesn't feel like an option on the multiple choice test. Like, okay, somebody talk trash to you. Do you
Right.
A, say something back, B, turn the other cheek, C, get revenge on the field, D, spit in their face?
Which is worse? Which is the last thing you would rather have happen to you? I'm going to go with D. Probably D. The spit in the face. Well, all right. Niners Saints this weekend. Niners laying 3. They're minus 165 on the money line. Saints are plus 140. Total is 40 and a hook if you are curious about what's going on in the Big Easy. Coming up next on this show, Travis Kelce's hardest hit of the weekend came against one of his own, and now he's apologizing for it. That's coming up next on the Daily Tip, and it is great to have you with us on a Thursday.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us on a football Thursday. Coming up on the show, Travis Kelce says he feels awful. And thankfully, it has nothing to do with his recent engagement. Oh, thank God. Thank God. He and Tay are okay. That's the important thing. Yesterday, I was mailing out save the dates for our wedding coming up in April. And so I told the lovely Catherine, I was like, you know what? We've got all these. I'll take them to the post office. I'll get the stamps. I'll mail them out. So I go to the post office and I bought the stamps. So I'm putting stamps on each of these envelopes one by one at the post office. Take it forever doing this. And a few people noticed me doing this. And it was so funny. Like, everyone sort of understood, like, ooh, this is a big deal for him. So, and I didn't say a word. I'm just sitting here doing my own thing. And so I stepped to get in line behind a woman who had like a couple packages. And she goes and removes herself from in front of me and gets behind me. Like, this guy's doing work. And I was like, wow, did she just go, like, just let me move up in line? I was like, this is kind of odd. I didn't have a lot to do. I was one stamp short. So I went up, got another stamp, put it on. And so then I turned around and looked at her and she just smiled. I was like, thank you. She's like, you're welcome. Like, knew like this guy's handling his business. So then I walk around the corner to put these in like the slot, you know, where you just mail them. And so I open up the bin and I put them in and I recorded it for a second so that I could send it to Catherine. Like, hey, these are mailed out. We're good to go. And as I'm doing this, a guy is behind me and waiting. And I'm like, and then I felt stupid. Like, I'm recording this video like a moron. And I turn and I go, I'm so sorry. He just laughed. He goes, I get it, man. Not to worry. No problem. And so like everyone there was like, this guy's handling engagement, wedding business. Let this guy do his thing. Like, they knew this is a big deal. So it was kind of funny and kind of sweet in the moment where everyone was just like, let this guy do his thing and get him out of here. So it was funny.
Well, because people record for far less.
Yes.
Like, I see this all the time at like restaurants. It's like high school girls in like softball uniforms. And it's like, I am just trying to eat my chicken tenders in peace. I do not want to be in the background of your video.
Right.
So people record so many times that I think that if you are polite and if it's like for something that feels like a big deal,
Yeah.
I think people are more understanding these days. Because that's the main thing. Like, if you're not interrupting other people, if you're not putting other people in the background, because that's the worst part. That happens to me at the gym all the time. I'm like, I don't want to be in your workout video. I just don't. Like, I didn't sign a consent form. So I think it's one of those things that, like, I know it's like a weird thing where it's gotten to be like, this is just part of our culture is people record everything. But as long as you are courteous about it, I think people understand.
Yeah, I think so. And plus, it's a big moment, right? I wanted to send it to Catherine to say, hey, first of all, I mean, it was kind of cool. And then secondly, I was like, hey, no matter what, if somebody says they didn't get this invitation, here is it going in the mail. Like, it's going in. Like,
right,
I am
proof.
dropping these. Yeah, this is the proof. I am here. I've got these stamped. Here they go. So I think that was part of it as well. It also depends on the occasion, right? Like, you see some people filming something that is nothing. And you're like, I don't understand why everything. The worst is when someone is secretly recording someone else. Like, you'll see someone. Oh, that's the worst. Like, this happens on TikTok a lot, where some guy's sitting there and he's clearly like waiting on a date or something. Like, he's sitting alone and someone is, you know, halfway across a small restaurant or gathering place. They've got their phone on him. And then the date shows up like 10, 15 minutes late and they hug or they start talking. And someone's like, oh my God, I was so worried about this guy. He seemed nervous waiting on his date and she finally showed up and look how happy they are. I'm like, you just sat there like while this guy was alone, waiting by himself, like waiting to capture this moment, good or bad, so you could post it. To me, like, that's just, you know, that's an unnecessary intrusion. Like, either way, whether she doesn't show up or she does show up, you're going to use this moment between them so you can get likes or you can generate some sort of engagement. That drives me crazy.
Yeah, this is not The Office. Like,
Right.
you're not a camera crew. I feel like there should be like a small claims court where people can argue this. Like, it should be on, like, the CW or something. Where instead of Judge Judy, it's like, you shouldn't be filming other people. And it's two people that go back and forth. And they're like, well, it got 4 million hits on TikTok. It was good content. And she's like, okay, here's the ruling. You have to tag the person in the video the next time, and you need to plug them in the comments or something. You know, she gives a ruling. So the social media judge, maybe Livy Dunn can do it. Livy Dunn?
Yeah.
Maybe it can be Judge Livy.
Judge Livy. You never know. You just never know. I was watching Judge Judy. Well, I wasn't watching Judge Judy. It was some sort of blooper or something that came across my feed. Why? I don't know. My feed's all over the place. All over the place. But it was some guy admitting in court what he had done. And she was like, okay, smack, there we go, we're done. Judge Judy. By the way, Judge Judy is filthy rich. Look up her net worth sometime.
She's a legend.
Oh my gosh, she should be. She's a legend. It's Judge Judy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what would Judge Judy say about knocking one of your own teammates out during a game? That's what happened last week. Yeah, Travis Kelce going across the middle against the Chargers and just absolutely flattened Xavier Worthy. So Andy Reid has been very cagey about what exactly is wrong with Worthy. It's been reported he has a dislocated shoulder. So he could be out for as little as a month, maybe longer, maybe 6 to 8 weeks, depending on the severity of the injury, but we don't know. Regardless, Travis himself expressed his regret on the New Heights podcast.
I know it's kind of sounded like a broken record from last year's Super Bowl, but that's on us as leaders, and I'll take the most accountability myself. I wasn't ready that first drive. I ran into one of my guys and offed him out of the game. I literally took one of my players out. That's one of the most frustrating parts, and it's hard to get your juices back going knowing you just hurt a guy. Yeah, I'm supposed to be running my route at depth for Worthy, so it's frustrating for me. I was trying to kind of set up my guy to be able to get in a position to, and it all just happened pretty quick. And I just got to be better, man. I'm 13 years in the league. There's no excuse for me running into my own guys like that and being able to play fast and help him out. Worthy had his guy beat, and we're out the gate, and that game starts completely different. Right. You know, instead, I'm not sure where he is exactly in terms of health-wise, but I'm hoping that we get him back as fast as possible because he means so much to this team.
I mean, it was very nice of Travis to take responsibility there. I don't necessarily blame him that much. I mean, sometimes it happens in football. It was certainly unintentional. But very, that's what leaders do, right? They take the high road and they say, this is on me, I got to be better, even though I don't really blame him for that. Sometimes that just happens in the game. But I will say the Chiefs, especially without X, like they need help at receiver. So if he's going to be out for at least a month, then this is another setback for a team that is trying to sort of recapture its juice.
Yeah, it does feel like the one position like you didn't need to lose because like that's the one position that they're especially thin at. So it stinks for, the Chiefs in the meantime. I will say, I wonder if there's like a Swifties football fan page where, they talk about this because remember, Taylor Swift made a big deal when the Chiefs drafted Xavier Worthy. Like, remember she said that on the podcast? Yeah. She was like running through the house, we got Xavier Worthy. So like, obviously the memes on Twitter were that Travis Kelce did not love the attention that Xavier Worthy was getting from his girlfriend, now fiance. Obviously, that's not the case, but it just does stink because now, the receiving door depth is just really worn thin. And it's just one of those things that it just happens in football sometimes. I don't blame Travis Kelce, but moving forward, it's just going to be uphill battle for Chiefs and an uphill battle for Patrick Mahomes, trying to find somebody to throw it to. Because right now it looks like Hollywood Brown. I think he got like 12 targets or something.
Man. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen. I'm starting to doubt the Chiefs a little more than maybe I should. Maybe I'm overreacting here. Maybe I'm just putting together a small sample size. Like, oh, they didn't look good in the Super Bowl. Didn't look good against the Chargers. Now they've lost Xavier Worthy. But at the end of the day, I think that's probably a fool's errand is doubting Kansas City. Like how many times over the past few years have we maybe doubted Kansas City a little bit and it's like, we're okay. We're just fine. Pump the brakes on that. How do you feel about the Chiefs right now? Plus 550 to win the AFC, 12-1 to win the Super Bowl.
Well, I think in a more recent instance of where's your opinion on the Chiefs is that they play the Eagles this week. So it's one thing to say, okay, I believe that the Chiefs still are a decent football team, but this week they have the team that absolutely beat the brakes off them in the Super Bowl, and clearly it is a bad matchup for this Chiefs team. Granted, this game will be at home in Kansas City, but still with the receiver injuries and the Eagles, I don't know. The Eagles are just so dominant, and this is a tight line in this game. Like, odds makers are still very much giving Kansas City some credit in this game, but I'll definitely be on the Eagles here.
I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to be on the Eagles as well, like, until proven otherwise. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just need to see a little bit more from Kansas City. And, look, the Eagles are, I think they're the best team in football. We'll talk about this in the next segment, but I still think they're the best team in football until proven otherwise. And yeah, they got more of a battle from the Cowboys than they wanted last Thursday night. But I'm still big on the Eagles. When you look at the odds, whether it's the Niners or the Chiefs or anyone else, let's look at some of the teams whose Super Bowl odds have dropped a little bit. And Kansas City has pretty much stayed the same. Like, maybe they've fallen a little bit. Early in the season, they were right up there with the Bills and the Ravens to win the Super Bowl. Again, they've fallen back to 12-1. But there's other teams, like the Niners, who are now 18-1, the Texans 25-1, the Bears 40-1, the Lions 17-1. All of these teams are squads whose Super Bowl odds have gotten longer because of what happened in week 1. So of these teams, is there a team that you trust a little more than the other? And you're saying, all right, there might be some value here.
I think for the Chiefs, a lot of it is, can they win their division? And that's why that first game of the season was massive between the Chiefs and the Chargers, because obviously the Chargers do not get a home game against the Chiefs. So the fact that they were able to go to Brazil and up in the Chiefs in this game was big for divisional implications, because here's the thing. The Chiefs have had such an easy road in the playoffs for the past 5 years, it feels like, where it's like, oh, they get every game at home. They get a first round bye. So if they're having to come out of the wild card, I do think it's going to be a different situation for the Chiefs. It's not going to be a cakewalk to the AFC Championship, a.k.a. the Kansas City Invitational. So I think a lot of this depends on, like, if you believe in the Chargers to win that division, or hell, even the Broncos, I suppose.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. I think the Lions here, are we just completely discounting the Lions after one loss? That's kind of how I feel. Like, Ben Johnson is gone. Okay, I get that. And certainly when you lose a coordinator that creative who was responsible for so many incredible offensive plays and so much offensive output last season, then, okay, I get that that's going to have an effect. But if you look at just the offensive talent on this group, they're still a very good football team. And now you get the Lions at 17-1 to win the Super Bowl? Like, I feel like that's pretty incredible value for a team that ran roughshod through the regular season last year. And they didn't look good against the Packers. There's no question. Even their touchdown in that game came really late in the game. The Packers shut them down across the board. But again, it's one game. This is still very much a similar Lions team to the one we saw last year. They did lose some pieces on the offensive line, so that's going to be a factor as well. But if I'm looking at this group, I'm probably saying the Lions are the team with the most value because they still have plenty of talent. I'm not going to be stunned if 4 or 5 weeks from now we're talking about Detroit playing really well.
Yeah, I think for me, I'm not willing to bet on the Lions to win the Super Bowl because we've seen them with, like, super teams over the past couple of years. They still didn't win the Super Bowl. So this year, I just don't feel like it's their year to win the Super Bowl. But I do think there's probably some value when it comes to their divisional odds, or even if you want to take a stab on them possibly winning the NFC, because obviously there are hedging opportunities that if they make it to the NFC Championship game, you have one side of the coin for plus whatever. But the Lions aren't a team that I trust that much, but I do think they are still very much in the running for the NFC North. Like, I don't think that division is, done by a long shot, because me and you have both addressed our concerns about the Vikings. Like, they had a great fourth quarter, but I'm not ready to buy all the way in after one quarter of one game, the first game of the season. So I think there's probably some value on them to win their division.
Yeah, I think that's probably right. But the Lions, that's tempting to me. I have to say, I'm looking at the Super Bowl odds right now. Lions 17-1, Rams 20-1, Commanders 20-1, Chargers 20-1. I understand they're not in that upper echelon, but I will say if you're looking at value plays, there are some really good teams hovering right now at really good odds if you don't want to bet on the obvious favorites. So maybe just keep that in mind. Do any of those teams I mentioned interest you at all? Or is it like, dude, nice try, but Bills, Ravens, Eagles, Packers, these are the class of the league?
I think especially in the AFC. Like, I think that game is looming large in my brain, the Bills and the Ravens. But I do think the Chargers are interesting because of, that big win over the Chiefs. And if they can win their division and get some home games, not that they have a great home field advantage, but still, Justin Herbert looked amazing.
He really did. Like, unbelievable. And all sorts of time. Like, he was just sitting in the pocket, taking his time and picking the Chiefs apart. Coming up next here on the show, how about some early season power rankings in the NFL? We're going to tell you our top 5 teams, which will probably change before the weekend. That is next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. Oh, made it back just in time. It was close. Great to be with you on a Thursday. The grind is real, Chelsea. Great to have you with us, by the way. Thanks for joining us. Live across the country. Coming up on the show, we will roll out our weekly power rankings in the NFL. Oh, man. This time of year, like, it's rewarding, but it's also a grind. Like, I know Denton knows this because he's doing it. I'm doing it. You're doing it. Like, the schedules now where you're just constantly doing football. It's a blast, but then I'm going to crash tomorrow afternoon, like after doing this show, doing Commanders, watching the game, staying up late, working on a show, waking up early again. And then I'm just going to, like, collapse and be like, oh, I'm so old, and just, like, roll into bed in, like, 24 hours. It's going to be a fun grind, but it's going to be a grind.
I think it's one of those, like, moments after the show where you need, like, the ultimate decompress, where you watch something that's, like, escapism. Like, what are the shows that you watch when you want to completely dissociate with the world? Because I have a few categories, and I have a theory that kind of goes along with this, where there's like tiers for me, where if I'm watching a certain type of programming, you know my life's not going great. Like, if you're watching those shows on TLC, like 1,000 Pound Sisters,
oh god,
that's when your brain is like, hey, at least I'm not 1,000 pounds. Like, that's tier one. Tier one, red alert. Tier two for me is cooking shows. I don't cook.
Yeah.
So I don't know why I watch cooking shows, but I have noticed when I am very stressed in my life that it's very calming for me when you watch cooking shows. I'm like, oh, look at him. They made all these Halloween cookies. They're so cute. And then tier three would be Hallmark movies. These are not good movies, but you just watch for the vibes, and you need like a warm, like, Christmas hug. Like, that's what it feels like. And then tier four would be like fantasy shows, like something like Harry Potter. Something with time travel, something with like witches. So like those are my like dissociating tiers of like what I watch when I really want to like not think about my life.
Maybe that's why I'm always watching crime. I'm like, at least I'm not dead right now. At least I'm not. At least
I didn't kill somebody.
Yeah, at least I'm not in jail. I feel better about myself. Woo! It'll be fun. It'll be fun. But man, the grind is here. Football. It's like a weird thing to be so excited and also be like, I'm going to be exhausted, but I'm going to be excited. It's the closest thing I'll ever get to being a parent. Like, I'm sure you feel that, where it's like, I am so tired right now, but also this is wonderful that I'm getting to experience this. I know it's not nearly the same, but it's kind of that, yes, I'm tired, but also look at what I'm getting to sort of absorb right now.
Well, I think it falls more into the category of, have you heard the phrase, pressure is a privilege?
Yes.
So, like, I think about that a lot. Like, you know, when we do, like, our shows on location or something, I feel like I do more research for those shows, and I feel like I need to be, like, very buttoned up for those. Yeah. And I feel more nervous for those just because it's something that I'm not used to doing. But then I think to myself, like, this is a privilege to be able to get to do this. And there are people who wish they had this job. And, like, for me, it is fun. And at the end of the day, when you put all of this work into something and it turns out well, it feels great. Like, it doesn't feel as good when you pull off something that's low stakes. You know, it just doesn't. True. Like, when you hit a parlay that's minus 110, you're like, I got the same game parlay that's alt lines. As opposed to hitting a parlay that's like 25 to 1. It's not the same payoff.
Or one of Double D's parlays. Like, this pays 745 to 1. You know, that's something absolutely wild, which we will have tomorrow when he pulls out his degenerate parlay. So if you're going to go online, whether it's a parlay or something else, you can get to the end zone without breaking a sweat. That's right. A no sweat pro football token at BetMGM is right there waiting for you. You get your stake back in bonus bets, even if you don't win. So about this time of week, each and every single week during the NFL football season, we'll look at what we've seen and then decide, all right, which teams do we think make our top five, our personal top five rankings? So Chelsea, I will start with you. You can go, how do you want to do this? Do you want to go 1 through 5, or do you want to let's start with 5, work our way up? How would you prefer?
I think we just lay our deck on the table,
All
or
right.
our cards, our hand on the table, and then we discuss.
All right.
Because I think our teams are very similar. And in fact, like mine was going to be almost exactly the same as yours. And I was like, all right, better tweak a few things. All right, so for me, it is very hard to argue anything else but the Eagles at the top spot. I understand they had a little trouble with the Cowboys, but still, Jalen Hurts looked massively impressive. And remember, they played this game without Jalen Carter. So that is a huge hole on the defense to fill. Number 2, how do you watch the Bills-Ravens game and not be impressed by that? So that's going to be 2 and 3 for me. The Bills defense obviously gave up some plays, but how do you defend Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry, and DeAndre Hopkins making bananas catches? So Bills and Ravens at 2 and 3. Next up, we're going to go with the Packers. Thought the Packers looked really good against the Lions. Also, the addition of Micah Parsons, who is playing a bigger role from the jump than I expected. I thought maybe they would like put him in like little doses, but he made a huge play in that game towards the end. He is definitely a difference maker on the defense. And then finally, in my first set of rankings, I had the Chiefs in there out of respect. So here's the thing. If you take down somebody who's in the top 5, I feel like you should be in the top 5. So now the Chargers make the top 5 for me. Justin Herbert looked incredible, rejuvenated, and like he has a full reign on the offense because he's always been a good passer. But sometimes I think people wonder what he would look like in this Harbaugh offense because obviously Jim Harbaugh likes to run the football, but he took over that game and unseated the Chiefs, which is a big deal, especially in that division. So there you have it. Those are my power rankings.
Well, I'm almost exactly with your rankings. Our only difference is at 5, and I honestly went back and forth yesterday when I was getting ready for the show. I go Commanders, Chargers, Commanders, Chargers. So 1 is Eagles for me as well. I just feel like that, look, until we see otherwise, they're obviously the defending champs. They're going to be better this week with Jalen Carter. I like them against the Chiefs, laying a point in Kansas City. And the thing about the Eagles is sometimes the Eagles are so ho-hum in the way that they win that it doesn't have the, let me put it this way. It's like when you watch the Bills and Ravens go at it, like it's such an exciting game and it goes back and forth and you have this incredible finish and it leaves you with this feeling of euphoria. But the Eagles are still, at least until we see otherwise, the most complete team in football, even if they don't necessarily win with that panache. So Philly number 1, Bills number 2, Josh Allen playing like an absolute maniac. They're going to get better on defense as the season goes on, I believe. And when you have a guy like that in the fourth quarter who is as good as anyone, I saw a stat the other day that when you look at fourth quarter touchdowns, fourth quarter stats over the past, I don't know, like decade, like Josh Allen is a top 5 guy. He is so good in those moments. Ravens are 3. They're right there. Everyone knows they can beat anyone any given Sunday. They just have to get over that hump and hold on to those big leads. Packers at 4. I know you mentioned Micah Parsons, and you're right. And it's not just Micah himself. It's like Micah he's one of those guys where even if it doesn't show up on the stat sheet, he's making a difference. Like even if he's not sacking you, guess what? He's just hovering over. He's like breathing down your neck, and he just has energized that entire defense. Packers look really good. I almost went Chargers at 5. I went back and forth between the Commanders and Chargers. I'm going to give it to the Commanders just because I was so impressed with their defensive line. Like it was a huge question coming into the season. They're going to be tested tonight. But, man, they just did not give up anything. The Giants got nothing going on the ground, and particularly in the red zone, like inside the 5. Those guys just manned up. Even the guys who aren't considered big names like a Dietrich Wise was massive in that game. And so they're going to rotate guys throughout the season and wear out opposing offensive lines. That's huge for a Commanders team that clearly has offensive pieces. So I'm going to go Commanders instead of Chargers. But it was close.
This feels like a tease to Thursday Night Football, right, though?
Yeah.
Like, if we both have the Packers ahead of the Commanders,
can't wait.
I don't think the difference is that much. Can't wait. And here's the thing. Like, if the game is close in the fourth quarter, I feel like I don't want to sit here and doubt Jaden Daniels, right?
Yeah.
Because this is like a point of ammo that people use kind of against the Commanders and for the Commanders is the fact they played in so many close games last year. But if you truly think the odds makers are correct, and this is a field goal game, I feel like the Commanders have a shot. I feel like this is a great teaser leg. I know it's really easy to drink the Kool-Aid when like a lot of you guys are very involved with the Commanders, and maybe it's me getting like, the secondhand smoke effect of that. But I don't know. I just feel like there's not that much of a difference between the Packers and the Commanders. So if you're giving me a field goal in this game, I'm going to take it.
I mean, that's the way I'm going to look at this game. Like, I feel like the hook is going to be the difference here. Absolutely. So if this were 3, maybe it's the Packers, okay? But 3.5, no. I'm taking the Commanders. Like, that extra half point I think is going to be the difference. Total at 47.5. I don't feel very strongly about a total here. I think maybe the over might be where I go, but I'm more interested in player props, which I can't believe I'm saying. I'm not a props person, and aside. But yeah, I like the Commanders on a Thursday night with Jaden Daniels. And also, Jaden Daniels was just fine in game 1. Like, now I expect him, now that he's gotten that game action, he was disappointed with his own performance. I thought he was just fine. People's expectations are just, like, not realistic. They expect him to do something superhuman each and every single game. Like, it's not fans complaining after a 21-6 week 1 win. Okay. I don't know what world you're living in. This is a divisional win in week 1. You take this every day of the week. But it just goes to show how expectations have changed in D.C. But yeah, when you have a guy like Jaden Daniels and you have that defense, also, do we know how good the Lions are? Maybe they are, maybe they aren't. So maybe we're giving the Packers too much credit. I don't know. We'll find out, but I'm definitely taking the Commanders plus the 3.5.
I think it's going to be a big question or a big, thing for me tonight to watch the Commanders' defense against the run. Because last year, this was their problem. And in the first game of the season against the Giants, the run defense looked good. But is that a matter of going against the Giants' offensive line? Or is it a real thing that they have fixed? Because this will be a test, a much bigger test against the Packers. So I think that's one thing that I'm really watching tonight for the Commanders to see if they crack the top 5 for me next week.
Oh, I can't wait. I want to put them in the top 3. But I think it's going to be a great game. I like to have a lot of anticipation for this game. Obviously, I'm going to watch the whole thing. I'm going to be brewing a pot of coffee, and I'm going to come in here tomorrow dragging, but hopefully after a dub. Coming up next on the show, we'll take a halftime break when it comes to football and check out some futures on the diamond. She's Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. This is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, Hour 2 net.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who, the her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It's game day here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. We'll get you all ready for Commanders and Packers. In this segment, we'll give you our best prop bets, our best looks at the side, the total. Jenks has already talked about how big his betting card is going to be, and I cannot wait to ask him about all of his bets on Thursday night. At 7:20, we'll go on to our daily baseball bet. 7:40, Survivor picks for this week in the NFL. It's all coming up next here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. Jenks, you know it's going to be an easy segment when I found myself, like this morning as I'm getting ready, like asking myself internally, okay, I have like 17 questions I have ready for Jenks. Because here's the thing.
Okay.
You are not necessarily like a beat reporter for the Commanders, but you do their podcasts and you do a lot of stuff for their radio. Mm-hmm. So this is a huge help to bettors. Like, I think it's great advice for whenever you're doing prop bets, especially. Check into the beat writers, like see what is coming out of camp that week or practice or whatever. And I feel like you can find a lot of good angles because a lot of it's going to be game plan stuff. And a lot of it's going to be like, how much usage is this guy going to get? Is Deebo Samuel going to continue to get 10 targets in the passing game? Is he going to be involved in the running game? So, Jenks, I feel very lucky that you are a part of the show today and every day, of course.
Wow, thank you. I was like, oh, where are we going with this one? I
Just
feel like today, this one day out of the year, it's good to have you here. I'm like, you know what? I'll take it. I'll take one. So, I mean, it's always good. I think that's a really good point that you're making is that, take advantage of people who are close to the team. They don't necessarily have inside information, but they're closer to the team. So they have a perspective that not the lay person has, or even the normal gambler has. You can have a sharp bettor who still maybe doesn't have the little details or the minutia that go into game planning or having talked to the players. There's a lot of great reporters here in DC who are close to the team, who do a great job, and I read their stuff. I listen to what Denton has to say. I listen to what Grant Paulson has to say, or JP Finley, or Ben Standing, like a lot of really talented people here. And I want to hear what they have to say about this team, because then I learn, because everybody has, their own connections, people that they talk to. I don't look at it in a competitive way at all. I'm like, I want to absorb as much information as I can so that I'm ready to go, so that I'm prepared, that I'm informed. And ultimately, whenever you're more informed, it's going to make you better when you decide, okay, I think I want to place this bet.
Well, I think just it's from a preparedness standpoint.
Yes.
It's not that like you're taking other stuff away from other people. It's you don't want to miss something. Because the worst thing is when you have like a prop bet on somebody and then you read like 5 minutes after you made a bet is that, hey, this receiver and the quarterback got in a fight this week. You're like, oh, well, he's probably not going to get as many targets. So maybe I should have read everything that's available out there. So let's get into this game because I'm really excited about it, and I'm sure you are as well. Commanders Packers tonight, and we've got a tight line in this one. Line 3.5, Packers home favorites. Total of 48 points. So let's start with a side and total perspective. And of course, if you're betting on this game, BetMGM, of course, has you covered with an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. BetMGM account holders will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. Score a bigger payout if your wager hits with the Parlay Boost token. Tokens can be used on parlays and same-game parlays, both of which I will be betting tonight because I like a lot of things in this game. All right, Jenks, let's start with who we think wins this game. Because I think when a line is this tight, I think it's anybody's game. Yeah. I honestly feel like this game could be a coin flip. And if you're looking at this Commanders team that looked like the cardiac Commanders last year that won a bunch of tight games, I'm not going to sit here and doubt Jaden Daniels. I'm just not. So if you're giving me 3 and a hook with the Commanders, I'm going to take it.
Yeah, that's how I feel. And I just feel like a couple of things are going on in this game. Number one is the hook. I think if you're on Green Bay tonight, the hook is the crook. I feel like this is going to be a close game. Also, as good as the Packers look, and I think they are a legitimate Super Bowl contender, I also think the Commanders are a legitimate Super Bowl contender. And I wonder with the Lions, like everyone was on the Packers and building them up because they had this big win over Detroit, and no question they look great. I also think with Detroit, they could be a very good football team. Maybe we'll see that midseason because they have the talent. Or just maybe this isn't their year because they lost pieces on the offensive line, because they lost Ben Johnson. So maybe they're not the team that we thought they were going to be. So maybe there's a little bit of value on the Commanders because we're giving Green Bay too much credit. And I just think that for me, what I saw from Washington in game one was so impressive defensively. I cannot hammer this home enough. I know the Packers have Micah Parsons, but the big problem for the Commanders going into the season was, are they going to stop anybody on the ground? Like, are they? Their secondary is completely retooled because Marshawn Lattimore is healthy. They've got Will Harris, who they signed, who has been great. But that defensive line was their real issue. It's been completely redone, and it's just one big boy after another. Javon Kinlaw looks great. I mean, we saw Dorrance Armstrong pressure the quarterback. Daron Payne looks like he's back to his former self from a couple seasons ago. So when you have that defense and a Jaden Daniels offense who now has the addition of Deebo Samuel, obviously Terry is signed, this is so much more of a complete team that I still feel like some people are sleeping on. So if you're giving me 3.5 with the Commanders, I'm going to take this game. I'm going to take Washington, and I feel like that half point is going to be critical.
All right, so obviously I agree with you, but let me speak for the casual fan for just a second, because I think a lot of people see the Commanders' defense look good against the Giants and say, it's the Giants.
Fair.
This is going to be a much taller task against a Packers team that can run the ball effectively. So that's where my question starts, is that, like, I believe in the Commanders, but if there were a sabotage factor, it's the fact that the Commanders' run defense was not good last year. Yeah. And is it a one-game sample size? And we're saying, oh, you know, the defense is really shored up things. Or is it going to be a problem tonight? Because we know Josh Jacobs can be effective if he gets a push from his offensive line. So how do you expect the run defense to do tonight? Do you think that it's like somewhere in between? Do you think it's more of what we saw against the Giants? Or, you know, worst case scenario, is it the same run defense that was one of the worst in the league last year?
It's definitely different. It's absolutely better. Now, will they look as good as they look against the Giants? No, I don't think so at all. But it's all relative, right? Like, they weren't good against anyone last year. I think late in games, they were one of the worst rush defenses in the NFL, and I think overall they were 30th. So they weren't just a team that stood out or stood tall against you know, bad rushing teams. They were bad across the board. They just couldn't stop anyone, which is why so many of their games came down to, you know, the last couple minutes. So, yeah, they'll give up more points. They'll give up more yardage than they did against the Giants. Just by nature, the Packers are better. But ultimately, you know, it's all relative. Yeah, they might bend but don't break, but they're still going to be overall a better unit. So I actually like the over in this game too. We're going to see points on both sides. But I think ultimately what it comes down to is, besides the defense, is look at the quarterback play. And if it comes down to, you know, the last couple minutes of the game, which I think it could, absolutely, I'm going to trust Jaden Daniels to do Jaden Daniels things. So the Packers are going to get theirs. The Commanders are going to get theirs. I think it's going to be a close game. And then I think Jaden at least keeps it close enough late for the Commanders to cover. But I do understand the concerns, especially when you're talking about, dude, you're talking about one game against the Giants.
Yeah. All right. So let's talk about some bets that we have on the card. It sounds like we both are on the same side when it comes to the side. Do you want to go with the total? It sounds like you like the over in this game. 48.
I do.
Are you going with the over here?
I am going with the over. I do think that while both defenses are going to get plenty of credit here, and they should, we'll still see some points. There's just too many playmakers on the field. for both sides, whether it's Josh Jacobs or Jaden Reed. And Jordan Love is a very good quarterback, as we know. And now the Commanders have Deebo Samuel. Now they have Terry McLaurin. Austin Eckler, I know he's banged up. He was held out of practice on Tuesday, but short week. He's going to play. There's a lot of offensive firepower on both sides. So the defenses will have their moments. But at 47.5, I think we hit this over late, and that's where my money is going to go. There's just too many dynamic guys who can maybe get to the end zone or make enough big plays for us to get to this total.
Yeah, I think there's too many playmakers. And the fact that it feels to me like the Commanders could score in a hurry if need be. If you're sweating this total at the end of the game, like Jaden Daniels, we've seen it can go down the field. Pretty good at executing that 2-minute drill. All right, from a prop standpoint, this is the player I want to ask you about because over the course of the last few years on this show, I'm a big Deebo Samuel fan. Dating back to, when he was at his peak with the Niners. But you look at some of these numbers, especially, I know it's one game, but he had 10 targets in that first game of the season. And I heard somebody saying this, and I think it's a good angle. The fact that if there is one silver lining from Terry McLaurin having a holdout or hold-in or whatever it was called, is the fact that Jaden Daniels got more time to work with Deebo Samuel. And we saw in the first game, Deebo Samuel had a huge game. So tonight his prop for receiving is 50.5, 4.5 catches. I like both of those. Do you think we continue to see a big part of the game plan dedicated to Deebo Samuel?
No question about it. He looked awesome, and I would not be surprised if he's targeted a lot. I think Austin Eckler's going to be targeted a lot. And I think this is a situation, too, where Cliff Kingsbury is going to be able to open up this offense because, you can go 5 wide, and then what they'll do is they'll send Deebo in motion, who's always a running threat, right? And you have to account for him immediately because he could absolutely get the football. He got the football once against the Giants, took that to the house, 19 yards, touchdown. He looks like the Deebo that we saw in San Francisco, but I think he's going to be used a lot, and he looks so healthy, and he looks like the Deebo of old. I also think because of the Packers' pass rush and the pressure they potentially get on Jaden Daniels, then you're going to see some of these quick passes, which means, they're going to send Terry deep. They have a lot of different types of receivers, and Deebo is one of those guys that you can just send, coming out of the backfield or right across the middle, these quick passes if Jaden doesn't have time. So I like his over receptions prop set at 4.5. I think it's a good play. Or receiving yardage.
Yeah, I think both of those are good looks. Okay, here's one, and I love these. The props that you can get in one play. Deebo Samuel's rushing prop, 4.5 yards, Jenks.
What?
If he gets one carry, I feel like he's getting this. And I know it's very easy to look at the first game, like, well, Chelsea, he only got one carry and it had to go for 19 yards.
Yeah.
But 4.5 yards? Also, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets more touches in this game. But I will say this, sabotage factor, there are a lot of mouths to feed in the running game for the Commanders.
Yes.
Jaden Daniels, who's not even a running back. I think his rushing attempts prop is like 9.5. You've got Bill. You've got Austin Eckler. Who else? I feel like they have other guys. McNichols. They have all kinds of running backs. So maybe that's the sabotage factor here. But 4.5 yards for Deebo Samuel rushing, I have to take that.
No, you got to do it. Do it. Yeah, the thing about the Commanders is every running back has a pretty specific role and a unique role because each running back is different. Like Bill Krosky-Merritt is the explosive runner. Like that's the reason why they got rid of Brian Robinson Jr. And then you have Chris Rodriguez. I don't know if he'll be active or not, but he's kind of the bowling ball. Austin Eckler is the guy who can do it all, right? He'll catch passes out of the backfield. He can run the ball. He may work on special teams from time to time, something like that. And then Jeremy McNichols is just a good rotational piece who's been around the organization for a long time. So I think it depends on how you think this game is going to go. But for, a guy like Deebo, if you're talking about him, and he will get his carries as well, right? Like he's the perfect guy to disrupt defenses because you always have to account for him, and you can't just account for him in the passing game. If he's going in motion, it could be an end around, and all of a sudden everything changes defensively. So, yeah, I like any play on Deebo tonight as well.
What player am I missing out on? Because, I love Deebo. Is there other X factors that you think need to be talked about here from a prop standpoint?
What do you think?
Terry's the guy tonight. In 3 games against the Green Bay Packers over the course of his career, He's never been better against anybody. He averages 84 yards per game, and he scored in every single game that they played against the Packers. Now, they haven't played him in a while, but there's something about Terry playing the Packers, and on top of that, Terry McLaurin scores a majority of his touchdowns on the road. His career split is 23 touchdowns on the road versus 15 at home. So Terry, after not having a great game last week on Sunday, he's the guy on Thursday Night Football. Jaden's going to look for him, get Terry anytime touchdown. You can get it, I think, at plus 165 right now, BetMGM, so that'd be something to look into.
Love it. Should have asked for that earlier.
Says
That's
the
what I'm
guy
talking
that tweeted about Terry McLaurin every single day of the summer.
He
So
manifested
it. Makes
it.
a lot of sense.
Yeah.
It also should be noted, speaking of matchups, Micah Parsons had 4.5 sacks against Jaden Daniels in 2 games last year. So that should be a very interesting matchup to watch for as well. All right, coming up next, we'll switch gears to baseball. Our daily baseball plays come your way next here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're back on a Thursday, and I was just joking about MLB, how normally on Thursdays the slate is not great. So going head-to-head with the NFL for Thursday Night Football, not always a fight that baseball is going to win. But listen, like some of these games start earlier, and if you want to get on some betting action before Thursday Night Football, where you're not just sitting there on the couch just saying, is it football time yet? Is it football time yet? Maybe you get in on some of these games. And Jenks, huge day for DC sports fans. Nationals and Marlins.
Hell yeah.
LOL.
Oh.
How many people
excited.
are going to Nationals games this time of
God.
year? I feel like I saw a picture where there was like 3 people in the stands.
It's terrible. Like, it's embarrassing. It's people will show, they will post these wide angle lens shots of the crowd. And it's damn near an empty stadium. And I'm not using hyperbole. Somebody, I read, and I get the exact figure wrong, but I read a tweet a couple weeks ago that, you know how they always announce the crowd size, that they'll say today's attendance 12,845, and they said it was so empty you could hear someone in the stands go, liar. Which I absolutely believe. I mean, I saw one of my best friends, and I think I told you this, where I don't know how I ended up with tickets, but he and his wife, Ben and Michelle, and their son, Oliver, and they were right behind home plate. And Ben is a big Green Bay guy. I need to text him. He sent me an article a couple days ago to read. And awesome person. And so there are all these screenshots that our mutual friend Dan was taking, and it's Ben just standing behind home plate, chugging a beer at one point, waving at the camera, fist in the air, another beer. His wife looking at him like, oh my God, you're being so Wisconsin right now. It was great. And I think part of him just like walked on down because nobody was there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can find value, I suppose, if you want to watch the Nationals play baseball, because that's part of the deal. So you got to watch them against the Marlins, even though this game is going to be in Miami. But I do think, like, I know this wouldn't happen, but I do think I appreciate it when teams of different sports have the self-awareness to realize that there are other games going on. Like when they do this pregame, when they like show like big games that are like, you know, an NFL game for that specific team. So I know this is going to be like during their game, but if they had just one of the video boards showing the Commanders game and be like, listen, we'll give you a good deal. We have good snacks. You can watch it in like a community environment. Just come to the Nats game and we'll put on the Commanders game.
That's probably the way to do it. See it on the big screen. We've got food deals here, right? Like here, we got a baseball game here, but on the big screen, Commanders action, right? You get some random cheering. You put some butts in the seats. It's not the worst idea I've heard. I mean, of course, the players will be like, what the hell's going on? And there'd be some blowback. But honestly, I kind of feel like it's not a bad call. I'd do it.
I mean,
beautiful
would
day.
You rather watch Brad Lord pitch against the Marlins, or do you want to watch Jaden Daniels?
Criminy. Obviously, Brad Lord.
But, I mean, obviously, right?
Obviously, it's Brad Lord. But yes, you're not wrong. The Nats right now are just... I mean, the crazy thing is they do have some really, you know, potentially great talent and some young guys. It's just
James Wood.
James Wood's unbelievable. He's a unit. The guy's been awesome. He's one of those guys who is worth the price of admission, but, you know, don't get me started. Like, the learners just have zero commitment to winning right now.
Well, I will say this. This, from a betting standpoint, Nationals Marlins has been an over-better's dream. Like, we went back and forth on this game yesterday, and we said, what are they doing hanging an 8 on this game? So I do think the pitching matchup is a little better today. So maybe that's where the reservations start. But it's not like Brad Lord is Paul Skeens here. 5-8 with a 4.20 God, I'm sorry for the secondhand slander, Brad Lord. I'm sure he is a nice guy. 5-8 this year, though, with a 4.20 ERA. Ryan Weathers goes for the Marlins. He's been decent, 1-1, 3.28 ERA. If you remember, I think he came over from the Padres in a trade. Total of 8 in this one. As I mentioned, Miami short favorites at home at -125. Washington +105 if you're a fan of the Lord. So, Jenks, is it another over in this game? Or do the factors not quite align as much as they did yesterday?
I don't think they align like they did yesterday. Man, I needed this one. There's nothing where I had 4 games on the card. And, of course, for the purposes of this show, we generally track wins and losses and not unit sizes, or our bets would be different. We've been pretty transparent about that. But there's nothing worse than losing your first 2 games and being like, dude, am I headed for an 0-4 tonight? Thank God. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, this is not trending well for me. But I got a couple wins late. Nats Marlins was not trending well, but then the over hit like I thought it was going to. I actually, and I'm going to bet on this game, I like the Marlins on the money line at -125. And the problem with this is, of course, you're betting on a bad team, right? But here's the thing. If you look at this matchup, this pitching matchup, I think it's a big mismatch. Like Brad Lord was good last time out against the Cubs, okay. But before that start, he'd given up 17 earned in 12 2/3 innings. Like, he hasn't been good. And Ryan Weathers, before his injury, really good, 1-on-1, 3.28 ERA. So he's back up in the majors after a rehab stint. But he made 5 starts in the minors, had an ERA of 2. So I think this is a cheap price on fading Brad Lord. So I'm going to go Marlins on the money line.
Yeah, I don't know if I trust the Marlins enough to bet on them, but if there were a side, like Ryan Withers, like I mentioned, came over, I think he was a guy in the Padres organization. So, like, he does have a background of success and maybe the better pitcher in this matchup. But again, like, I don't really want to trust these 2 teams. I will say bad beat for you on, maybe it's not a bad beat, but like I was listening to that Brewers and Rangers game, and Freddie Peralta balked in a run. And I was like, uh-oh. Like, whenever the pitcher starts balking in runs, you know, first 5 under, I was like, this is not Freddie Peralta's best. So I feel for you. I was listening to that game, but it was a good bet. I would have been with you on that one. All right, elsewhere on the card, Jenks, I feel like people are going to be mad, but I'm betting on the Phillies again. This is my old reliable. But today you got the Mets and the Phillies squaring off, and this game is in Philly, because if this game was at Citi Field, we know the Phillies have not been good against the Mets on the road, but the Phillies at home, man, they have been a wagon. And if you get the Phillies at under -150, I feel like it's a play for me. Jesus Luzardo has turned a corner over his last few starts. He's looked really good, and the Phillies offense, top 5, any way you slice it at home over the last month. Because the Mets do have some good bats. I will say this. Over the last month in baseball, they have the best WRC plus in baseball. Okay. But David Peterson doesn't scare me quite as much. 9-5, 3.83 ERA. His numbers are good, but he's not a top of the rotation guy. So it's going to be the Phillies for me today at -145.
Well, I would normally tell you on this, but right now I have 6 bets on the card. They're all kind of juicy, so I know. I'm like, all right, Mickelson, why don't you chill out a little bit? But I do like the play. I think the Phillies are the right side. I mean, there's part of me that does want to add it and just go for broke here, but I think your analysis is spot on. And I mean, look, forget about whether or not I keep going back to the same team. Like, who cares? You're winning your bets. You're undefeated this week. You've had a good few weeks, actually, if my memory serves me correctly. Knock on wood. So you know what? Who cares? If they're winning, they're winning. If you're betting the same team, same guys, same prop, doesn't matter. If they're winning, they're winning. Money's money.
Yeah, it's Groundhog Day. But listen, it's just too easy to make a case for the Phillies. At home this year, 48-23. As favorites, 70-44. I mean, come on, man. Then you look at the Mets, who are in an absolute tailspin right now. They've lost 5 straight games, including the first 3 games of this series to the Phillies, where they have scored a total of 6 runs in all 3 of those games. So it's not an offense that scares me at the moment. Philly has the better starter here, in my opinion. And the Phillies have won 6 of their last 7. And juggernauts at home. So the Phillies, yeah, I'm going to take them. All right, free roll, Jenks. Is there another game that caught your eye you think we need to talk about?
My bets are so garbage today. Okay, here's the thing. I'm going to go first 5 under 5 Pirates-Orioles, which I know when we see a 5, it's like, what are we doing here? It's -150. You've got Johan Oviedo going up against Cade Povich. Now, hear me out. So, Oviedo has been great. Like, I thought when he was starting this season and got into the rotation, he was going to be really bad. I kind of like the Pirates at plus money, too. But he's not going to go long. His longest season outing is 5 innings. But he's only given up 5 earned in his last 19 innings pitched. And he's faced the Brewers, the Red Sox, and the Blue Jays during that time. Teams that can hit the ball. And he's shut them down. Cade Povich going for the O's. Ooh, okay. 13 runs in his last 19 2/3. Not terrible, but the Pirates are so bad in the first 5. They're so bad. And also the Orioles on the road, bottom 10 in the first 5. So the fact that we can get a 5 here, which I know you think, oh, God, that generally has not treated us well. But I see money coming in on the full game under. So I think I'm going to go first 5 under 5 here.
I think a lot of this has to do with the Pirates offense. They have scored 2 runs or fewer in 5 straight games.
Yeah.
Last night, they made Tyler Wells look like Paul Skeens.
They're terrible.
He gave up 1 hit through 6 2/3. 1 hit. That's all the Pirates could muster against Tyler Wells, which no offense to Tyler Wells, but he is not a Cy Young winner. So that's the thing. Even if you don't trust Cade Povich, which I don't, and we've faded him a lot on the show, it's just the Pirates' offense is terrible, and especially in the first 5 innings. Second fewest runs scored in the first 5 innings of play. So I think from a logic and numbers standpoint, you can make a great case for that bet. I don't think it's garbage at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I know it's a little pricey, and I know it's okay, it's a 5, and those generally are like, 5, first 5. But man, I had the same handicap as you, which is, okay, yeah, Povich I'm not going to back, but against the Pirates, yeah, I'll back him with that number.
Yeah, if there's ever a time for Cade Povich to like maybe pad the stats for himself a little bit, it's against the Pirates offense. And plus, this is a daytime game, so maybe a little sleepy spot for a Pirates offense that really hasn't had much bite. I will say from a watching perspective, couple games that could be interesting. Astros and Blue Jays. The AL West right now is going to go down to the wire. I know the Astros going wire to wire with the Mariners. So this is a big game for the Astros. I know the Blue Jays are hanging on to the top spot in the American League. If you're interested in betting on this game, Toronto minus 150, Houston plus 125, total of 8.5 runs. Christian Javier goes for Houston today, 1-2, 4.43 ERA. Meanwhile, it's Kevin Gausman that goes for Toronto, 9-10 with a 3.63 ERA. And Jenks, I think this has been an angle for us before.
Yeah.
Kevin Gausman generally better at home. This Astros offense is very streaky. Like sometimes they look amazing. Other times they just can't string together runs. Even last night was like a low scoring affair. The Astros did win that game 3-2. I don't know. The Astros are not a trustworthy team to me. But I'll say this, like obviously they're fully capable of beating the Blue Jays. We saw that last night. But I would lean towards Toronto here.
Yeah, I'm going to put that on the card. Let's go, Blue
Ooh,
Jays. Yeah.
Let's get it to 10.
Let's go. Let's keep going.
Make it an even 10.
Going. Kevin Gausman he's reliable, you know? Just week in and week out. You look at his splits, they're about the same. I know he doesn't have the wins to show for it, 9-10, but the 3.63 ERA. And Christian Javier has looked good this season, but he hasn't been going long in games. We don't have a big sample size with him. He has 1 road start this season. So he went to Baltimore, gave up 3 earned in 2 innings. And look, historically, Kevin Gausman has a lot of great splits against individual hitters in this Astros lineup. And the Blue Jays at home, not his favorites, just outright, 46-25. So it's minus 150. I see this price continuing to go up at other books. I think minus 150 in Toronto behind Gausman is definitely making the card.
Yeah, I like that as well. And then I want to throw this in quickly, and I want to make sure I approach this with enough like sensitivity because obviously today is a tragic day. September 11th, it is a big day for our country and also especially in the city of New York. The Yankees have a game tonight. Trump's going to be there. He's already announced this. And again, like I don't want to look at this from an insensitive standpoint because obviously there are much bigger things to talk about today than betting on the Yankees. But I think, you know, the vibes in New York are going to be different tonight. And I know the Yankees are minus 170, but if you're betting on this game, keep that in mind. Like it is going to be a much different atmosphere Yankee Stadium tonight. So I just wanted to throw that in there.
I think that's a very good point. I mean, I don't know how much you can put that into a tangible bet, but certainly it's going to be one of those things where certainly, sports is secondary to what everybody is going to be feeling. At the same time, you have to think the Yankees and everyone in New York is going to be very inspired, wanting to play well and put on a good show, just, because of all the memories involved and because it is such an important day to remember.
Yeah, it's a tough time in our country to stick to sports.
Yeah.
We're going to try to do that, but obviously try to be sensitive to a tragic day to a lot of people today. All right, coming up next, we'll get to our survivor plays in the NFL this week. Next on the Daily Tip.
Coming up on the Daily Tip, find out who'll survive when the Daily Tip crew lets you know their favorite survivor picks for the NFL. Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
We're back on a Thursday as we are careening towards week 2 in the NFL. In this segment, we get to our survivor plays. And Jenks, listen, I feel like this was a tough week to look down the slate and feel good about some of these survivor plays. We'll get to those plays in just a minute. But I don't think I've ever seen a headline involving Jordan Hudson and Bill Belichick, and I had like a good reaction. Like, I feel like there is a meme of, I think it's Clint Eastwood, who I think it's like in The Mule or something, where he like looks really old and he's just making this disgusted face where you're just like, oh. It's like the same face I was making every time they showed like the YouTubers on the Chiefs and Chargers broadcast. They're like, and now Mr. Beast. And you're just like, oh, I don't want to see these people. It's the same reaction that I get every time we see a headline surrounding Jordan Hudson. So here's the newest headline if you're interested. So Miss Hudson has been on a trademark rampage. She has been filing for all of these trademarks because, you know, she's a businesswoman. But she's been denied on 4 requests. She requested these 4 things from the U.S. Patent Office. Quote, do your job, parentheses, Bill's version. Ignore the noise, parentheses, Bill's version. The Bellustrator, Bill's version. And no days off, Bill's version. So, parlaying off of what Taylor Swift did, where she did like Taylor's version. What are we doing here? Like, just be quiet for just like a little bit. Like, I have wanted to root for her, and I feel like I've given her a lot of benefits of the doubt, but like, I don't know, just take a few minutes. Just take some time off. Just relax. Go to the concession stand.
She just feels like a grifter to me. Like, just a straight up grifter. You know? She dates Bill Belichick. She buys up all this real estate. She's starting her gold digger line of jewelry. Now she's trying to trademark things. Like, this is just one big grift for her. Like, how much money can I make off of this time with Bill Belichick, you know? And so I'm kind of glad to see this denied. Like, somebody needs to just put her in check for just a little bit. It's just, this is one big money-making venture for her. That's all it is.
I think the trouble and what I worry about for like the next generation is that this is pretty much the culture that we see on social media, where everything is for money. Everybody is doing ads. Like, a bad example the other day was there was an influencer who is a fitness influencer and her house burned down. Very sad, obviously. So she does this long video about her house burning down. And then at the end, she's like, I wouldn't be recovering the way that I am if it wasn't for this protein shake. And I'm thinking to myself, you're telling me you did a whole video about us feeling sorry for you that your house burned down, all for it to be an ad for a protein shake. And that's the thing. Like, people's their moral compass and their internal, like, you know, radar is just way off. To where they think everything needs to be a money-making venture. And I understand that's what makes America great, is that everybody hustles and everybody wants to make money. But, like, there's a line.
It's either I'm trying to make money, or look at me, look at me, look at me. You know, the number of people I see take something and say, how can I manipulate this topic?
Make this about me.
Yes. Like, I saw someone who was dressed pretty provocatively or didn't have a lot of clothes on, and then the camera zooms in and it's like, while I have your attention, free Palestine. I'm like, I don't think you're doing a whole lot here to help what's going on. I'm not trying to be political. I'm just saying, like, you're using a very serious topic to say, oh, look at me. Or people who do that same thing where they'll take it and twist it and turn it into some sort of sell. So it's kind of it's a disappointing thing to see because, like I said, not everyone needs a platform, but people don't necessarily use it for reasons that I think are above board.
Well, the problem is, like, look at how many people probably like that post. Like, maybe she gets a few, like, comments. They're like, hey, maybe don't make this all about you. But, like, the problem is we are not giving them the negative feedback that they need to the extent where they stop doing it. Like, we need more negative reinforcement. Somebody's got to
Yes.
be like, hey, we're not going to follow you. Because that's the problem. Like, people love to complain about, like, the internet celebrities that are famous. Like, oh, this person's terrible. People used to do this with the Kardashians. But it's like, somebody's liking their posts. Somebody is following them. And that's the problem, is that we keep reinforcing it. So nobody knows that, like, what they're doing is probably not the best thing to do.
Well, it's like the old thing when Howard Stern just got started in radio, and they did research, and it was like the people who love you listen for, I forget the number, it was for an hour. The people that hate you listen for like 2.5. It was just like the original, like, you know, I hate this person, but I'm going to continue to engage. And you see it now just in a different form.
Yeah, Skip Bayless has been like pointing at the screen
there you
somewhere at
go.
home, be like, hey, that's me.
What about me?
All right, so hopefully you're not hate watching our show. But if you do want to listen to all 3 hours, we would love that. All right, so now it's time to get to our favorite survivor plays in the NFL this week.
There can be only one.
Who will survive?
All right, Jenks. As I mentioned, I feel like it was an especially tough week for survivor plays because normally there are a couple that like stand out. And you're like, oh, easy. We're just going to go with that team. But in general, I don't love picking divisional games because I feel like those can go either way. I don't love picking road teams. So that kind of knocked out some teams out of the equation for me. But let me ask you, did you have issues trying to find a survivor pick this week?
It wasn't as easy as last week, that's for sure. But I made it pretty simple. I'm just going to go Cowboys over Giants here. You know? Like, the Giants are a bad football team. The Cowboys look better than expected. And also, this is a team that I think we were maybe down on because of the whole Micah Parsons thing, but it's their home opener, so I'm just going to make it Cowboys over Giants at home.
Ah, I can see that one. Again, like, I think I like that one. It's just tough for me to look at divisional games because I think you make a strong case for the Ravens, but they're playing the Browns. They are the biggest favorites of the week. All right, so with some of that in mind, I'm going to go with Arizona this week. I'm going to go with the Cardinals at home over the Panthers. In general, I like picking home teams. Listen, I'm not sitting here and making a case for the Cardinals to win a Super Bowl. I just think at home they can win this game. They didn't look dominant against the Saints of all people, but that was a road game and they still picked up the win. And I believe they still covered the number as well. So the Panthers, I think, are a decent team. Maybe they cover the 6.5 here, but I'm going to go with the Cardinals to win outright as the Panthers have a long trip out west and the Cardinals get to play at home. All right, David, I like this. You are back to going with some underdogs for survivor plays. Who you got this week?
I am taking the New Orleans Saints, and here's why. If not now, when? When would you take them?
Never.
Other than this week? Once again, Brock Purdy probably not playing. George Kittle is out. Jennings is questionable. CMC has a calf issue. To me, this lines up perfectly for New Orleans to go in there and shock the world. I will go with it. I'm going New Orleans Saints this week.
Ooh, a brave man.
Whoa.
Braver than I am.
Brave. Very brave. Very brave. Double D. I'll get behind Double D, the bravest of all.
All right, Dylan. Looks like you're a little less brave with your pick. Who you got?
Yeah, not nearly as brave as a pick here as they're a double-digit favorite, but I'm going with the Ravens to win this week. I just see no scenario in which the Ravens start this season 0-2, and they're going against the lowly Browns. I mean, don't really have to sell you on much more than that, but if you look at the Ravens' offense from last week, they're absolutely crushing. Bills have a good rush defense, and that's pretty much the only thing the Browns have going for them, so that kind of neutralizes that. So I just don't even see a scenario where Cleveland covers this game.
Ooh. I feel like there's one game from last year in which the Ravens had no business losing, and I think I picked them in Survivor that week, and they lost to somebody that had no business losing to. I don't know what that game was, but I don't know. It stands tall in my mind. So, like, the Ravens sometimes I think played... Yeah, I think I played them in Survivor. I think there was like a last-minute field goal, if I'm remembering correctly. But my point being is that I feel like sometimes the Ravens play down to the level of their competition. So I'm not saying they lose. I'm just saying, like, all those points in a divisional matchup, I'm not so sure. All right, Denton, you're anchoring here. Who you got?
I am in the same boat as Jenks. I'm going to take the Dallas Cowboys over the New York Giants. Pretty simple process here. The Giants suck. End of process. Find teams that suck, target them in Survivor. Very easy. On top, their coach is having issues right now. I don't think that Brian Dable wants to be there anymore, and their quarterback is not very good. I don't think that Jackson Dart would be all that much better, to be honest, but Russell Wilson is a shell of himself, so I'm going to take the Dallas Cowboys. They're going to be spitting their way to a win.
Oh, nice.
A couple of Commanders fans rooting for the Cowboys. What a bizarre feeling. Right?
More rooting against the Giants, perspective.
Oh, true. Yeah, I'm interested to see what the Cowboys look like, because I will say, for a first week matchup going against the Eagles, that's a tough one. So if they can look like a semblance of what they looked against that defense, they should be slinging it, right?
I mean, you would think so, right? I don't know. I think so. I think so. I'm just praying for Double D right now.
Oh, we're all praying for the Saints. I will say this. I was all about fading Spencer Rattler in the first week of the season.
He looked all right.
He went over.
Yeah.
He went over his passing yardage prop. So, I'm not saying that, he's the next Tom Brady, or should I say the next J.J. McCarthy. But, I mean, he has had some experience. So maybe it's a buy low spot on the Saints. I'm worried about the Niners, but I don't think I'm worried about them enough to lose to the Saints. So David's always with the gutsy pick, but we'll see how it pans out. We'll see if it works out for him, Cotton. But yeah, Survivor plays. Did we all win last week? Do we know?
I believe we did all win last week. I thought I wrote them down and then the note vanished, but I believe we all won last week.
Well, let's just leave it at that.
All right,
we
good.
don't need notes.
Done. That's all we need to know.
Won. Trust me, bro.
Just trust me, bro.
That's fine.
Come on, we got this.
That's better than last year. I think I was one of the people that lost in the first week last year, if I'm not mistaken. I remember the Bengals lost to the Patriots.
Yeah.
That was a big one last year. So at least we made it through 1 week of the season, at least, in Survivor. We're on to week 2. Look at us. All right, hour 3 is next. We'll get you started with everything you need to know about the Packers. Marcus Eversole of 105.7 The Fan in Green Bay stops by. That's next.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go. Thursday Night Football on tap tonight. And hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. Thanks for being with us live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. Got the whole crew here for our final hour. And we're about to bring in Marcus Eversole from 105.7 The Fan in Green Bay to get us ready for the Pack and the Commanders. Then we'll have our own preview in 20 minutes, and that is followed by the Dogster and our favorite plays on this Thursday coming up at 8:40. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium. How you doing this morning as we stream our final hour? You can do so by downloading the Bally Sports Live app. Also find us on YouTube TV, DirecTV, Amazon Prime, Samsung TV Plus, and other platforms. And we are streaming our final hour on X as well. So we jump right to it tonight in Green Bay. 2 1-0 teams, the Commanders, visiting the Green Bay Packers. And to talk about it, we bring in Marcus Eversole, host of Better Call Eversole on 105.7 The Fan in Green Bay. Marcus, good morning to you. So I guess we got to start off with a Micah Parsons question. I know you've only answered 1 billion of those over the past week or so, but how much better did he make that defense against the Lions?
So much better. And it's really funny because you're right, even questions that aren't asked directly about Micah Parsons, I feel like we all find a way to bring it back to Micah Parsons because the vibe of this team has just changed so much since they acquired him a couple weeks ago. It's been night and day. Not that the vibe was totally off throughout training camp, but it just didn't necessarily feel like a top-tier Super Bowl contending kind of team. They had so many injuries throughout camp. And after camp, I kind of just, shrugged my shoulders, and I'm like, wait, that's it? It's over? I kept waiting for that crescendo for things to build, but they kept losing guys. Then they make this Micah Parsons trade, and everything's completely shifted. He only played 30 snaps in that game last week, but had a few pressures, had a pressure on the interception by Evan Williams. He had the sack where he looked like a lion chasing down a gazelle. Actually, it was technically a lion chasing down a lion because he chased down Jared Goff. But, yeah, it's night and day, and it's hard to imagine how much better the defense is going to be when he's not coming on and off the field all game.
Yeah, I think that's my next question is how much Micah Parsons are we seeing in this game? Because it's always a great thing to have Micah Parsons in the lineup, but especially against the Commanders because he has great numbers against Washington. 10.5 sacks in 8 games against the Commanders during his career, and even 4.5 last year against Jaden Daniels when he was playing with the Cowboys. So do we expect more of a heavier dosage of Micah Parsons tonight?
Well, it's interesting. Certainly defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley is hoping so, and he said that there's assistant coaches on staff that are monitoring his snap counts, but Micah actually has a lot of say in that as well. It's going to depend how he's feeling. He's still not into top-tier football shape yet, obviously, because he missed the entire training camp with the Cowboys because of the contract dispute. So he's kind of using these game reps as what would typically be your practice reps to get ready for the season. I would expect to see a little more from Micah than we did the other day. Then again, it was just the other day, right? It was just 4 days ago that he was on the field for the first time in however many months. But you're right, he has great numbers against the Commanders, and obviously Jaden Daniels is a unique challenge. But Micah Parsons is a really unique pass rusher in that you can line him up wherever. And look, Jaden Daniels, for his 4.3 speed or whatever you clock him at in the 40, I mean, there aren't many 250-pound defensive linemen who run 4.3, but Micah Parsons is one of one and wearing number 1. And I think everybody's excited to see that one-on-one matchup, even though it's not necessarily just Micah Parsons versus Jaden Daniels. Look, when Jaden Daniels gets into the open field, he's running away from defensive backs, much less linebackers or defensive linemen. He's not necessarily running away from Micah Parsons because Micah Parsons is an absolute freak. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Marcus, as a whole, how good could this defense be? Because they were very good last year. They certainly look like they're an improved unit this year, and they shut down a Lions team that was just all world. Was that the Lions maybe taking a step back, or is that the Packers really being that good on D?
Well, I think it's going to be interesting to monitor throughout the course of the season, throughout the first month or so, because as you guys know, Week 1 is a liar. I mean, every year there are discrepancies and things that happen that you look back on a few months later and you're like, wait a second, who beat who or what happened in Week 1? Obviously, the Lions are adjusting to having 2 new coordinators. They felt good about their continuity because they were both familiar with their system offensively and defensively, so they didn't necessarily expect there to be that big of a drop-off. But look, I also think you have to give the Packers defense a ton of credit. If you watch that game, I mean, Jeff Hafley, their D coordinator, was talking about it the other day. He said it's one of the most proud moments he's ever had as a coach, just being up in the booth, calling that game, and seeing the play style for this defense, the way they rally to the football, like all 11 hats. You watch just about every play. Whenever the ball carrier is brought down, there's 7 or 8 yellow helmets. Tonight they'll be white, by the way, but 7 or 8 yellow helmets near the football, and that play style is just contagious. They feed off each other. And I think you really started to see signs of that last year. They were 6th in total defense last season. They were 6th in scoring defense last season. They were 7th best against the run. They were 5th in takeaways, and that was year 1 under a new coordinator in Jeff Hafley. Now in year 2, you add Micah Parsons. You bring in some more pieces. You're feeding off that energy that you started to show last year. They're cooking with gas right now on defense. I really believe that they have one of the best defenses in the NFL. And then you look at their offense, and, yeah, I think it's a good recipe for the Packers right now.
All right, so let's talk about this game tonight. So odds makers are expecting a tight game. Line is 3.5, but Packers are favored. What's the confidence level for tonight in handling business against the Commanders?
I think the Commanders are a really good team. What it comes down to me is I feel like if you look at the offense and defense for both teams, I think 3 out of the 4 units have established themselves as pretty darn good. So both offenses, really good. Packers defense, we just talked about, really good. I'm not quite sold on the Commanders defense yet. I know that they looked good last week against the New York Giants, but that's Russell Wilson, that's the New York Giants. The Green Bay Packers are a better offensive team. The Commanders are going to have to sustain that level of play before I fully buy into their defense. They're going to have to do it for a longer period of time. They were the 3rd worst run defense in football last year. They're kind of an older group. They got some players over there for sure. I mean, Bobby Wagner's still playing at a high level. Their other linebacker, Frankie Luvu, is a really interesting player. The Packers are dealing with some injuries on the offensive line, which is something worth watching because they could be down 2 starters tonight with right tackle Zach Tom and left guard Aaron Banks. That is something to monitor for sure. I just feel like the Packers' offense is too balanced. They can beat you on the ground. They can throw it over the top if you want to gear up and stop the run like the Lions did last week. So that's really where I think the Packers win the game. I mean, again, I have a ton of respect for Jaden Daniels. I think the Commanders are a very talented team. They're a dangerous team. But ultimately, picking tonight's game, I think the Packers' offense versus the Commanders' defense, that's where the biggest miss lies.
Marcus, if you're looking at the Packers as a whole, and I know you mentioned those potential injuries or a couple of guys who potentially may not play on the O-line, what is the big area of concern in this game if you're Green Bay? Is it up front?
I think it has to be there just because, look, last year in the season-ending loss to the Eagles, they suffered a couple injuries on the offensive line, and they were just severely overmatched. Now, that's the one area they emphasized this offseason by trading Aaron Banks, by drafting Anthony Belton in the 2nd round, and then a week before the season they made a trade with the Eagles for a backup tackle, Darian Kinnard. They did not want that to happen again. They wanted more depth on the offensive line, so they feel good about it. But it's funny in football how you feel good about your depth, and then you lose a couple guys, and there goes your depth. And you're like, okay, well, now we're playing with potentially Darian Kinnard, who just got here a couple weeks ago at right tackle. And then they would plug and play Jordan Morgan, last year's first-round pick, at one of the guard spots. So I actually think they pretty much have 6 starters on the O-line. But the other one, Darian Kennard, if he's starting at right tackle, I mean, that would be a big question mark. So, yeah, I do think that would be chief among their top concerns going into this one.
All right, so on the show, we bet on props, and I think looking at the Packers receivers is such a tough challenge, because they spread the ball around so much. So when you look at tonight's game, is there a receiver that you like the most? Like, who's having a big game tonight?
Yeah. Yeah, so the Packers have a good offense, you're right, but for betting props, for fantasy, the Packers are a freaking nightmare. I mean, you don't know who it's going to be any given week. Like, good luck guessing it. Aside from Josh Jacobs, it's hard to know if it's going to be a Tucker Kraft week, if it's going to be Jaden Reed, Romeo Doubs, whoever. I will just say this. Matthew Golden only had 2 catches. He was only targeted twice in the season opener. This is my 12th year covering the team. I have never been more impressed with a rookie than I was with Matthew Golden all summer. He didn't drop a pass. He looked phenomenal. He's always wide open. He was uncoverable in one-on-ones, and it was every day. So if he ever had a quiet day in camp, I didn't miss a practice. He may have had one. I don't even remember it. But if he had a quiet day, then the next day you're leaving thinking, oh, my God, Golden did it again. He looks great. So just because he was relatively quiet and only targeted twice in the season opener, I feel like he's the kind of guy that they have big plans for going into just about any game, where they're going to scheme stuff open for him on the money downs. If it's a third down and they like the matchup with the opposing corner, they're going to feed number 0, Matthew Golden. So based on what he did, I don't even know what his prop is, Chelsea. You could probably tell me. But he had 2 catches in the season opener. I'm guessing that number is probably a little too low. I think Golden catches 4+ passes tonight.
Talking to Marcus Eversole, host of Better Call Eversole on the Fan 105.7 in the Green Bay. Marcus, before we let you go here, we've got about 2.5, 3 minutes. Is Caleb Williams ever going to get better? As someone who follows the division, what is your take on watching him?
That is such a great question. I don't know. I think Caleb Williams is really talented. It's funny because over the last couple of years, I did not want to see the Bears get Caleb Williams because I thought Caleb Williams was a really talented guy. I very much enjoyed the Bears not having a good quarterback. I was hoping that they'd give Justin Fields a lifetime contract. I didn't want to see them let him go. I did not want to see Caleb Williams in Chicago, but they got him. And then this last year, I wanted to see Ben Johnson go anywhere but Chicago. Like, get out of the division. He's a smart offensive mind. I didn't want to see him go there. So they got Ben Johnson after getting Caleb Williams. Now they have both of them. And it's like, man, they have the makings there. They have the quarterback and the offensive mind to be pretty good. But it just feels like an odd fit. I know it's only early. It's really early on still. We're only through training camp, preseason, and 1 regular season game. They started fast the other day, but it just kind of feels like the Ben Johnson offense it's a smoother kind of fit with a guy like Jared Goff, who's just going to run his offense, whereas Caleb Williams, one of his superpowers is kind of getting off script and running that backyard, schoolyard kind of stuff. So it just feels a little off. It's still early. I want to reserve judgment, but I'm not as sold. Like, if you would have told me a year ago, hey, the Bears are going to have Ben Johnson as their head coach, Caleb Williams is in his second season, I would have expected a year ago to feel a little more worried than I am right now. And to me, it just kind of feels like the Bears might screw it up again.
I mean, it certainly wouldn't be the first time, that's for sure. He is host of Better Call Eversole on the Fan 105.7 in Green Bay. It is Marcus Eversole. Marcus, we always appreciate the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
You bet. I mean, that's the thing is that I don't know what it is about particular teams or organizations, but even when the pieces fall to them, sometimes they just don't get it right. And there's a lot of different factors there. But if there is a team right now, if there's a franchise that can maybe muck this up, it's Chicago.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like, what is the best quarterback they've had in the last 10 years? Is it Jay Cutler?
Jay Cutler? Probably.
Smoking Jay?
Smoking Jay? Once again, another mark in the column for why football players should go back to smoking. Best quarterback you've had, smoker.
right? Smoking Jay out there somewhere, still getting DUIs, which we do not condone.
God. No, we don't.
But he was such a different personality. Because, like, that's the thing. You want guys with, like, different personalities. And you see guys who are, like, leaders on the field. And they're vocal leaders. And Jay Cutler was just over there looking like he did not care one iota what happened.
Not at all. And, you know, Jay Cutler gets a lot of derision, and yet best quarterback for that franchise in forever, which should tell you something and how hard it is to be a starting quarterback in the NFL. Coming up, Thursday Night Football, Lambeau Field, Green Bay, Washington. A preview coming up next on the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, to the best teams in the NFC, give us a potential playoff preview. Yeah. I said playoffs. That is tonight in Green Bay, and we're going to tell you how we're betting it. We're talking about awkward interactions during the break. And I told you one yesterday where it wasn't an awkward interaction, but I came away thinking it was one. And it wasn't. It was okay. Thank God. But, well, I don't want to tell the story because I'm not trying to embarrass anyone. But I think, when is the last time you were in a situation where, all right, this is kind of getting awkward for whatever reason, and I got to find a way to, like, maneuver my way through this conversation and make it right or get back on track here? Is it the weather?
Yeah, weather conversations, number one on the list. That applies to everybody. If you talk about fall, I feel like across the board, most people are like, oh, yeah, fall's the best. But I did one of these the other day because Blake's playing softball. And so there are other moms that I don't know that well. The season just started. So, like, you try to say things that aren't awkward. And, like, I think compliments, you try to be nice to people.
Mm-hmm.
So this girl said, one of the moms said something to me. And she was like, oh, my daughter is so-and-so. I was like, yeah, you guys look just alike. She's like, you're mini-me. And obviously, it's a good thing because you guys both are cute. And then I started thinking, I was like, was that a weird thing to say? Like, the fact that I was like, you guys are both cute, obviously.
Right.
I, like, thought about that for, like, 30 minutes in my car. I was like, is that a weird thing to say? Because, like, at the end of the day, it's really difficult with these very small interactions. Because, like, the chances that you get it wrong, you know, because you don't have much time to correct it. So it's like you're walking to your car, you have 30 seconds to try to say something funny or clever, and then you walk to your car and you're like, that was not it.
Right. No, like, if I give a compliment to someone and it's innocent, like, I'm like, hey, you look great. Or, like, to a woman, I'm like, was like, you know, you look great. I was like, no, I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying, you know, you look nice today. That kind, that's it. Like, that's it. That's the end. I'm not thinking about this continually, but then you start to worry, and especially now you can be super sensitive about things, right? Very aware.
Yes.
And so it's like, I'm not trying to make a pass. I'm just saying you look nice or whatever. So I always get in my head about stuff like that. And I'm like, anyway, I think we're going to have nice weather this week. I think a high of 81, so, it fall's great.
Yeah, that's the safety valve. That's the dumpy pass to the running back.
Right. Dump it off. I can't even get through my first read. Dump it off into the flat.
Yeah, but I don't know. I think everybody has the same thing. So, like, nobody on the opposite end of that conversation is going to their car and like, that person was so weird. Like, what a weird thing to say. Like, I have never thought that. It would have to be, like, something very extreme. Yeah. Like, if it's something, like, really strange. But, like, most of the time, like, people don't think about you that much. Like, people are selfish.
That's exactly right.
They're always thinking about themselves. So I think that's what I always fall back on. It's like, Chelsea, people don't care enough about you to, like, think too much about what you said.
There's that saying, like, people don't think about you nearly as much as you think about you. They just don't. So that's honestly a good way to look at it. Well, let's look at what we're going to see tonight. Thursday night football in Green Bay. Commanders, Packers. Tonight, two of the most storied franchises in NFL history meet again. Jordan Love and the Packers began their season by taming the mighty Lions, and they did so on the very same field where Randy Moss once pretended to moon the Packers faithful. No mooning tonight, hopefully. Packers laying 3.5. Packers minus 190. Washington plus 155. Your total set at 48. And Chelsea, I will begin by asking you what side you're on, because I am definitely on the Commanders plus 3.5. I have 6 bets on the card. Will I make it 7? Possibly, if I add this bad boy. But I think the hook is huge here. This feels like a field goal game to me.
Absolutely. I think when you look at this game and you consider the underdog, if you think this game is a coin flip, you always take the points, right? And especially with a team in the Commanders that have proven that they've been really good in close games. We saw this last year. And I understand some people use this as ammo against the Commanders and saying, oh, well, they played in a bunch of close games and they won those. They're not going to do that again this year. But when you're getting 3.5 points, like, who sees this game as being a blowout? Like, what would have to go completely wrong for the Commanders for it to be a blowout? I just don't see it, because it does look like their defense is at least a little improved. We have some offensive line injuries for the Packers. And Jaden Daniels, end of discussion. You know, it feels like he is such a difference maker, and he is somebody who it feels like it's really difficult to prepare for on a short week, right? Like these dual threat quarterbacks that present so many challenges, and you only have a few days to prepare for them. So it feels to me like the Commanders are the play.
I feel that way. And look, it's tough when you're someone who's kind of close to the team to look at things in an objective manner. But we're seeing right now, Commanders plus 3.5 is minus 115. So I think we're going to get to the point where we might see this at 3 before game time. So if that's the case, then I would certainly look at maybe grabbing the Commanders now if you like that side. I just feel like that. I said earlier I like the over, and now maybe I'm backtracking on that. I'm not really a fan of a total here, but I do think when you've got a Commanders team that has vastly improved its defense, and in what I feel like is going to be a close game, I think Jaden Daniels, which may seem obvious, is going to be the real X factor here. Which I don't even know if you can call him an X factor because he's one of the best quarterbacks in the league. But certainly in the clutch, there's no question he has proven that this guy is as cool as it gets. He does not get bothered by the moment. He embraces the moment. This guy is so singularly focused on being a quarterback, one of the greats to ever play the game, that, he's turned down endorsement deals. You don't see him. Do you really see Jaden Daniels anywhere outside of football? No. You don't. You just see him on the field because he is all about the game. And he was fine in week 1. And I saw Commanders fans complaining. I'm like, dude, it's good to be at this point. It's good to be back. And we're back if you're unhappy with a week 1 win against the Giants. Some people were. I was not. And so Jaden didn't play in the preseason. There were some throws that he missed. And yet the Commanders looked great. That offensive line handled that Giants defensive line, which is a top 3 unit in the league. So I know the Packers have a very good defense. Micah Parsons will be a factor. But also, if you look historically, a lot of the guys on this Commanders offensive line, they've dealt with Micah before. They know what to expect because, of course, they played within the division and played the Cowboys twice a year, right? So seeing Micah Parsons is not going to be new to these guys, right? I think that's huge to remember that Micah played with the Cowboys. The Commanders know the Cowboys. He's not going to suddenly show up and be like, oh, my God, Micah Parsons is here. This is par for the course when you think about historically the Commanders going up against him. So I like them to do a better job than you might think, and I like the Commanders plus the 3.5.
Well, counterpoint. And obviously I agree with you. I'm going to be on the Commanders. But just because they've faced Micah Parsons before doesn't mean they've been good against him. Because Micah Parsons has really good numbers against the Commanders. And granted, he was on a different team when he was playing for the Cowboys. But 10.5 sacks in 8 career games against the Commanders, including 4.5 against Jaden Daniels in 2 games last year. So I think this is one of the key matchups that a lot of people are excited for. Because, Micah Parsons is such a wild card and somebody who is a physically freak of nature that it feels like maybe he's somebody who can actually get after Jaden Daniels. But I will say, that's the more exciting matchup. But maybe the less sexy matchup that I do think is a big one here is, what do we expect from the Commanders' run defense? Because last year it was a major issue. One of the worst run defenses in the league. And just because there is one game where it looked like they looked better, are we sold on the Commanders' run defense?
I am. I really am. And look, they're not going to be as good as they were against the Giants because the Giants are putrid, okay? So they're bad. They're a bad team. They couldn't go anywhere. But yet you could see the improvement. Last year, the Commanders were bad against the run against almost everyone. It's not like they were good against the bad running teams, but anyone who could run, they struggled. They struggled against everyone. I believe they were 30th in the league against the run. And especially late in games, they got pushed around. So that's why they brought in Javon Kinlaw. Here's the thing is that Kinlaw and Deron Payne are the keys right there in the middle, right? And Javon Kinlaw, I think, is going to have a monster season. He's hyper motivated. Adam Peters drafted him originally out in San Francisco. He was a monster in game 1, but also they're deep there, right? Like they have Johnny Newton in his second season, and he made plays, and Dorrance Armstrong made a lot of plays. I think according to Next Gen Stats, I'm not a big stats guy. He had something like 9 pressures, something ridiculous against the Giants. So they just keep throwing body after body after body at you and wearing you down, and the Giants just went nowhere. And I think they've kind of heard the talk. The Commanders' defensive line has said, look, we're tired of hearing that we were the weak link last year. So they're motivated as well. And also, I think an important thing to point out is that this is their second year under Joe Witt Jr. as defensive coordinator, right? And so it more so affects the secondary, but when you're under a defensive coordinator for the second year, you get more comfortable with the scheme, right? And so they've had another year to sort of acclimate to a new defensive coordinator. And so I think that's a factor as well. So I'm a big believer in what we saw, at least based against the Giants, but I think that's going to continue tonight.
Here's something I saw that surprised me, because I think you think of the Commanders and you think of Jaden Daniels, and you're like, oh, they're a young team. Apparently, the Commanders are one of the oldest teams by average age in the NFL. And conversely, you look at the Packers, they're one of the youngest teams in the NFL. Can you put that into the handicap? Does experience matter more, or do you say this is not a good thing? Being old in the NFL is not great.
Well, the thing is, if you look at where they have older players, they're guys that are still performing at a high level. Like Bobby Wagner, one of the older players in the league. I mean, he's still playing. I mean, this guy's a gold jacket waiting to happen. He's a future Hall of Famer. Zach Ertz is older. He had one of his best years ever last year. He scored a touchdown in game 1, was great during training camp. So, I feel like that there's a difference between, if you're just an older roster overall, I think it's skewed by the fact that you have some of these older guys which skew that average a little bit, but ultimately these are guys who are still very productive. So it's not like older franchise or older roster and they're sort of falling off. They still have a lot of young pieces, but those veterans are still performing very, very at a very high level. So that's not something I would worry about right now. At some point, you're going to have to move forward because these guys can't play this way forever. But it's not something that concerns me right now or something I would include in my handicap.
Yeah. All right. So speaking of handicaps, I got a lot of prop bets I like. So you cover the team. Maybe you can talk me off of some of these. But your girl is a big fan of Deebo Samuel, and especially tonight. Feels like all the stars are aligning for him. Like, it's very easy to look at the first game like, oh, Chelsea, a real hot take there. But he had 10 targets in the first game of the season, and he looked like the Deebo Samuel of old. And here's the thing. From a fantasy and props perspective, targets are the key. Because you don't want to bet on somebody who only had 3 targets and just had one big catch that's skewing the numbers. But he had the most targets of anybody on the team. Like, is it going to shock me if Terry McLaurin is more involved tonight? No. But I still think Deebo gets his. So the number for him is 50.5 receiving yards, 4.5 catches. I'm going to take the receiving yards. Somebody who is fully capable of taking like a little, slant or a lateral and, taking it for 25 yards. Deebo is that explosive. And plus, the silver lining to Terry McLaurin missing some time in training camp is the fact that Jaden Daniels got extra time to maybe spend, working on his chemistry with Deebo Samuel. So big Deebo Samuel fan tonight. I also think over 4.5 rush yards. They're going to use him in the run game at least for one play, right?
They have to. I love that play. I think we're going to see him used a lot. I think we're going to see Austin Eckler used a lot. I think that's how they're going to mitigate the Micah Parsons effect. And you're right, Micah Parsons has had a lot of success against the Commanders, but also now the Commanders have another weapon in Deebo, and now Bill Krosky-Merritt, who is so explosive. They have more tools than they had last year if they need to get the ball out quickly.
Bill's version.
Bill's version.
Jordan Hudson to trademark that. So let me ask you, for people who play fantasy football, like, who's getting the touches in the backfield? Like, it's a crowded backfield. When you have Austin Eckler, you have Bill, you have Jaden Daniels, who's probably going to get several, carries in the run game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, who do you target here? Who's the lead back?
Eckler is still running back 1. He's RB1, but also Bill's the future. Like, I don't know if that starts tonight. I don't know if they want to work him in slowly because he is still a rookie and still learning the offense, but there's no question he is the most explosive back on that offense. And also, like, that's why they traded Brian Robinson Jr. away. They wanted someone. When Bill went off last week for that, his carry, which was like 42 yards or something, that was a longer carry than Brian Robinson Jr. ever had in his tenure here in Washington. So he adds a different element. They want him to be the guy. Coming up next, Best Bets. Donkster, we'll get you ready for Thursday Night Football to wrap things up on the Daily Tip.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is a Thursday, right? I'm starting to lose my mind, Chelsea. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. We appreciate you being with us. I'm Jinx. She is Chelsea Messenger. We got the Donkster on the way. Our best bets as well. We've been talking about Thursday night football. Denton needs a nap. I need a nap. I don't know if I'm going to get one. Just could be espresso. I'm trying to figure out how much sleep I'm going to get. If I don't get a nap in right after this show, we're looking at like 2 or 3 hours sleep. I could come in here tomorrow. Maybe I'll just throw a hat on and roll on in. You never know.
So what's preventing you from a nap today? Like, what's the defense here?
The thing is that for every hour of the pregame show tonight is usually about an hour prep for me. So it's, at least for me, I tend to over-prepare, but I always want to make sure that I'm ready to go and that I don't leave any details out or everything is, the way I need it to make sure the show is as good as it can be. So we're talking about a 3-hour pregame show. That means 3 hours of prep. But then I also have to leave because I have to do the show, since it's on the road, from another radio station. So that means I need to start my prep around noon. So I can go home and but it takes me a while to wind down. So I'll probably wind down about like 10:30. So I feel like I have maybe like an hour and a half spot or just a little area there in my day where I can sleep.
I think as long as you have like an hour window, even if you don't fall asleep, the act of laying there and closing your eyes, or
That's
even
true.
like watching a TV show and letting your brain like decompress while just like in the horizontal position.
Yeah.
Like I feel like that does something, right? Like it's not
Yes.
as good as like REM or REM sleep. REM's
Yes.
the band. REM sleep, REM. Yeah. I'm losing my religion. But yeah, I think an hour is fine.
I think, just a little respite, and then it's like full go, full bore, and then we'll be talking all sorts of football tomorrow. But I have to say, it's like part of me is dreading it because I'm like, I'm going to be tired, but then I'm just so excited because it's Thursday night football. It's my team, and also Fridays are the best days, right? Because we talk football the entire time. We got our bets, so I really am looking forward to that.
Yeah, that's the thing too. Is like I always say, like I'm gonna go to bed at halftime. It never happens. I lay there, I close my eyes, and I'm like, "What's the score now? How about now?" And I'm like, Chelsea, just stay up and watch it because you're following it anyway. Box score checking is the worst.
I hear you. Also, we got to get to our bets, Chelsea. I'm just going to be a maniac today. I have 7 bets on the card. Whatever. I'm doing the fill today. Who cares? I'm going for it. I can't wait. I can't wait to find out what's coming up next on Bet Sweats. Joe O, Sammy P. They're going to preview tonight's game. They're going to have all sorts of great guests like they always do because it's a football Thursday. So let's jump right into it. And Chelsea's undefeated this week, so I want to hear what she has to say. Let's do it.
Time to place your bets.
All right. Chelsea Messenger. I know you hate it when I jinx you, so let me say this. It's been a very nice week for you.
That's right. And so all of my hopes and dreams and my streak rides on the shoulders of Deebo Samuel. I think it's going to be a big Deebo Samuel night for the Commanders, or at least that's what I am hoping. So best bet of the night is going to be Deebo over his receiving prop of 49.5 for -118. That's over at BetMGM, just because the targets were there in week 1. Because from a fantasy game props perspective, you want somebody who is getting plenty of opportunities. Maybe he doesn't get 10 targets like he did in the first week of the season tonight against the Packers, but I do think we see Jaden Daniels throwing the ball more because I do think this is going to be a closer game than what we saw against the Giants. And also, Deebo looks revitalized. Like, he had 77 receiving yards last week. He also was involved in the run game, a little sprinkle. So I think that's a good thing. And plus, the silver lining for Terry McLaurin having a little bit of a holdout during training camp is that Jaden Daniels got a little bit of extra time to work with Deebo Samuel, one-on-one. So I like Deebo tonight over 49.5 receiving yards for -118.
All right, Chelsea, that's what I'm talking about. Good luck to you. Okay. God help me. I'm pulling a Phil Mickelson today. I'm throwing caution to the wind. Let's have some fun. We're doing a ton of baseball. I almost put some money on the NC State Wake game. I'm not going to do it. But let's start afternoon game. Pirates-Orioles, first 5, under 5. It's minus 150. Johan Oviedo taking on Cade Povich. So here's the thing. Oviedo has been awesome this season. Now, early on, I was like, I don't think so. But now we have a nice sample size, right? He's been really good. Only 5 earned runs in his last 19 innings pitched against very good hitting teams. Brewers, Red Sox, Blue Jays. Cade Povich, I know. Normally, I would not trust this guy, but the Pirates just aren't scoring at all. They are the worst first 5 team in baseball. Let's go Pirates, Orioles, first 5, under 5.
Yeah, the Pirates have scored 2 runs or fewer in 5 straight games. Their offense, not great, Bob. All right, Jenks, one more play for me before you get to your CVS receipt of bets. Going to go Deebo Samuel over 4.5 rush yards. This feels like a really low number, and for good reason. He only got 1 carry last week, but did run it in for 19 yards and a touchdown. So I think he gets more touches tonight. So I think he can get this in 1 carry. So Deebo Samuel over 4.5 rush yards, also making the card for me as well.
Oh, love those plays, because if they come home, that means probably a Commanders victory. How about some more baseball? Oh, sure. Oh, yeah. Marlins money line. Taking on the Nats. Betting on these bad teams, minus 125. Look, Brad Lord taking on Ryan Weathers. I am fading Brad Lord. Okay, last time out, he was good against the Cubs. But before that, 17 runs in 12 and 2/3 innings. That's the Brad Lord we know. The one who's going to make us some money tonight. Ryan Weathers, back from rehab. Before he got injured, 1-1, 3.28 ERA, but in 5 minor league starts, ERA of 2. Washington's bullpen, always a factor when you're fading the Nats. I am. Cheap price on fading a bad pitcher. Marlins money line, minus 125. Also on the Jays today. Hosting the Astros in Toronto. Christian Javier taking on Kevin Gausman. And I like Kevin Gausman here in a big way. Like, he's just been so solid. His home road split's about the same. He's got an ERA of 3.63 overall. But Christian Javier has not pitched a lot this season, has 1 road start. He went to Baltimore, gave up 3 earned over 2 innings. And historically, Kevin Gausman really good against this Astros lineup. Also, Blue Jays have been winners when playing in Toronto this season. This is actually a good value play. It's at minus 150. I think it should be juicier. Blue Jays 46-25 at home. We'll take them on the money line. And I can't believe he didn't play this. Phillies hosting the Mets? Yeah, I'm going to do it. Oh, yeah, I'm going to do it. Look, I'll make this very quickly. David Peterson on the mound for the Mets. He has regressed in the second half of the season. Mets are scuffling. Phillies 48-23 at home. Phillies minus 139. And you know what? A few more bets. My God, I'm running out of breath here. Padres run line minus 119 hosting the Rockies. McCade Brown. Oh, this is a classic. McCade Brown going for the Rocks. His 4th ever major league start. He has been shellacked in 3 previous outings. ERA over 12. Last time we saw him, getting pummeled by this very same Padres team. 6 earned in an inning and 2/3. Randy Vasquez going for San Diego, 2 runs or less in 5 of his last 7 games. Look, the Rocks kind of got hot early or mid-season, and by that I mean they won like 2 or 3 games in a row. They are still the worst run line team in baseball. Padres are 5th best in the majors. Padres run line, minus 120. How about some football? Woo! Commanders, plus 3.5. Hosting the Packers. I think the hook is what gets you the win here. I believe in that Commanders defense. And you know what? Even if the Giants offense is bad, and it is bad, what did Marcus Eversole tell us? I thought that was very interesting when we were talking about listening to beat reporters, guys who cover the team. They have a couple of injuries on that Packers offensive line. I think that's going to be huge for a Packers team that is going to want to run the ball against a defensive front for Washington, which is completely rejuvenated. Commanders plus 3.5 tonight in Green Bay. And finally, Austin Eckler over 2.5 receptions, minus 160. Man, this number just keeps going up. The Commanders have different backs who do different things. Austin Eckler, they'll do everything back. Bill Krosky-Merritt, the explosive guy. Chris Rodriguez, if he plays, he's the bowling ball. But Eckler is going to be the guy who Jaden Daniels checks down to and finds in the flat or right across the middle when Micah Parsons is breathing down his neck. He got this number last week. If you go back to last season, Eckler has hit this number in 5 straight games. over 2.5 receptions for Austin Eckler at minus 160, and we'll see how this works out.
Take a breath. That's a lot of bets for you, Jenks.
Yeah.
And I understand everybody wants to hear more about like the Rockies on a Thursday night football
Yes.
day, but a lot of plays. I do like them all. We'll see how it turns out.
Okay, thank you. All right, got to get to Sammy B. So first, let's hear what the Donkster has to say. Donkster, good morning. Oh, upright, ready to go. What's going on?
You guys get to make top 5 lists. Now it's my turn.
Oh, boy.
I'm afraid to ask.
Since we've got Thursday night football in Green Bay, here are my top 5 cheeses and ladies. Number 5, Alexandra Daddario. Number 4, mozzarella. Number 3, Margot Robbie. Number 2, hard cheddar. And number 1, Sydney Sweeney.
Well, that's quite a...
Actually not a bad list.
That's actually not bad, I have to say. Pretty good for you. Do you have a bet?
I do. Squad play. Phillies money line hosting the Metropolitans.
Okay. Look at... Is Sammy P wearing a frickin' jacket like a stud about to pose on the cover of GQ? What's up, baby?
I am stunned that Jenks picked the Commanders, Chelsea. Just stunned. I never saw that coming.
Do you like the Packers? Am I wrong here?
No, we're on the dog. We like the dog.
There
Joe
we
and I
go.
both. Tom Brady, Stephen A. Smith both have the Packers as the best team in the league.
Yeah.
And you know what happens when that happens.
Good.
Ah, yes. When the panel all agrees that the favorite's going to win, that's when the dogs are barking. And especially, it's an easy dog to fall in love with. Like, it's like finding like a golden retriever at the pound. You're like, what's this doing here? I'll be on the Commanders.
All right. So now we're fading everybody on the Packers, and we're all on the Commanders. So somebody is definitely going to be way wrong.
God, it needs to be Stephen
Yes.
A. Smith. We need to be right. I need this, okay? I need this. Sammy P, you look great, man. Have a great show. Let's get a dub tonight. That's it for us here on the Daily Tip, where we discuss football, ladies, and cheese. I'm Jinx. She's Chelsea.
Yum.
Good luck on your bets tonight. We'll see you tomorrow.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
It's time to sweat with Joe O and Sammy P. Get ready to fire. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Thursday night football coming your way. Nice tilt the NFL gives us with Washington and Green Bay. We'll talk about that game coming up. Full breakdown in 20 minutes. Bets, angles throughout the rest of the show. It's a Thursday, so we'll break down NFL Survivor. We've got college football plays coming your way. A lot of injury updates. I was expecting more of this tomorrow because when the injury reports come out on Wednesday, the initial ones, I don't really put too much into it. You see a lot of veteran rest days, and we certainly saw a lot of that over the last day, but there is some important stuff going down. Dave Richard from CBS Sports, he'll give you fantasy angles. That'll be fun. Checking in with Dave and Chris Andrews out in Vegas at the South Point, one of our favorite spots out in Vegas. What's up, Sam?
I came across that picture, you, Chris, and me,
Oh,
from
God.
August 2017. It's when he's holding the chicken dinner shirt. I'm on his left, you're on his right. He was one of the first guests that we ever had on the show when we started doing that together. Nobody was doing gambling shows to begin with. Nobody. And nobody was going into Vegas. So he's been our guy for almost 10 years now. He loves us. He still has that chicken dinner hoodie, by the way, that we got him. It's hanging in the office. And he says when he gets cold, he puts it on because it warms him up, makes him feel like home. So, yeah, I can't wait to talk to him. We haven't had him on in a while. Lots going on these days.
Yeah, for sure. That was in the back office, right, where they've got the wall of TVs and the old bookmakers just hanging out talking about Westerns for the most part, as opposed to NFL action, which is what most people would expect to be going on in the war room.
Yeah, Jimmy Vaccaro would love to talk about John Wayne rather than anything else in the world. Like the point spread's 3, the over-under's like 49.5. What Western's on tonight? That's all he cared about.
Well, we've got to talk some NFL because we have some breaking news. We were going to start here anyways, just based on what we were hearing yesterday. But in this last hour, NFL insider Ian Rappaport has the news here on Brock Purdy. He is not going to be on the field. If you thought there was an outside chance, in the back of my mind, every time I hear Kyle Shanahan talk, I think, well, the guy's a liar. I mean, we've been screwed with betting angles and fantasy over the years because he lies for a living when it comes to the injury report, like many of them. But Shanahan at the very top of the list. And he had mentioned yesterday he's a long shot to play, could miss multiple weeks. But Rappaport says this morning, you got the turf toe, you got the left shoulder. We're talking 2 to 5 weeks for Brock Purdy. 2 to 5 weeks, and you couple that with Juwan Jennings. Don't know if he's going to be out there on the field. Of course, George Kittle. That news we talked about yesterday. But you've got this San Francisco on the road to New Orleans game coming up this week. A lot of movement before we got wind of this Purdy injury. This number was sitting at about a touchdown, sitting at 7, and it trickled down to 4.5. They're not quite sure what to do with it, waiting on word. And now you look just about everywhere. It's a field goal. A couple 3.5 still out there, but I mean, those are going away quickly. The number is 3. So a 4-point move with the thought that, okay, it's going to be Mac Jones and not Brock Purdy.
Mac Jones and Spencer Rattler. Buckle up.
Gross.
How about the total getting decked too? 44.5. BetMGM is down to 40.5. So a 4-point dip there. That's sort of my angle. Where do we get offense? How do we get explosive plays? How do these teams get into the end zone? I know Kyle Shanahan is a quarterback whisperer, but when you don't have a good quarterback, it's much more difficult. And now he has to string together long drives with Mac Jones. The receiver room, as we know, is very depleted. You mentioned Kittle out. How many times does Christian McCaffrey touch the ball on Sunday? That's my thought. Do we look at McCaffrey props? Are we looking at his overs? Score a touchdown, score 2 touchdowns. He's going to be the bell cow and then some because there's not much else. I think there's also a case to be made for San Francisco -3. as crazy as that sounds,
Yeah.
I'm not taking the Saints only catching a field goal. That's not happening.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's crazy when we're talking about the number being 3. And, for a week or two, maybe CMC can carry you against a very bad team. Some say the worst team in the NFL. Okay, so Mac Jones, let's look at him last year with Jacksonville when he was starting. You mentioned points, okay? Week 10 was his first start due to injury. Against Minnesota, top-notch defense, 7 points. At Detroit, 6 points. A couple weeks later, at Tennessee, 10. Now, the Jets game, they put up 25. At Vegas, only 14. Against Tennessee, 20. And at Indy last week of the year, in overtime, 23 points. So those first couple games, I know those are much better defenses. Detroit, not so much because of the secondary. But, yeah, I mean, we're talking 7, 6, 10 in his first few games with Jacksonville.
Brutal. He's not a good quarterback. He's a backup on a good team. He's not a starter on a good team. That's for sure. But this is now the life that they live. And this was the risk you ran, anybody betting San Francisco in the summer. Hand up. That's me. I mean, we've had the quarterback have multiple injuries now, blowing out his elbow in the NFC playoffs against Philadelphia a couple years ago. You've got all kinds of issues and risks with McCaffrey. Kittle can't stay on the field. Obviously, Ayuk is not out there. Jennings is hurt. They're going to have to rely on this defense, which, guess what? They feel good about. And that's why they brought in Robert Saleh. Defense looked pretty good last week. I mean, that was an absolute rock fight. I don't think it was discussed enough how good the defenses were on San Francisco's end and on Seattle's end. And that was a total that came crashing down in week 1. Never had a chance, Joe. Never had a chance to get over the total. And when we look at this number, I know it's moved 4 points. Are you going over 40.5? I'm not.
Oh, no. No chance. If we had an alt number, I'm not sure if I'd go over that number. So maybe we should talk about playing the under. A lot of win totals taken off the board with San Francisco. You could certainly understand why. Sam, half the sports books that I've looked at so far, not all of them, but about half, they've made the Rams a favorite to win the NFC West. Is that an overreaction? Now, it isn't 1 week. We're talking about multiple weeks for Purdy, multiple weeks for Kittle. Now, some of the veterans, I don't think it's a big deal. I think we'll hear today, don't worry. It doesn't matter. It's a veteran rest day. CMC, we're just getting them some extra rest. Same thing with Trent Williams, Nick Bosa. This is what we're going to do on Wednesdays. Those guys are not going to practice. It's not a big deal. I think those guys are good to go. However, multiple pieces on that offense.
So depending on where you shop, obviously, the favorite is different. BetMGM still holding steady that San Francisco should be favored at plus 140. I'm going to guess those books that have the Rams on top just took bets, right? Liability has built up. And that's really all these different markets rely on. Who's betting it and how much is the risk? What's the liability? What's the count? What's the number? So if you've been writing nothing but Rams bets for 48 hours at Sportsbook X, you just move them on top. But BetMGM is still listing San Francisco plus 140 and then 25 cents more plus 165. You find the LA Rams. Arizona 4-1, Seattle 10-1 at the legendary BetMGM Sportsbook, which has toggled on my internet to New York because now I'm doing the show from a third city in 3 days because that's how I love to live my life. I'm not rushing to bet Rams. I'm also not a big Ram guy this year. Their D-line, though, made Houston's O-line look pretty bad, and that was talked about a lot during this offseason. The Texans had the 31st ranked offensive line at Pro Football Focus. Hard to get much worse, Joe. So we'll see what the Rams can do. We'll see if that defense can still be as strong as it looked in week 1. And also, any Rams bet has a risk on Matthew Stafford. How long does that sand stay in the hourglass? How long is he on the field? Can he make it a whole season? It's a wide open West, if you ask me, man. Wide open.
We'll get a lot of more info coming down today, as I mentioned. It's bad news on the injury front in San Francisco. But as far as some of these big time players that we saw go down with injuries, or at least let's say they were hobbled, it doesn't seem to be that bad. In Kansas City, Andy Reid is saying about Worthy not having surgery, no IR for now. The Brock Bowers injury is being considered mild, where it's not that bad. Same thing with Puka and the Rams, Waddle with the Dolphins. It sounds like Drake London is going to be just fine, maybe dealing with something for the first few weeks of the season. But a lot of these playmakers on offense, especially on the outside, that go down to injuries, is fun. It's not funny, but odd that we're used to running backs getting injured, guys in the trenches, and then your receivers were a lot of the guys that ended up going down and being discussed this week. But many of them, it doesn't seem like it's too serious outside of San Francisco.
And you're also seeing, despite those Atlanta receivers being limited, you're seeing movement against the Minnesota Vikings. So that number, actually, the look ahead was 5, right? Minnesota -5. And then they reopened it 4.5. Now we're 3.5. So the J.J. McCarthy derangement syndrome, as I called it, is certainly playing into this thing. From 5 on the look ahead to 4.5 on the reopen, and now BetMGM 3.5. They are betting the Falcons taking the points. I think that was the right idea in week 1. I don't know that it's the right idea in week number 2. I think Flores against Penix is a big advantage for Minnesota. But then again, I'm a Minnesota man this year. It's an interesting move, though, because despite those guys being limited at practice, money coming in on Atlanta as we get ready to turn the page into the weekend.
Sam, maybe you're noticing something different than I am, but for it being overreaction week and we're expecting all this line movement coming in after the initial moves that we saw early, like let's say the Dallas move. We talked about the Jacksonville number coming down a little bit. Outside of that, we sit here on Thursday morning. I look at the board. Seems quiet. Not a lot going on. Is it calm before the storm? Or people just not sure? Like they haven't come up with hard opinions and they don't see value out there.
You'll see some moves. I have a feeling today is a shaker and a mover day. It's that really important injury report day. The Thursday list is a very important list for a lot of people. Wink, wink. I don't know. I think there's been some movement. I mean, the Jets keep taking money. People keep betting the Jets. And the other side that's starting to get expensive, I'm sort of warming to it. You're not going to like it, I don't think. Can we take the Bears at 6.5 if we get there? Chicago's getting there. I don't think we're going to get to 7, but we are 6 and now 6.5 at a couple books. The Bears have given the Lions problems because the Bears have mobile quarterbacks. Think about all those close games with Justin Fields. The Bears were very close last year on Thanksgiving because Caleb kept extending plays. Detroit struggles against quarterbacks that can move. And the Bears, the last 4 years, have had quarterbacks that can move. I don't think it's stupid to take Chicago 6.5, especially considering everybody thinks Chicago's season's over.
They were asking Dan Campbell about Ben Johnson pulling off some trick plays on Sunday. Do you know what his reaction was?
No. Grr.
It's basically that. Well, we're just worried about the meat and potatoes. You know, we can't be worried about trick play. If they get us on one, you know, we got to just move on. And, you know, we got to worry about the meat and potatoes, the down-to-down stuff. Like, we can't worry about the... It's like this guy. I think he's kind of sweating going up against Ben Johnson. Like we were saying, oh, they're going to be ready for Ben Johnson. I'm kind of, maybe I'm bringing the Chicago perspective, but I'm kind of looking at it the opposite. Sam, like this is the first game that Ben Johnson circled. I'd assume that I know we had the opener and that was big, his first game and all that, but I would assume that Ben Johnson put more prep into this game than any other game all offseason.
Let me ask you a very simple question. If Ben Johnson and Dan Campbell were playing chess, one-on-one, who's the favorite and what's the price?
Okay, now we weren't very happy with some of the decision-making with Ben Johnson when he's the guy calling the shots there. But we know Dan Campbell's getting help. But yeah, but. Well,
no,
I'll take Ben Johnson.
It's Campbell against Johnson. against like one-on-one. That's it. No help.
Ben
Who's
Johnson.
the favorite?
Yeah.
What's the price?
Ben
Minus
Johnson.
250? Yeah, huge favorite.
Yeah, there's no doubt. All right. You said it. You didn't think I'd like it. I don't hate it. Haven't had a strong opinion on that game thus far, but off of Detroit's performance, they're getting money. The assumption is bounce back, and Chicago looked, and I think it's a push against Chicago and what they saw. I don't know, man. I don't know about that one. The Vikings are better than the Lions. We can agree on that one. So we saw what happened there. Sammy P. Coming up next, Thursday Night Football preview. Give you betting angles here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
If you're worried about Scary Terry being back with the Commanders, worry no more. 3-year extension worth $96 million. So Terry McLaurin will stay Commander.
They are trying to build around their superstar quarterback. And you brought this up earlier. That defense is getting older. I know that you have a long shelf life, ideally, with Jaden Daniels. But they feel like with the team they have and building off of what they did last year, they feel like they have a Super Bowl window in the next 3 years.
Sizable underdog tonight. Commanders at the Packers. Welcome back, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich. Go for the end zone without breaking a sweat with a Pro Football No Sweat token. You'll get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. BetMGMNetwork.com takes you to the Odyssey app. Make sure you follow the BetMGM Network there, and you can listen on demand every single day. We are here weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern time on the BetMGM Network. Sam, we jump to Thursday night football. Really looking forward to this matchup. I hope it's as competitive as we expect. And by the end of yesterday's show, we landed on a side here. And we said, look, this side probably isn't going to be available for very long. And every time I take a peek in the market, we see a 3.5 go away here, a 3.5 go away there. BetMGM has 3.5, but you're going to have to pay some juice if you want to take that Washington side. There are just a couple of 3.5s out there in the market. So that certainly stands out that the action is going towards the sharp action, the respected action is going toward that Washington side. And we've got a high total, 48 over at BetMGM.
Yep, 49 at Pinnacle. So even though the Packers have an elite defense that's going to lead them to the Super Bowl, the market is moving up on the total side of things. So that's what you get when you have two quarterbacks that are dual threat, that can push the ball down the field, that can make broken plays. I like the fact that, you get a nice runway for points in this one for sure. And I think, 3.5 was a good bet when we put it in. Pinnacle is 3.5. BetMGM is 3.5, but a lot of 3. Chris, Circa, Superbook, all 3. Bet Online 3. Buckeye 3. Jazz 3. Those hooks are going away. And I'm starting to see some movement in other offshore markets. -3, -107 coming down off the -110. So still taking bets on Washington day of the game at +3 flat, -110. So that's a good sign for us. I don't know where we're going to close. I mean, it's either going to be 3 or 3.5, but there could definitely be a group that comes in and lays a cheap 3. Wouldn't surprise me at all. I feel good about us getting the 3.5 though yesterday, because there was a really good chance that hook would disappear, and it is starting to. Depending on where you shop, you could lay 3 or you could take 3.5. Please get the best number. If you're betting Green Bay, if you disagree with us, don't lay 3.5. You could lay 3. Conversely, if you're taking Washington, don't take 3. Please take the 3.5.
Washington coming off a commanding win against the Giants. Wasn't too competitive. They were balanced throughout. The game was never in question, but they need to clean it up, man. 12 penalties in that game for Washington. If they want a chance to win this game, even just to cover this point spread, they're going to have to clean that up. 12 penalties on the road, short week of prepare. It's at Green Bay, raucous atmosphere. That's not going to get it done. It's going to be tough. It's going to be interesting to see how much Parsons plays. Quick turnaround. He's still figuring out that defense. He played 29 out of 65 snaps last week, and LaFleur went on record and said that was a lot more than they planned. But if they're playing him more than expected in week number 1, and it's knocking on almost half, man, I'm expecting tonight for Parsons to be out there almost a full go, like it's a regular game, even though it's a short rest week. He had a sack and 3 pressures. One of those pressures turns into an interception. It's fascinating because there is so much overreaction. And I'm not saying that when I say overreaction, I'm not saying that it's wrong, but so much so fast, you're like, whoa, let's pump the brakes a little bit. Like we were ripping the Athletic yesterday. Oh, really? The Packers, now they're the second best team in the NFL? Oh, they're better than the Bills. Oh, they're better than the Ravens. Yeah, okay, come on. Take it easy. They're damn good. They're Super Bowl contenders. We agree with all of that. But, like, let's not go too far and say, well, this is the best defense in the NFL. Right. Oh, based on what? We don't even know what the Lions are. And, that was a sample size of one game here. So we're trying to have that balancing act. And I have my issues with the Commanders' defense, but I am on the 3.5. We have the better quarterback. Road spots are tough, Thursday night football, but it's early in the season. They're going to be all right, these professionals. But I'm getting a better quarterback, and I'm getting 3.5. Now, the Packers have the better defense. They should have the better offensive line when healthy. We don't know that they're healthy, Sam. Like, they're dealing with a couple of injuries, including Zach Tom there. Two starters questionable on that O-line. If they're missing one or both, that could spell trouble.
It could, no doubt. I did have to laugh yesterday because, they do a great job on the social team of getting clips up and getting them out. Somebody posted the clip of us saying that we get the better quarterback. And then one of our commenters said that they would like what we are smoking. I can confirm I was smoking nothing during the show, and I co-signed the argument that we get the better quarterback. It's not a slight on Jordan Love, though. I don't think we're saying Jordan Love stinks. I'd like to see him win some big games, as he gets older and older as an NFL quarterback. But I do think you're right. I think there's a lot of truth to taking a talented quarterback and getting points. So I did laugh when I saw that. What are those BetMGM network guys smoking? Those BetSweats guys are puffing and passing. No, Jaden Daniels is better. He is. And his ability to handle pressure and divert is great. We talked about it when we were previewing the Commanders, how they train him and test him using advanced, sped up virtual reality. So they're able to dial all kinds of things up and pressure him and send corner blitzes. And they feel like mentally he's so advanced for his age. And this was something that they started to use with Jaden Daniels at LSU. They used it last year, and he exploded onto the scene. So they feel very good about this quarterback, and they feel good about his weapons. They feel good about Krosky Merritt. This team is very confident where they lie right now. So if they're as confident as as it gets, it's hard for us not to be confident taking 3.5 points, right? As for the Daniels props, this number feels a little low. And, of course, we await the room. I know Paul is standing by, waiting for the whistle, so we get the room bets in. I'm sure this will be popular, but I do lean over on completions for Daniels at 20.5. Now, that's starting to get expensive at BetMGM, 135 now, to lay that to go over. Other books are 21.5, and it's probably going to get higher towards kickoff. But I feel like that's a low number, and it's very attainable for a very talented quarterback who's extremely accurate. This guy last year was completing over 70% of his passes for a long stretch of the season. Accuracy is not an issue. And I don't know that they can run the ball the way they want to against Green Bay. So I lean over on completions. But again, my favorite bet, Commanders plus the 3.5.
The betting market for MVP is telling us, and I'm not here to disagree with it, that Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson are on a tier by themselves. And I think we all would agree with that. Those two guys that had that showdown on Sunday night, and then you get the next tier. Many sports books have Jaden Daniels third. That's what it is. I trust them. I believe in the betting market. I think you should as well. It's close, but they have Daniels third. So you're starting a team, Daniels. Like, it's not a conversation with Love. It's not. Right now, Love has a better offensive line. There are aspects where Love has a bit of an advantage, but, I mean, come on. Yeah, I'm sure Daniels would love to have a Micah Parsons on his defense, but he doesn't. But, yeah, for me, there's a little bit of gap, and if you disagree, well, we'll find out. We'll see how the season ends up playing out. Tunsil and Parsons, they have faced off twice. Parsons did not have a sack against Tunsil. Now, if the Packers are smart, you're not going to line them up against Tunsil the entire game. You're going to end up moving them around, change sides, and all that. But I think it's worth pointing out against Washington. Parsons has 10.5 sacks in his career. He's in the division with them, played him 8 times, 10.5 sacks, quite productive. I know the Parsons sack is going to be popular. And for those that don't normally bet this kind of stuff, there are certain books you do want to bet the sack prop on, certain books you don't. Pay attention to what you're betting. Sam, a quick look this morning. Okay, one sports book that sets it at a half a sack, which means if you're betting over a half, we need the full sack. It's minus 132 over a half. Another sports book that does a quarter sack, over is minus 117. Wait, what? It's a cheaper price on one book to go over a quarter than another book to go over a half. So understand what you're betting if you're going to delve into those sack props, and that is not something that you normally do.
I don't have any interest in betting that sack prop.
Nope.
I'm not laying $1.32 on a sack. Yeah. The sack props and the touchdown props, maybe different conversation for a different day, are just ridiculous now. I mean, guys that should be plus 150 or minus 110. And, that's sort of been the way of the world because people just parlay touchdowns. That's a thing now. So if you're parlaying 3-4 guys, the liability just goes higher and higher. So you're never going to get a true touchdown number. And if you pick an elite player to record a sack or score a touchdown, forget it. There is no value in those numbers anymore because it's very popular and they're not going to give it away, right? Like we had talked about Grenard the other day. He didn't even get a sack, but, one book opened up at plus 250 and then by the day of the game, it's minus 110. Like a guy should not be minus 110 to get a sack. I don't care how good he is, let alone minus 130. So, no, I have no interest in that. I also looked at Terry McLaurin's longest catch. We talked about this a lot last year. They take shots with him. And it's no secret the Packers are looking for answers in the cornerback room. I mean, hell, they lost Jair Alexander. So what's going to stop the Washington play calling from taking a shot or two down the field with McLaurin? Now, if you get a flag and he doesn't catch it, it is what it is. But you're basically betting at minus 110 that they take a shot down the field to McLaurin, like a 30-yard bomb. I like those chances. So longest catch, 21.5 minus 110, 21.5 minus 115, whatever. I think there's a good chance we see a couple deep throws to McLaurin, and I would think he's very live for a 23, 24, 25-yard catch or more. If he gets a 50-yarder, great. But that's the number, 21.5. I think it's a little low.
I'm sure it'll be very popular. I want to see before I recommend to anyone but I have a couple in mind, and like you, I'm thinking Washington side. The rushing yards for Jaden Daniels keeps going up. I saw it 43.5 earlier. The lowest number in market is 44.5. BetMGM's at 46.5. We know this. As we get closer to game time, that sort of a prop is just going to go up, up, up. If you plan on betting it, do it now because you're going to be in the upper 40s by the time we get to kickoff. I'm looking at a different receiver. I'm looking at the guy that got 10 targets last week. What about Debo? So in his debut with the Commanders, 7 catches, 77 yards, gets into the end zone, mostly played out of the slot. And that's how you want to attack. But definitely with what we saw out of Green Bay with their nickel Bullard. He was targeted 11 times, gave up 10 receptions on 73 yards. I think they're going to want to go to Debo. The receptions number for him is 4.5. So Commander side, I'm looking at a different receiver than you. You've got a McLaurin angle. I would look to Debo and, the Jaden Daniels. I'm sure Jaden Daniels in some form or fashion is going to be the most popular player prop tonight.
So question.
Yeah.
If the Packers are the second best team in the league right now and the Commanders go into Green Bay and whoop their ass, how far do they fall from 2?
Oh, I thought you were going to tell me that I thought you were going to make the suggestion that the Commanders should be 2.
Oh, no. If the Commanders beat the Packers, the Commanders are 1, right? Because if you beat 2, you automatically become the best team in the league. I don't know how power rankings work anymore. I think we just overreact and try and make people enraged.
Yeah.
I did listen to our Lightning Bet segment yesterday. Very funny. Very triggering, but very funny. That's my question. Where do the Packers move if the Commanders whoop that ass?
Will they be outside the top 5? Outside the top 5, yes or no?
Of course
I
they
think
will.
so. I think so. I think they will be. Horvey was listening. I heard a little bit of his show last night. He's like, I know the BetSweats guys are on it. I understand their opinion. Give me the Packers minus 170 on the money line.
Oh, great. Perfect.
Made me chuckle. Thank you for that, Horvey. Survivor. Tough week. That's next. BetSweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
The Baltimore Ravens are gutless cowards. Period. Gutless cowards. That is the Baltimore Ravens. Ever since it's been John Harbaugh and Lamar Jackson, this team cannot get it done in the big spots. And I don't know when that's going to change. Maybe they just get to the dance so many times, they get so many cracks at it that things just go their way and they finally have that breakthrough moment. Guess what? Sitting here right now on September 8th, I'm not going to be the guy that bets on it. And you can hold me to that. Because this time last year, I was telling everybody, I'm not falling for it. I'm not falling for it. And then we got to December, and then like a crack addict, I went back and I had a relapse, and I fell for it, and I got my heart broken in the divisional round. It's not happening this year. I'm not doing it. Because this Ravens team, with all of the stars, with all of the talent, they have championship-level talent without championship-level toughness. You cannot tell me that's a team that we saw last night that you feel comfortable putting your hard-earned money on to win multiple playoff games. You can't do it. And if you tell me that, I think you're a liar. And I think deep down, you know you're a liar if you believe in this Baltimore Ravens team to actually win multiple playoff games. Like, these guys dominated. 8.6 yards per play. Somehow they lost the game. Derrick Henry, he damn near averaged a first down, 9.4 yards per carry. They lost the game. Lamar Jackson, 11.7 yards per carry. And somehow the Baltimore Ravens lost the game. Now, if you were living under a rock and for some reason we're not glued to the TV like I was, like many of you out there listening and watching were, the Ravens really tricked the game off once we got early into the fourth quarter. So Baltimore goes up 40-25, and it was such a beautiful sequence, by the way, too. Lamar Jackson under duress, ends up avoiding 2 Bills defenders, runs for like what felt like 80 yards, but ended up racking up like 20 yards in the actual box score. Like, boom, all right, Ravens cooking with gas. Next play, bang, Derrick Henry to the house, making Taylor Rapp, which I hate to throw shade to Taylor Rapp. He's from Bellingham, Washington. Hey, us Evergreen State guys, we stick together. Man, looked like he was running in molasses. Derrick Henry ran right by that dude like he was standing still. And then all of a sudden you look at it, well, I guess that's a good night. I guess the Ravens were just going to win this game. Have you seen them play?
It's another week of trying to stay alive in our survivor pools.
Survivor, man, that's like the beer bong of the contest.
Give me that thing. I'll do one. I'll do one. We gonna do one.
We got knocked out of Survivor in week 1.
I think it's in my rules of Survivor. I think no Jaguars.
Every week, you can be done.
Survive and advance with us right now on Bet Sweats, presented by BetMGM.
Yeah. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. I know a lot of hot air about, week 1 last year, New England, Cincinnati, so many people, chaos, blah, blah, blah. None of that in week number 1. Taking a look at my pool that has over 1,700 entries in it. Here are the most popular picks. Denver, winner. Arizona, Washington, Philly, Jacksonville, top 5, all winners. Number 6, Cincinnati. Number 7, Pittsburgh, all win. The only ones to get knocked out, for some reason, 2% took New England. A few people took Miami, Chicago, Atlanta, Jets. A few took the Chiefs, the Seahawks. You deserve it. Like, I don't understand that sort of risk in week 1. I don't get it. But I guess there is an argument to be made to do a little bit of that if you are in a larger pool. But Sam, for the most part, it's like 2 to 3% were knocked out. If you got knocked out, I don't know what the hell you were thinking. There weren't any crazy upsets last week.
So, as you know, I'm a part of 3 of the big entries in Circa. And I have 2 left with my buddy Matt, and I have 1 left with the 108 guys. And I am already starting to kind of float this idea out with the guys from Chicago. Mac Jones, no matter what. And just seeing if they will bite the bait. Because I think the Saints are horrendous. And I can live with Spencer Rattler knocking me out of Survivor. If that happens, whatever. If that happens, I probably didn't deserve to win. So I have been saying Mac Jones no matter what. And Chirizi and Beef are laughing, and I think they think I'm kidding, but I'm not. And I even wrote it on a whiteboard and sent it to him. And then you'll love this. So, as you know, I'm here in New York. I walked down. I had some meetings yesterday, and I walked down to the first floor to kind of see what was going on down there. And our guy, Danny Parkins, is getting off TV. And I see Parkins, and he's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Oh, man, betting the Niners, I think." And he's like, "Mac Jones is really bad." And I'm like, "Okay, thank you." So then I left that very exciting conversation thinking I have to do this. Like, now I have to because now I want to. So that was my first notion this week was buying the dip on San Francisco. Nobody's going to pick it, and that's why I like it. But I'm also wired differently than most people, Joe.
I would hate to be a partner with you in Survivor because you are just every week. I don't know if you're trying to piss people off or just get like if you think you get extra points if it's less than 5% owned or what it is. I just think back to last year against the Bears. Like you go on these missions and you're going in whether people want to join you or not. But the problem is you're with a group that needs to join you, but you don't care. Oh, man. I love it. Is that mid-major,
I wanted
Matt?
to do Raiders last week. I said, let's do Raiders. No, can't take a dog. Okay, fine. Can't take a dog in Survivor. Fine. You're right, though. This behavior will definitely have me out. If I was solo, I'm too risk averse, right? Like I just Yeah, you're right. Why can't I just get myself to take Baltimore as an 11-point favorite? Because that's no fun. That's why.
Right. It's not a bad idea. And if you have strong opinions like that, yeah, in a large pool, yes. In certain spots. Like you don't have to do it every week. But if you want to win a large pool, like I'm in some pools now, I was looking, so we're going over the Survivor plays here. I'm like, okay, well, my answer is different in different pools. There's one pool I'm in, there are still 33,000 entries alive. Like, yeah, do whatever. Take San Francisco in that. I with a handful of spots. Okay, I don't have a problem with that. But I'm also in a pool that has 191 left. I'm not taking San Francisco. It's probably going to be Baltimore because those smaller pools, they lasted half the season last year. It's probably not going to end up going the distance with multiple entries. So that's kind of how I'm looking at it. So I'm in a number of pools, and I'd say 2 are considered small. I'm going Baltimore with those. I don't care that it's a divisional matchup. It's the only game that has a point spread larger than a touchdown. We've gotten there with Arizona 2-7 at a couple of spots, not across the board. But Baltimore, off a loss against Cleveland, yeah, I'm not concerned at all. And the other thing is, Sam, I was looking ahead. Yes, the Ravens have future value. Of course they do. They're a great team. They're the number 1 power rated team, according to a lot of people. But the next time, according to the current point spreads, that they are going to be probably the highest point spread is week 8. And we're sitting here in week 2. You know, if you're in a small pool, it might be close to done at that point. So small pools, I'm going Baltimore. You are not going Baltimore. Do your partners, are they trying to convince you into Baltimore?
No, we haven't
Okay.
really dug deep yet. That'll probably be later today. I know that the early conversations amongst all of us, we want to save Baltimore for Thanksgiving. Because remember, you have to pick a Thanksgiving game. And those games, if you don't remember, Green Bay at Detroit, Kansas City at Dallas, Cincinnati at Baltimore. So I think you just want to have as many live bullets left going into that game. I told the guys, Detroit's going to beat Green Bay on Thanksgiving. I already know that's going to happen. I'm already checking that one off. Like, that's what I would do. I would go Detroit. Because there's nothing quite like riding on the Lions on Thanksgiving. You know how many Thanksgivings the Lions ruined for me over the years? I can't even think about it. Like, just bad. Really bad. Oh, having a nickel on Matthew Stafford when you got $200 in your bank account? Yeah, those are the days. Yeah, so I understand it. Saving Baltimore for Thanksgiving. There are so many teams that I want to get to, though. Dallas seems to be one that's really nice.
Yes,
Baltimore,
agree.
Buffalo, even Minnesota, I like. Like, that's a spot. Like, if we're being serious about a small favorite at home, I like Minnesota. We'll get there eventually. I know we will on whatever side. I think Pittsburgh is another one that was thrown out in our group chat. But it's hard. It's very hard. The more people you do this with, the harder it is. Like, the league with Matt and I, it's easier. There's 2 of us. The Chicago League, 3 of us, it's more complicated. I know some people that have Survivor with 5 other people.
No way.
So 6 people that have to get to 1 pick every week.
That's not fun. That's not fun.
That sounds miserable.
Yep. Agree. Okay. Baltimore's a big point spread. Not using it. They're going to probably be the highest spread the next 3 weeks. I have no interest in doing that. I told you yesterday, Rams scare me on the road against Cam Ward. I liked what I saw, actually. It's another tough matchup, but I'm not going to go Rams. I think your Detroit-Chicago angle isn't bad. They struggle with mobile quarterbacks. We're staying away there, even though the line's 6. At least it sounds like you are, and I'm in agreement there. I like your idea with Dallas. I'm considering the same thing. There are some websites that rank future value. They give it stars for each team. Dallas is a 0 star. Like, no future value. If you're not using them here, when are you going to use them? How many more times is Russell Wilson going to be under center? This might be the last time. So if you want to pick on the Giants, I think Dallas is a good spot. And I want to circle back to your Pittsburgh idea because that point spread is 3. Of the lower numbers, I like that one too. Pittsburgh does not have a lot of future value. You've got Seattle going across the country. You know I'm not buying Darnold at all this year. And you get Pittsburgh at home. I still believe in the defense. I know they gave up a ton, but what do you think is going to happen? You think that Steelers defense is just all of a sudden bad? They're going to give up 30 plus again, or they're going to bounce back under Tomlin like they have? Last 11 times under Tomlin, when they've given up 30 or more, they are 10-1 ATS.
I could get to Pittsburgh for sure. So, again, my buddy Matt wants to do Pittsburgh. And last week he wanted to do double Jacksonville, and we talked him out of it. So I wouldn't be surprised if later today I get a text where he wants to do double Pittsburgh. I have a live update for you in my third contest.
Okay.
Terezi E just texted me. We're all in on Bills. And then he adds, really
No.
want to do Niners? ? I don't hate it. It fits the strategy we've employed of the opponent should not be able to score. Agreed. I just like going against bad quarterbacks. That's my thing. I did it last week. I wanted to do it with Drake May. I'm totally down with it against Spencer Rattler. I could do it against a couple other quarterbacks. Russ comes to mind. Cam Ward comes to mind, a younger quarterback. But it looks like we're going to do Buffalo in one of the three. So I have to do two more. 1 down, 2 to go for me.
Okay. Are you scared about Arizona?
A little bit, yes, I am.
Okay. Back of my mind, I am. Like, I like Carolina +7, but I also like ones I have multiple spots. I might put a little bit on Arizona, but I can't say that I feel great about it. And Kyler, just not the same guy at home. Actually struggled compared to on the road. And I hated what I saw out of them last week at New Orleans. So that concerns me. But you have to hate what you saw out of the Panthers last week as well. 7, I would never lay 7. But Survivor is a different conversation than ATS.
This is so exhilarating because this double entry that I have, I know for a fact Matt's going to want to do double Pittsburgh. Like, I could see it right now, and I don't fundamentally hate it. I just don't. We did double Denver last week. Like,
yeah.
Denver and San Francisco, week 1. There was a really, really good chance that they were both going to lose at some point on Sunday. So,
yeah, like
just got to survive, buddy.
Here's the tough part. Like, Pittsburgh, I agree with you. We're on the same page. I'm going to have some Pittsburgh. But to go all in on a point spread that is 9th or 10th highest, that's scary in week number 2. So, and we trust the betting market. Joe O, Sammy P, it's a Thursday. We've got a big game tonight. Let's talk some fantasy angles. We'll do that with Dave Richard from CBSSports.com. That's next. This is BetSweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to BetSweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Is it too late to jump on Mateer at 8-1?
I don't think it's too late, but you're certainly not getting the best bang of your buck. You know, obviously because he's coming off a good game against a marquee opponent where he made some really good throws. But I don't think his price is going to be going down over the weekend. Oklahoma goes on the road. Am I reading this correctly? To Temple. Doesn't feel like it should be a tough game for Oklahoma, but they do have, maybe some tough ones coming up. They play Auburn the next week, and then I think it looks like 4 weeks they play Texas. That will be obviously a huge, huge game. But maybe there's still, some logic that says, okay, you can still bet on John Mateer, because I do feel like in the public mindset, he's still definitely not won it. Even though the odds have shortened dramatically, it's still 8-1. It does feel like it is still very much a wide open race. So you're not getting the best number, but I'm not going to talk off people who are saying, hey, I can still make a case for John Mateer. There's still plenty of weeks left in the season, still plenty of big marquee games, and he has shown flashes of being a very good quarterback.
Yeah, it's pretty upsetting to me. I'm not happy with it. I was hoping to go to Oklahoma and not be good, but, credit where credit is due. He looks really good. I think the only issue with John Mateer is not his play. He looks great. And when you get a win over Michigan in the way that they did, Michigan is definitely down this year, but still, it's a big win. I think they use him so much, he gets a lot of usage. I mean, he can run the ball, too. That's the thing. He's more of a dual threat than you think. I mean, he can move. And so when you use a quarterback that much, I think you have to worry potentially about injury, which, of course, you do with every quarterback or every player that you bet on, but particularly at that position and particularly a guy like him, because the Sooners really need him on offense. They've had issues with their offense in previous years, and so they are going to absolutely get as much run out of him as possible. And when that happens, then, there's maybe a bit more of a roll of the dice there. But there's no question at 8-1. I still think there's value.
Inside their own 10, the Jags take over. Etienne is loose. That's still going. Travis Etienne.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Yeah, Liam Cohen's debut with the Jacksonville Jaguars. You see Etienne go off for 143 yards. Then let's trade our backup running back. That's how much we like Etienne. Joe O, Sammy P. This is Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. We want to bring you some fantasy angles, which, as you hear, you all know, with fantasy, that crosses over with props. We've got a game tonight. Huge slate in week number 2. Some top-notch matchups that we are really looking forward to. We bring in our friend Dave Richard from CBS Sports. Check him out, CBS Sports HQ, cbssports.com. Find his rankings there, at Dave Richard over on X. Dave, it's been too long. How you been?
Greetings, my fellow Chicagoans. It's great to hear your voice, Joe. Sammy, it's good to see you. Let's win some fantasy leagues this week, man. Let's get if you started 0-1, your season is far from over. Let's get that dub.
Well, I did start 0-1, so we could begin there. Nico Collins got me nothing. Joe Burrow had an awful game. I'm not going to overreact. I'm going to trust the numbers and trust that those guys will be just fine. I'm curious, though, as somebody who's done this at a high level for a long time, do you have a checklist that you like to look at after week 1? Is there something that you always find yourself doing after that first slate of games?
The first thing you always do, and it doesn't matter if it's week 1 or week 18, you go back and you watch the games and you see what went right and what went wrong for every offense. And not everybody has the access to all 22 film, but if you've got it, you might as well use it. Not everybody has access to the data, but if you've got it, you might as well use it. And in the case of both of those things, yeah, there's things that look bad, especially for Nico, less so for Joe Burrow. I think everybody can look at Burrow and say, all right, this dude's gotten off to slow starts. He'll figure it out. There's too much talent around him. It's too big to fail. With Nico, his problem isn't anything about his ability. It's about CJ Stroud really looking panicky. It's about the offensive line in Houston not getting fixed. And now here comes Tampa in week number 2. And they weren't as aggressive against Michael Penix as I thought they were going to be. I think they ramp it up this week, and it could be another tough-ish week for Nico Collins, especially if the Texans, with the first-time play caller, just can't adjust quickly enough. That does worry me about Nico. I wouldn't panic on him. I'm certainly not going to bench him. But there are some factors in play in Houston that do make me a little bit nervous for the short time.
Dave, let's talk about the biggest story in the NFL this morning. It is confirmed, at least by Ian Rappaport, Brock Purdy is going to be out for some time. Now, we know Kyle Shanahan lies about injuries, but this one now seems legit when we hear 2 to 5 weeks this morning. Earlier this week, we got the news on Kittle. Unfortunately for Niners fans, it feels like the injury bug picks up where it left off last season. People were so high on San Francisco because of the soft schedule and all that. And they're dealing with injuries at the start of the season once again. You're feeling good if you have CMC because everything has to go through him. Everything. Yes, Sam bet him 20-1 for Offensive Player of the Year. That looks good right now. But how do we handle this? What do we do with San Francisco? Is there anybody else that you find playable?
And I was a huge proponent of Ricky Pearsall during the preseason. It's a lot of P's there. I think you've got to really take a big step back on him. I know what Mac Jones did last year in Jacksonville. When he got the opportunity, there were 7 starts. His completion rate was good. And he really just spammed targets to Brian Thomas Jr. Could he do the exact same thing this week and moving forward with Pearsall? Maybe. But I just don't think he's that good of a quarterback. His touchdown rate was lower than his interception rate. I think that you have to take a big step back on expectations for everybody in San Francisco except Christian McCaffrey. If I had McCaffrey in fantasy, first of all, when I did draft McCaffrey, I spent the draft capital round 8, round 9 to get the backup running back, Brian Robinson Jr. If you have McCaffrey and you don't have Brian Robinson Jr., do yourself a favor, man. Take a player off your bench and exchange him for Brian Robinson because he's the guy that would play in the somewhat likely event that Christian McCaffrey misses time. I'd want to have somebody on my bench ready to go. So if you're a little thin at running back depth, that's a move you've got to make before week 2 even starts. And as for the rest of this offense, Juwan Jennings and Jake Tongas, like everybody's getting excited about him. I don't buy it. I can't buy it. I can't trust it with Mac Jones under center. I'm going to need to see it multiple times. Get well soon, Brock Purdy. You are needed in San Francisco.
Okay, I have McCaffrey, so I don't have Robinson. Do I drop Bateman or Marvin Mims? Who do I drop?
What is this?
So wait a minute. Robinson's just like straight up available on the waiver wire in your league, huh?
He's available, yes. But I need to drop either Bateman or Mims because I'm not dropping first. Jordan Addison.
Yeah,
Okay,
of
Bateman?
course you're not. Bateman first. Mims would be second. Just a little disappointed in how Mims' usage was last week. Maybe that gets ramped up because Bo Nix looked really off on his downfield throws, and Mims is more of a most of his targets are going to be short area targets. Occasionally he can win downfield. And I wonder if they work in Mims a little bit more, especially if they can't get their run game going consistently, which they might be able to do in Denver.
I have a vault of guys that are either suspended or backups, and I'm saving them for a rainy day. Like guys like Caleb Johnson I have, Trey Benson I have, just in case we get an injury. I'm going to be A-okay. Is there a quarterback that impressed you that might still be available? There were some guys that had surprisingly big numbers in week 1. Is there a guy or two that you might be able to pick off the wire right now?
I'm sure at this point, J.J. McCarthy and Michael Penix have already been picked up off the waiver wire in your league. But if for some reason they haven't been, you could stash them. I think McCarthy especially, the first half of that game, I don't think that's the real J.J. McCarthy. I think he's a gamer. I think Penix is too. They both really started to step it up in the second half of their games, and it's week 1. And I think especially in the case of McCarthy, barely played in the preseason, so he needed to get some of the the rust knocked off. And I think that he can be a good, I think he can run a little bit like we saw him run for the touchdown against the Bears, but I think he can continue to run even more than he did in week 1. And I think he'll get more pass attempts, and his accuracy should be mostly good. And we've seen what Kevin O'Connell can do with quarterbacks before. So I've got him ranked 12th this week. I think J.J. McCarthy can have another good game against Atlanta. And he's someone who absolutely impressed me in week number 1.
With Dave Richards, CBSSports.com, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich, you've got Bet Sweats. So we know the Lions like to play at home. They're more comfy. Jared Goff, certainly a better player when he is indoors, and that's where they're going. You go from Lambeau Field, where that place was going nuts for Micah Parsons, to now you're going home against the Chicago Bears. Where are you on the worry-o-meter, I guess, if you have Lions? No more Ben Johnson. Now you're back home facing the Chicago defense.
Maybe a 2 when we're talking about the Lions offense, and a stone 0 on the Lions defense. Absolutely not worried about it. The Packers were definitely amped up, and they've got the best pass rush in football now. They already had a good pass rush and a deep pass rush without Micah Parsons, and then they add Parsons. Goodness gracious. They're going to be very, very tough for defenses to deal with, or offenses to deal with, including tonight against the Commanders. I think the Lions bounce back in a big way. The Bears, a little banged up in the secondary. It looks like Jalen Johnson might play. But, man, it's a night and day difference when it comes to pass rush. Like, Chicago's pass rush is okay. They've got Sweat. They've got Jarrett. Dexter's not bad. But it's not like Green Bay. And the real kryptonite to Jared Goff, and this has been over the course of his career, is pressure. And when he's pressured, he's just not right. Now, the one thing that does also bother me about the Lions offense, they were running plays that just didn't make sense. They were running Jamison Williams and St. Brown 10, 15, 20 yards downfield right into the teeth of the Packers cover 2 defense. And if they're doing that, then who's open to catch anything short from Jared Goff? And the Packers were rallying whenever he did have to do that. Usually it was Jahmyr Gibbs. They've got to get more horizontal routes baked in. We saw that toward the end of the game last week. The shot to Tesla was a good throw from Jared Goff. I don't think he's a mess whatsoever, Goff. I like him as a start this week in fantasy. And I think that you'll see some bounce back games, maybe the next couple of weeks for Detroit, not just week 2. That'll make you feel good about Jahmyr Gibbs, about St. Brown, about Jamison Williams, and even David Montgomery. He should find the end zone this week against Chicago at minimum.
Do you have a special strategy when it comes to defense? I've heard some wild theories over the years. I know guys that like to pick up teams that are playing like the worst offense and kind of rotate that every week. Do you just try and pick one defense and stick with it? How do you attack your defensive strategy in fantasy?
I would prefer to have one great defense and just use them every week, because then it just saves me the trouble of finding another DST from week to week to week. But there is nothing wrong with streaming. That's what it's called, Sammy, is streaming the defense. So 1 week, like a lot of people drafted the Arizona Cardinals and used them in week 1, knowing that they can use them again in week 2 because the matchup is against New Orleans and Carolina. It seemed favorable for them. Plus, they improved their pass rush over the offseason. When I evaluate a DST, the number one thing I look for is pass rush, because just personal philosophy, pass rush impacts the game the most. And so if there's pressure on the quarterback plays worse. Maybe that's when turnovers happen, and defenses can capitalize on that. I think that's the most important thing. And so when I start a DST, my first question is always, well, do they have a good pass rush? Can that pass rush get to the quarterback? If the answer is yes to both those questions, they're probably going to be in my lineup.
Dave, do you have a best bet for this week?
A best bet for this week?
Yeah, like it's from a team perspective. Is there a team that you love this week?
I might go back to the Lions and just expect them to do a number on Chicago, because I think defensively they can rally after last week. I know they didn't look so great last week, and Terry and Arnold's banged up, but I still like the personnel they have, and they're still running the exact same scheme that they ran with Aaron Glenn. Just hopefully their offense gets their act together. Can we see the Bears get their act together offensively? I'm going to say no. I don't think that they can do that. and so this could be a game where the Lions, I know Ben Johnson playing his old team. I don't think Ben Johnson's really going in deep into his playbook yet. I don't think the Bears offense is capable of running those types of high-level concepts at this point. and their defense is just okay. Dennis Allen takes too many chances. The Lions could win this game by like 17 points, and it wouldn't surprise me.
I'm sure the Bears fans love to hear after week 1 that Ben Johnson is still learning the player. That's exactly what patient Bears fans wanted to hear.
So I think, I don't know if Ben Johnson is learning the players. I think it's Caleb Williams not being comfortable with more than the most basic of concepts. I mean, he made a couple of really good throws, but he made so many terrible throws. I mean, honestly, like the good from Caleb Williams was mostly when he didn't have to think, he did well, and he ran the ball. And those things were awesome. But anytime he kind of like was back in the pocket and maybe a little bit pressured, he had happy feet, that ball went haywire sometimes. And so I don't know how Ben Johnson moves forward with that as far as like using more intricate plays in his playbook until Caleb Williams rather is healthy, not healthy, but like more comfortable with just the basics of football and that offensive line not protecting him. It gives me bad vibes about where this Bears offense could go, and certainly their inability to compete with a good defense like Detroit's.
These sorts of names are not new to you. I believe they're all in the top 20 of your top 150 this week, but we end up talking about long shots for Offensive Player of the Year, receivers that are really good, maybe ones, but now they can go to that next year. Maybe they're going to be in that conversation with Chase or Jefferson and all. We've talked about, JSN, he's going to get everything he did last week. Some of the other guys out there, London has that ability. Do you have a favorite receiver that you see heading to that top tier?
As far as like making an Offensive Player of the Year run?
Yes.
Okay. What are the odds right now on Malik Neighbors? Did they go up after week 1?
Ooh.
They had to have. Yeah, they had to have.
Yeah, they had to.
I'm going to guess it's 50 without looking. I'm going to guess it's 50 to 1 or higher.
Okay. I would be all over that. And I know that there's all kinds of issues in play there with his health, and the fact that he's on the injury report isn't a great thing. I think this Giants offense turns everything around when they change quarterbacks, and they really should have done it before the season started. But when that happens and when they get Andrew Thomas back at left tackle, I think this Giants offense is really going to be good. And Malik Neighbors could be somebody who, I mean, just his pure talent is unbelievable. He's one of the most talented receivers in football already. He needs a competent quarterback and one who's not going to take the first read and then panic, which is what Russell Wilson did last week. Jackson Dart won't do that. I think Dart's an interesting Rookie of the Year bet, actually. And I remember seeing that at 30 to 1 at one point. I honestly, I called this before the season. I think the Giants are a playoff team with Jackson Dart. And wow. It might be 9 wins and that's it. And they sneak in, the NFC, I think is kind of wide open when it comes to those 6th and 7th playoff spots. But I really do believe in the talent of Jackson Dart. And I think Brian Dable's a good play caller. And I love Malik Neighbors as a talent. And so I could absolutely see all those stars aligning and the Giants making a run. And their defense is very good on paper. And they didn't get their butts kicked by Washington because of their defense. It was because their offense just could not compete whatsoever last week.
All right. Good stuff, Dave Richards, CBSSports.com. Dave, I'll ask you off air about the U and tell the people what you have to say on the other side about this game against USF. That's next. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich. You've got Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
South Florida 2-0. Now they go to Miami. Things are getting real now. What are you going to do against the Canes? Well, the market says this is when you're brought back down to earth. They are betting Miami early.
That is big respect for the favorite in the game. Understand that. The number feels a little high, but understand that is the books respecting Miami big time in this spot.
Mm-hmm. We're still seeing it. It's past that key number of 17.5 as we hang out here on this Thursday morning. Welcome back to Bet Sweats. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. And we were just talking to our last guest, Dave Richard, an alum of the Canes, about that game. And he seems a little nervous. He thinks they win, but he thinks it's held with it inside the number by South Florida, maybe around 2 touchdowns. Sam, closer to the number that you had in your power ratings, right?
Yeah, I was about 17.5. So that's exactly where I thought the number should have been. And we eventually got there. I'm trying to remember as I checked the box. So Circa opened it at 15.
Mm-hmm.
And within, 1 whole minute, it got to 16. And then by the next morning, 17. So not really a surprise. I think there's this hesitancy for people to come in and lay points with Mario Cristobal. I hear it a ton. I hear it from sharp guys. I hear it from square guys. There's not a big appetite to lay points with that coach. And I think that thinking is a little silly because, as Dave alluded to off the air, Dave Richard, our guest, who was awesome talking about fantasy, and he watches a ton of film, his big takeaway from South Florida was they look small. And they are small. Miami, I don't think people realize how much talent Miami's got. If you can get past the coach, that's a really, really talented football team. But this is that leap year. I mean, all these guys that they brought in this current regime are now juniors and seniors. And that's what happened at Oregon. The guy recruits like a maniac. Talent is never the issue. It's the game day execution. But as a 17-point favorite, the house is saying that this should be a blowout. And I think that thought process is accurate. Like I'm not going to find myself on the dog. No way.
No. I mean, that was my first thought this week. Miami. This is a Miami game, and I get it. I do think the other side, not just the Mario stuff, but the Mario stuff in every game. Like any handicap of any Canes game, he comes up in the conversation, right? Whether it's a lower spread and it's a big spot like it was the Notre Dame game and then they end up winning closer than it probably should have been at the very end, or whether they're laying points, he gets brought up in the conversation. Is he somehow going to cost you points in this spot? And you look at Miami's schedule, like you got Florida next week and then they go to Florida State. This is kind of their tougher part on the schedule. It's pretty soft, man. Like this 3-week period or 3-game period, I should say, as of right now, this is it. Like if they can get out of this 5-0, which is very doable as a 17.5-point favorite against South Florida, you got Florida next week after they have to go against LSU. That's a great time to play Florida in the middle of their just ridiculous run of teams that they have to go through. Like, man, Miami, they just might be running away with the ACC at some point. Clemson, surprisingly, way down. And I know we're just a couple of games into the year, but like this is just so key for Miami. I think Miami's going to lay it on them. Yes, you don't love that they've now gone through that key number of 17, sitting at 17.5. Would love to see if it comes down. The public is probably going to weigh in on USF. That's what I'm expecting. And maybe we can get back to 17, but I'm Miami or nothing.
Yeah, I'm very happy as somebody holding Miami stock and Carson Beck stock. I feel really good. If I told you that Illinois was 66th of 68 Power 4 teams in sacks allowed, would you believe me?
Whoa. I would not.
Because they are.
Just based on their two opponents. Yeah.
68 Power 4 teams. They are 66th in sacks allowed. Now, I know they won by a lot, but that was a close game in the third quarter, and then it was not. The 28s are gone in this one. This was 28 Monday, Tuesday. I see Pinnacle at 27 now. Every other book, for the most part, has 27.5. I remind you, Illinois has Indiana on deck. Can we get there with a MAC team catching almost 4 touchdowns?
Yeah, we can. We can. Okay. I mean, I took Illinois to win the game in Survivor. Oh, big surprise there, a 4-touchdown favorite. But getting inside the number, yeah, I could see that a little bit. Are you mad about last week?
I am, but that's last week's over. I get over Saturday by Wednesday. So now that it's Thursday, I feel good about it. I feel refreshed. Like when you get murdered in one of those video games and you respawn. I have respawned. Thursday's a big respawn day for me.
Yes.
But that said, if I take Western Michigan and Illinois covers again, I will wholeheartedly and undoubtedly take the Hoosiers in week 4. I will just chase Illinois down the rabbit hole. They call that a martingale in this racket, and that's what I will do.
Then you just have to bet on your guy for Heisman. Then you have to jump in it if the 150 is still out there.
Jake, I need Jake here. I need to tag in a friend. Jake, what's the final score? Illinois, Western Michigan. First score that comes to your mind. Go.
60-10.
Oh, see, it's already hit Jake. It's already hit him.
What?
60-10.
This is more about the opponent than Illinois.
I can't figure out where Jake's at, though. I'll be honest.
Imagine how I feel.
Know. Yeah.
Jake's all in after beating Duke.
I'm in a pretzel when it comes to Jake's opinion because I'm always ready for him. Mike is open. We're going to talk about Illinois. I'm expecting him to trash them and say how they never come up big, whether it's basketball, football, whatever. They're going to ruin his life and they're going to be terrible. And it's quite the opposite. We've taken a 180. He is way too positive about Illinois football, and it concerns me.
No, they smash this week, and then they just lose to Indiana. That's what's going to happen.
Oh, you have a bet with Gertch?
No, because Indiana's going to win.
Okay. Damn.
I cannot wait. I mean, I can't wait for 10 toes down today because Gertz has been talking about it since Monday. But I cannot wait for Illinois, Indiana week. I cannot wait for that 10 toes down. That will be outstanding. Couple other games that I marked, Joe. Georgia, Tennessee has to be discussed. Georgia down to 3.5 on the road at Tennessee. And Clemson, Georgia Tech is now 3. So these games both opened about 6 and nothing but support for the dog. They took Georgia Tech plus the points, Tennessee plus the points. Now Clemson's laying 3, Georgia laying 3.5. If you had to take one of those favorites to win, I'm basically looking to build a 2-team money line parlay. Notre Dame is my first leg. I love the Irish just to win. I want to do Notre Dame and blank. Should I do Notre Dame Clemson or Notre Dame Georgia?
Georgia.
I agree. That's where I was
going to. Okay. I was going to ask you on Clemson as a 3-point favorite. Based on what we've seen so far, who is the better quarterback?
I don't know.
Right? Like, to have that conversation in week 3, that's got to scare Clemson fans to death. Like, they didn't expect to be in this position.
Right. No, I think Klubnik has definitely disappointed for sure, but they can't run the ball. That's the more alarming thing. And Felder touched on this yesterday. If you can't run the ball, it makes life way more difficult on the quarterback. And their receivers, albeit talented, are very, very young. And I think there are some separation issues there because the guys are talented, but they just can't shake their guys right now. They're defenders. And Georgia Tech's a very physical football team. So we'll see. I kind of want to stay away from Clemson. But I do think Georgia's going to win, and I like Notre Dame to win. I'm going to build that parlay in the next 5 minutes and see what we get. The other game, I find myself on some ugly leans this week. Western Michigan was 1, and then I I want a short offense in Oregon Northwestern. The total is 49. I like the under. That's a sleepy 11 o'clock kick in Evanston. I know it's a national TV game. It's a big noon game on Fox. Northwestern's going to punt from the Oregon 40 multiple times and just they're going to try and play field position. And I could easily see that being like 31-10. I really want to go under, but then I got Jeff Schwartz here during the break who went to Oregon saying 49-0 or 56-7. And I can Oregon keep beating bad teams like this and just scoring a million points? I don't know. Northwestern's defense is the best they've seen so far. Now, that's not saying a lot. They've played two really bad teams. But I think looking at that Oklahoma State result where Oregon scores almost 70, I don't think they're going to do that on the road. And the market has really come in under. This opened 52, and now at 49, I still think it's not a bad idea to go under there. That's a sleepy, sorry spot. That 11 a.m. kick in Evanston, nobody wants to be there. The place will be half empty.
No.
I think that's an under.
And what's the body clock? 9 a.m. for those boys? 2?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, we've seen this so many times, even with teams like Ohio State. That under is a way to bet on Northwestern without actually betting on Northwestern and having to go through all that. I would agree with that idea.
Okay.
The Florida move, everyone's down on them. Can't believe what happened last week. Fire the coach again. We're gonna relive that apparently. And you're going on the road in one of the toughest environments in the country, and they're betting Florida. We're not getting to 7. But we're just sitting there at 7.5. It opened 9.5, and they bet the Gators right away. We know that is respected money. Do you understand it? Are you with it? What's your thought on LSU Florida?
Early in the week, I was thinking maybe I'll get 10, and I would be down to clown on 10. I don't know that it's going to close 10. I mean, it's not even 8 anymore. They knocked the 8.5s and the 8 off the board. So, market 7.5. As I said on Monday and Tuesday, I would love to get 10. If I would love to get 10, I don't think I could get there at 7.5. So that's going to be a popular play, though. I mean, the public's going to bet LSU, put LSU in moneyline parlays. There's not an appetite for Florida from the average Joe. Like when we do the room plays tomorrow, what are the odds LSU minus 7.5 is one of the 5? I would say very high.
And we know the sharp money's on the other side. And the sharp money, which side do you want to line up on?
I would prefer to align with the guys who move the market.
Yeah.
But there was a chance I thought, maybe we'll get 9.5. Maybe we'll get 10. Very, very unlikely in this spot. By the way, I did tease this, so let me pay it up. A Notre Dame to win, Georgia to win, moneyline parlay is plus 115 at BetMGM.
Ooh.
Yep.
I like that. Looks good. I want to throw this one at you. Arkansas has played Alabama A&M and Arkansas State. It's a one-score number at Ole Miss. Ole Miss tested a little bit last week. They had to go on the road to Kentucky. Ends up being a one-score game. So we just lay it, right? We just lay it with Lane.
I know you're leading the witness here, but I'm willing to be led. I could be down for sure. Okay. At 7, especially at 7.
7.
Other
at
books,
7.
Other books are 7.5. Got to be 7. No chance 7.5. Got to be 7.
Mm-mm. Yeah. Yep. I think that's a good spot, man. Arkansas, it gets tough later on in the year, but that's life in the SEC where you have all those ranked teams down there. Any other games? It's just because of the name brand. Let me throw this. Tell me why you're laughing first.
I'm laughing because I'm finding out that the UMass quarterback is probably not going to go. I just got a text about it.
Oh my
God. And I'm
God.
laughing that Iowa. So it's Iowa UMass.
Okay.
Iowa is a 35-point favorite.
Yep.
The total is 42.5.
Yep. Yeah. The first thing I did in college football, Sam, this week was on Sunday afternoon. I put Iowa in every college football survivor slot that I have because you're never going to use them again, and they have no chance of losing this game.
I need to do that. You are 100% right there. That is a bangerang. Iowa will not lose. Man, I want to get back on Duke too. I think Duke's last game was. I don't know that they're going to turn the ball over 5 times against Tulane. That's the case. They're going to beat Tulane. There's so much I like in college. It makes me anxious.
What do you feel when you see DeBoer favored by 20.5? Some places 21 against the Badgers.
Oh, Wisconsin stinks.
I know. When I see that number, I'm like, oh, they must be really, really bad. Oof. It's a lot, though. Powerball. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich, you mentioned 10 toes down coming up at the top of the hour. I'll take a look at some updated win totals, NFL injuries right next on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Seduced by the juice. Gotta roll the shoulders and really emphasize it. Thank you there, bartender. I earned that tequila already. I really appreciate the generous añejo pour. So let's go ahead and slug back some shots. They're gonna go down ultra smooth. What do you like at plus money, my man?
All right, so far I have bet 3 sides in the NFL in one money line, and 1 side and 1 money line are on the same team. I'm going to go with my Jags, man. I wasn't all that impressed with the Bengals, and weirdly enough, I actually was a little impressed with the defense. I thought it looked improved under Al Golden, but the offensive side of the ball, which I didn't think they were going to get off to a slow start this year. They played their guys in preseason. Turns out it didn't matter. Now, granted, they were going against the Browns, who really had the Bengals number, especially Joe Burrow's number here the last couple of years since he's entered the league. But I like this spot for Jacksonville, catching more than a field goal. And I like a little sprinkle on the money line at plus 150 as well. Trevor Lawrence didn't look all that great, but I do think that he's going to be much better here this week against this Bengals secondary. And I like the Jags defense from what I saw. You know, last year they were a mess. They tried to play a ton of man. Tyson Campbell got hurt, but I like their offseason. Jordan Lewis was a big pickup, man. He was all over the place, a really good slot corner. I think they keep this game close, so big bet on the Jags, but a little sprinkle on the money line. I think there's a good chance that they're going to beat Cincinnati, so I would avoid them in Survivor this week.
Throws over the middle. Caught. Touchdown, Zach Ertz.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Back here, Bet Sweats, top of the hour, 10 toes down. Gertch is hyped. Everybody's hyped for that coming up. We'll get to some NFL injuries and win total updates. Sammy P, he's in New York. He's got bear bets going on. That's his Thursday ritual out there in New York. And you got a buddy in the room with you, don't you?
I got Jeff Shorts right here repping the Oregon Duck. Joe says Northwestern outright.
There are better ways to lose your money. I promise you, they can find better ways. Even just a 27.5. Sammy likes the under. I've been trying to argue with him the last 24 hours about that wager. So don't lose your money Northwestern outright or the 27.5.
What's the final score? What's the final score you got?
I think it's something like 45-7. I think Oregon plays their backups because they're young. They want to continue to score with the backups. Like, I can understand if they were an older team and just shut it down. When the backups come in, they're all young kids that want to play. That's my only reservation with them on unders this year, is that the backups continue to try to score.
We'll see. Thank you.
Wow.
I watched this guy last night, by the way. We went to this local tavern out here, and he asked the bartender, how many wings come in an order? And the guy says, 7. Jeff goes, I'll take 3 orders of wings. The bartender looks at him and goes, really? And Jeff goes, look at me, dude. Look at me. I'm 6'6", 330 pounds. Yeah, I need more than 7 wings. Very, very, very large man, Jeff Shorts.
When he came in the room, I hear you go, off mic, you are not small.
No, not small. And I'm tall.
Small,
I'm 6'2". I'm about 220 pounds. I look small when I walk around with him.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. It's Oregon. Yes, they should kill them. We understand it, but it is a quite an odd spot going on there in that game. But I don't know. Illinois people can't even bet on it anyways. We'll get to that coming up. And I'm looking forward to 10 toes down. What else we got? You know what? I heard. Now, we'll see if this is true. I heard that voicemails are being left for the show under BetMGM Network. You go to Odyssey app, go to BetMGM Network, and then there's a tab right next to Listen Live, correct? Where you can leave a voicemail for the show. It's so easy.
It's very simple. I believe it's as simple as just hitting a microphone button. So I was kind of playing around with this last week because I was thinking, well, if nobody calls, maybe I'll call and just do a bunch of pranks. So if you go to the BetMGM Network, like I'm going to show it visually, there's the...
We're doing the jerky boys?
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean you're doing pranks?
Yeah. Well, it was something about a car, right? Or no, you kicked my dog. You kicked my dog. So if you go to the BetMGM Network, I'm showing it visually if you're watching live, that orange button is listed live. And then the button right next to it has a microphone. And all you do is hit the microphone, and you are able to leave a voicemail. Paul says we have a couple. So I want to play those at the end of the show. I like to play them during lightning bets. I like to do anything that we have to do important. I like to do that at the end of the show because that's the number one segment. People listen to lightning bets more than any other segment. So maybe we should tee a couple up at the end of the show. Like, that seems to be a novel idea.
For sure. Okay, so mine looks a little bit different, but yeah, you've got the lit up orange Listen Live, and then right next to it, it does have a microphone, and it says send a voice message. So it's easy. It's right there for you.
Oh, okay.
I was like watching my grandpa.
Chris Broussard trying to join the show right now, too.
That was pretty rough.
Was that Chris
couldn't
Broussard?
see anything.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Joe, that was a tough Zoom. Like, yeah,
okay.
Tough.
Okay. Same thing with yours. Like, I couldn't make anything out. Like, that's.
Oh, I was way closer than you. What do you mean? That's right there. It's literally right on Main Street, right there. You were like
Sam at least got the buttons into the frame. You saw like a sliver of the corner of Joe's phone.
Listen, I'm very concerned about showing anybody my phone, especially you guys, and on the air. I don't know what's going to pop up. You have no idea. My algorithm is a dark place. It's not a place that you want to visit, or anybody should visit.
You're showing us your Odyssey app, not your TikTok feed, my man.
I was making sure. I don't really have a TikTok. I actually looked today because I was looking at all the social media platforms that we need to promote for the show. And I was curious. I'm like, oh, yeah, we do have TikTok, and I'm not on TikTok. So I was like, what? How are we doing there? I'm like, oh, that's a good amount of followers. And then I started scrolling down all the videos that are posted on the network's account. There is one common theme, and it's probably not going to come as a surprise to you, Sam. If you have a college football take, go to TikTok, because it is going to get thousands and thousands of views no matter what. Like some of the NFL stuff, like nobody cares. But on TikTok, everything that the BetMGM network posts relating to college football, like PJ, like every college play, like 1 million hits. Like they're probably going on there to scream at you, or it gets posted in Reddit or something if you're going against your team. But it feels like college football does very well. That's one thing I know about TikTok.
Every time I talk with Kate, who does a great job running our social team, she tells me that Joe O is big on TikTok. TikTok loves you. She always, I swear to God, she says that every time we talk about social. She says that Joe O is big on TikTok. And I don't believe her, but she says that, well, like she's not saying you use it a lot. She's saying that when you have a take and they use something from BetSweats on TikTok, it explodes. So something you're doing, whatever it is, your vibe, your feng shui, you click on TikTok. That's all she's saying.
Maybe I need to start posting on TikTok. Maybe that's what I need to do.
I will not.
No?
I can't do it. I'm not doing TikTok. I'm not doing Threads. I have enough going on.
What about Blue Sky? Did that take off?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No.
People stopped. I did notice that. Like everybody stopped with the Blue Sky stuff. But I don't know if people are posting there or whatever. But nobody's promoting it anymore. It went away.
Well, I don't want to get too deep into this. I couldn't even be on Twitter yesterday. It was the worst day of Twitter I've ever seen. It was horrible. I literally couldn't be on it from, I don't know, 2:00. Everything stopped, and I couldn't. I had to shut the phone off. I was like, this is a bad day. It's a bad day for the internet. But no, I will not be on. I will not be on Threads or TikTok. I hope, unless they make me do it, I will not do it.
Yeah, I don't think Threads is a thing. I think it's made up. It's like Paul with the sweeper, made up pitch. I think Threads is a made up social media platform. That's where I'm at on that. I see it on Instagram, but I'm like, that's not real.
But does Instagram work with Threads, or does it own Threads, or does Meta? I'm so confused. Every time I see an Instagram post, I see that your friends are on Threads. So there's got to be some synergy there between Threads and Instagram.
Yeah, every time I go on Instagram, they tell me that Adam Hogue has something on Threads that I need to see. Like,
that's true. There's a lot of can't miss stuff there. Yes.
But Threads is
Paul?
Instagram. Like Instagram,
it's the same
Threads
thing.
is Instagram. What does that mean?
Instagram. Threads is a derivative of Instagram.
Is Threads more like Twitter?
Derivative Moon.
What?
Derivative
is Threads more like Twitter?
It's like a Twitter spinoff for Instagram.
Twitter adjacent.
Right. Okay.
But it's
so if you hate Elon,
it's an Instagram property. I mean, if you hate Elon, I guess you're a Zuck guy.
I'm not buying anything that you're selling right now. Like, you don't
Joe,
seem
Threads show up on Instagram.
Okay. No, I know. I've seen that.
But I am 10
when you're
toes
saying
down.
it,
I'm doing it early.
You're like asking
Threads
questions.
is part of Instagram.
The Blue Sky people all left X because of the hate speech, and then just took their hate speech to Blue Sky. So it was like, I mean, like everybody hates everybody these days. Whatever.
Where were we? What were we going to
I
talk
don't know.
about?
I don't. Did you? By the way, did you not see Chris Broussard bust in here probably to talk about his Ravens? So I saw him yesterday.
The door open, but I didn't see that it was him.
So I saw him yesterday. And I told him, I'm like, dude, stop posting before the game is over. Because he was doing the Ravens victory lap on Sunday night. He's got this thing where he posts a bag of chips when the game is out of reach. And he posted the chips in the Ravens robe and all that. And it was 40-25. And then, obviously, the Bills come back. And he goes, I got to stop doing that. I'm like, yeah, man, maybe wait till the game is over. And he was like, man, they had it in the bag. And I'm like, I know. And we gave the stat. This has happened now 8 times under John Harbaugh, where they've had a 90% chance to win and they've lost. It's a problem in Baltimore.
Those primetime games this week with those late comebacks between Sunday night and then the same thing Monday night, when people start doing the victory lap stuff, like a lot of times those win probabilities, they do get home, but maybe they're on games that people aren't paying attention to. When you start seeing victory laps, maybe you just take the other side. You didn't even get the best of the number, but you had an awesome bet on the Bills live.
Yeah. 11.39, I think, was my price, plus 11.39. But there were people that were betting it at 30-1 with like 90 seconds left to go in the game.
Yep.
Did you also see yesterday there was, I keep using this term, McCarthy derangement syndrome. Did you see that he won Offensive Player of the Week in the NFC? And he did not have numbers. If you take all the numbers of all the quarterbacks in the NFC and just took the names away, that guy would not win Offensive Player of the Week. But he did because of that fourth quarter, and people were losing their minds that J.J. McCarthy won the Offensive Player of the Week.
Why? I mean, it was his first start, and that goes into it as well. And being on the road, a divisional matchup, under the lights, everybody's watching. And then as the game went on, he got better. I don't understand why, especially when you look at it, and there were so many, I don't know about star players, but let's say name quarterbacks that threw for less than 200 yards this week. Not many went like off. Aaron Rodgers did, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions. He had a great week. Justin Fields had a great week and a loss. But the names at the very top of the board, like, yeah, you had your Josh Allens. I guess, is that the argument that it had to be Josh Allen?
Well, no, because this is NFC, AFC. So Josh Allen's AFC.
Right.
This was just the NFC Player of the Week on offense, and J.J. McCarthy won the honors.
I don't have an issue with that. He earned it, man. I don't think it's the last honors that McCarthy's going to be getting. 10 Toes Down is next. Joe O, Sammy P, be here. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
stakes are high.
We are 10 toes down.
Are you sure?
Look into the camera and tell everybody, Femi.
We are 10 toes down.
It's time to take a stand.
We are heads up on this one.
I'm standing on business.
All these bets are action. We're 10 toes down on Bet Sweats.
You're heading into the wood chipper, my friend, but I respect you.
Time for 10 Toes Down on this 10 Toes Down Thursday. Welcome back. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. Sam, you had a short-term stand, but you looked the best after our first 10 Toes Down. The segment was your idea. It was your baby. And then you come in, boom, we're going New England. They're going down. They're going down as a favorite. You're dealing with these arrows from Patriots fans coming at you for an entire week. And then you know what? You know what happened the other day? My buddy, Patriots fan, it's like, hey, Joe. I go, yeah. He goes, Sam was right about the Patriots. Like, he was all the way in. You were wrong. And then he's like, he's so out. He's so out, which is phenomenal. So great call by you. Me and Paul, I think, a couple of the guys, we did more long-term stuff. I think Gertch did as well, being out on the Rambly. But yeah, that was a great short-term call, and you nailed it. The things that you were in on all summer, Vikings beating the Bears, Raiders beating the Patriots, great calls.
Got lucky on Minnesota to be down 17-6 and win that game. There's a lot of luck involved. Chicago was in control. The Patriots, I never felt like were in control. Geno took them right down the field with the Raiders, and then he was about to do it again. It was about to be 14-0, but then a ball got tipped and picked off, and like it just kind of got away from him in that second quarter. But then in the second half, it was all Raiders, and that was without Bowers, mind you. So I felt good about it. Now, do I have 11 toes? Is that how that works? Do I have 11 toes now? What's the scoring system?
You get a toe? I don't want an extra. You want an extra toe?
I mean, I'm not. I'd rather have 11 than 9.
Yeah, I did. I will say when they played the highlights from this segment this past week on social media, I was scrolling down X, and you don't have to click on a video for it to start playing. The open for this segment started playing, and I was kind of grossed out because I'm scrolling down and all I saw is a big foot. Just
it's pretty
disgusting.
Big. I think
massive.
To take us behind the curtain for a second before I get to my 10 toes down, apparently Gertch, who built the open, was telling us that there was a foot, or no, Gertch had another foot, and Paul said the foot was disgusting, right? Can we clean this up? Like, who saw the foot? Gertch dialing up feet right now.
Yeah, so
what's the foot situation?
It's a favorite on Gertch's laptop.
I had to axe the second foot photo. Like, I audibly went, "Ooh,
I need it."
When I watched the open. Yeah, I'll send it in the Ramley thread. But it was
who
not
do you
for
think?
TV.
Come
on!
Can we take the feet off the screen?
Yeah.
I hate those little curly toes. Those little curly ones at the end. That's disgusting. You got little curly toes.
Who found the gross one? Ben.
Gertch.
Oh, it was Gertch. Okay, I didn't know if there was somebody else that were searching for feet.
Great work by him.
What was your search on that? What did you look up?
Toes in the sand is what I searched, and I got that.
He didn't search it. It was bookmarked.
Not the first
he just
time.
clicked into his bookmarks.
Not the first time. Toes in the sand.
I was told a long time ago, no free feet. We give you free feet once a week.
It's behind the paywall.
On Bet Sweats. All right. You want here's where I'm at. The Patriots are going to lose again. They're going to lose week 2. I'm putting 10 toes down that Drake May stinks and that Mike Vrabel cannot save this team this year. There's just no talent. Oh, they got Stephon Diggs. Ooh, he was good 5 years ago. 5 years ago, he was good. Can't stay on the field, not a game breaker anymore. And that line is a problem. They think they can just put dinosaur arms, Will Campbell at left tackle, and that's going to fix – like they thought that was going to fix the entire team. You're going to bring in Mike Vrabel, and you're going to draft a guy who has like the arms of a third grader, and he's going to be able to handle all that pressure on Drake May's backside. They have injuries already in the secondary. They're down 2 bodies at corner. I like Mike Vrabel. Be very clear about this. And I think if he has the right roster, he can win. But this is not the right roster. And the problem is all I hear about is how great the Patriots are at finding talent and developing talent. Go look at the Patriots drafts dating back to like 2020 and line up all those guys and see how many of them hit. It's a bad turn of events because they used to find guys, draft them, and develop them. But then Belichick started drafting the wrong guys, kind of around the N'Keal Harry draft. That's when it started to show up. And like Cole Strange in the first round. Cole Strange isn't even in the league anymore. He's like a practice squad player for the Browns. They've had a lot of bad picks. And when you whiff 3, 4, 5 years in a row, and then you whiff at quarterback potentially, a coach can't save that. So ideally, they have a 4 or 5 year plan with Vrabel. You draft the right guys and develop them. But this team sucked last year, and they suck again. Miami will beat New England on Sunday, 10 toes down.
10 toes down. Miami Dolphins outright. I like this because, like you, the theme to week 1 is similar but a bit different to week number 2. And mine was on Sam Darnold last week. And so I'm considering, okay, like we typically like dogs. I'm thinking about sample size this week. We know what to expect over the course of time. We have a big enough sample size. We have a sample size on Justin Fields. We have a sample size on Mike Tomlin's defenses. And what we saw last week was not what anyone was expecting, and it was abnormal. And so I go back to sample size, and I'm thinking about Seattle at Pittsburgh. It's a point spread of 3. They're playing in Pittsburgh. So the market is saying that these two teams are not that different. Well, in Pittsburgh, I would certainly agree with that. I disagree with that. So when you look at the Steelers giving up 30-plus points, like Tomlin next week against the spread has a great record. I mentioned he's covered 10 in the last 11 instances. What are they going to do? Are they going to do this again? Now, during the final stretch last year, they gave up 30 multiple times. Keep in mind, they faced Burrow twice. They faced Saquon and the Eagles. They faced Lamar, and they faced Mahomes in the last 6 weeks. And the defense was not looking good. Things kind of fell apart. Before that, they gave up 30 points once all year. Now they actually have a quarterback. I'm not saying top 10. I'm not saying Rodgers is there. He looks strong in week number 1. But they actually have a professional quarterback here. And so that's where I'm going. I'm backing Tomlin. I'm backing that Steelers defense bouncing back this time against Sam Darnold. It's not going to look like last week. You know, people are looking at what Darnold did last week. Okay. Yeah, he threw for 150 against San Francisco. They scored, what, like 13 points? 10 toes down. The Seattle Seahawks, with a win total of about 20.5, will not score more than 10 points at Pittsburgh. That's what I'm expecting. It's going to be way different when they go back home, and that is going to be quite the atmosphere. The Seahawks not scoring more than 10. I'm cutting the point total in half for them. All right, Paul Aspen, 10 toes down. What you got?
All right. You guys are correlating to early last week. I'm making a left turn, and we are going with the game of the week, the sexy Cinderella of the week, the Bulls, the South Florida Bulls. Guys, I've got the script. We've seen this before. They do this against good teams. Now, they finally got through and beat one last week against Florida, but we've seen them do this against Alabama before. Twice in the Saban era and the DeBoer era. We've seen them do it against Miami last year. This is what's going to go down on Saturday. We're going South Florida first half plus 9.5. Miami second half minus 7.5 plus 276. They hang around for a half, and then the wheels come off in the second half. Part of it is them getting beat up by Boise State, a playoff team last year, which is pretty much the same team aside from Genty. Part of this is playing against Florida, a tough SEC team, and getting beat up. Look, they got over 20 seniors, teams that have been through those games, those Alabama games I talked about, the Miami game last year I talked about, like this Florida game, it's finally come to fruition. These are the same guys for the last couple of years on this South Florida team, same coach, Alex Golish. Nice little story, and they hang around for a half, and then whether it's adrenaline or the physical side takes its toll, or they're just outclassed against Miami. And look, they got to the mountaintop last week, but they hang around for the first half, plus 9.5, and Miami runs away in the second half, minus 7.5. That is plus 276.
Woo. Okay, Paul Aspen, South Florida, first half, Miami in the second half. Let's go to Jake Hassan. Jake has disgusting feet. Jake, what are your 10 toes down?
All right, man. Put your feet on camera. You want to play this game. You play this game. You guys weren't here for
That's
the
a bad
Paul
idea.
Aspen talking himself into the South Florida plus 9.5. Then, could do Miami minus 3.5 third quarter and minus 3.5 fourth quarter. That was an experience.
5-1, by the way.
I love that. You want to see my feet? Right there, right there.
No.
My feet.
Take
those
the
are
sock
not
off.
toes. You got a hole.
The chicken. That's not a hole. It's no hole.
Okay.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I
There's
saw
no
a white
hole.
spot. What is
Yeah,
that
no,
spot?
that's
Looks like a hole.
It's not a hole. You're a hole.
Whoa. Speaking behind the paywall. My 10 toes down is I'm Bills alts. Like, I think minus 6.5 is disrespectful. Like, give me the minus 9.5 at MGM plus 140. Give me the minus 13.5 plus 240. I think they're going to wreck the Jets. Everyone's all excited after the Jets played the close game against Pittsburgh. Buffalo plays the close game against Baltimore. I think they just smash Justin Fields' teeth in, and I just think they run away with this game early and never look back. Toes.
All right. I don't hate it. I liked it when it went down to 6.5. All right, this is what we've been waiting for. And we've been teased like since Monday. Gertz is like, I think I have my 10 toes down. I'm ready to go. He wanted it to be Thursday on Monday after our first NFL Sunday slate. Gertz, you have the floor. What is your 10 toes down for week number 2?
All right, guys, for 10 toes down for me this week, I'm going to go to college football and my alma mater with the Indiana Hoosiers. And I am 10 toes down that the Indiana Hoosiers will not win one game in the conference schedule, going over in the Big Ten, 0-9 in the Big Ten. This defense has been absolutely horrible. When you look at the box score, yes, Indiana won. They won really big, but this defense is a problem. This defensive line is a problem. They've faced mobile quarterbacks in each game so far this year, and they have just been gashed by mobile quarterbacks, giving up huge plays on the ground. 0-9, Indiana, out, 10 toes down.
Okay, quick follow-up.
No wins.
Quick follow-up. Their adjusted win total right now is 8.5.
Holy
It's
cow.
8.5. Gertz, I think you need to make something. You need to make something happen here under 8.5 at BetMGM.
What's the number?
8.5 minus 110.
8.5 wins on the year.
I didn't hear the minus 110.
Yeah, it was about even.
Can you do
there.
college alts?
Gertz wants under 4.5.
So are they going to go?
They're 2-0,
So
right?
Gertz is-
Right now?
Gertz is saying they're going to beat Indiana State this week. They go 3-0, and then they lose every game after Saturday.
Yes.
That's amazing.
Oh,
Okay.
man. The sports
Maybe the
books
more
are
I think
saying
about
you
it,
are so wrong. It's so
Maybe
funny.
I'm only 5 toes down on this. 5 toes down.
Gertz has Gertz has to
second
lose a
time we've
toe
done
every
this, and I'm
time
already
Indiana wins a
Yeah,
game
right.
going forward.
So
You can
what you
alternate
could have
feet,
done
though,
is
so you
just
got
say 10 toes down under 8.5 wins, but you had to say they're not going to win a single conference game. I mean,
That's
that
not-
is 20 toes down.
And he had this
Under
on
the win
Monday.
total is not what I'm saying. I'm saying 0 wins in the Big Ten.
I heard you, buddy. I love the hell out of it too.
Paul makes a
I just
great
think
point.
that's a
He's been
wild
stewing on this since Monday. Like Gertch has been sitting there
No.
since Monday, ready to just.
I could rethink this.
I've been stewing on this since the first half of the game last week against Kennesaw State. That's how
They
long
won
I've been stewing on this.
56-9.
Exactly. It should have been 56-0.
9 points.
Defense is a problem because they gave up 9 points to Kennesaw State.
Yep.
And
Oh
not
my
like
God.
a touchdown and a missed 2-point conversion or a missed field goal. 3 field goals. 3 field goals. They didn't get in the end zone.
Well, they kept
Fine,
driving, and yeah, they kept driving these long drives. Okay, good stuff. Chris Andrews, we'll go to the South Point next on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for hanging out with us on this Thursday, getting set for Thursday Night Football. They gave us a good game in week number 2, Green Bay, Washington. I'm sure they're going to get plenty of handle over at the South Point on this exciting matchup. Joe O, Sammy P with you. And we now go out to the South Point and bring in our buddy Chris Andrews hanging out on the show. We saw him back in March when we were both out there. And I know, Sam, that you make sure to head up to the South Point every single time that you're in Vegas. Chris, how you doing?
I'm doing great, guys. Thanks for having me on.
We said off the top, you were sort of the first guy that gave us access back in the day when Joe and I started a little old podcast out of Chicago. And I'll never forget, my dad came on that trip too. And you and my dad are thick as thieves. My dad's got the nut roll for you every time we come to town. And you let us come into the sports book. I had all that equipment. We laid the board on the floor. We wired the microphones, and you actually gave us the ability to come into your home and talk about games and sit in the sports book. And I tell you this all the time. I'll never forget that. And it really propelled us to where we are now. And here we are 8 years later having you on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. And it just, life works in mysterious ways sometimes, man.
Well, you never know. I met you guys and I just kind of liked you. Figured, and the nut roll probably didn't hurt, that your dad bribed me with. No, but I liked you guys, and I thought you sounded like, pretty smart guys. And, I always say I like talking to smart people, and, it was a pleasure to have you guys on. You guys done very well for yourselves since then.
This is your life, so this is normal to you, but to other people around the country listening and watching to this show or other media outlets, just talk about sports betting. It's become normal. It used to be just in the little corner, like you growing up Pittsburgh area, like normal for you. Me and Sam, Chicago, normal to us, but not everybody. And now it's everywhere. And just since we first met you 8 years ago, are you surprised at how big it is? That wall of TVs you have, and now you throw on ESPN, FS1, whatever they're talking about, whatever game is being discussed at all times, now the point spread is on the TV. Do you ever kind of think back to the good old days when that was never, ever the case?
Yeah, there's, a couple things that, we really didn't foresee when, the PAPSA thing got, settled. First of all, the market has grown. That's the one thing. The market has grown. You got guys coming in. I started in Las Vegas in 1979. People would come in, well, what's a teaser? What's that mean? How these parlays work? Now everybody kind of knows that. And, I got to tell you, that doesn't surprise me that much. But seeing every broadcast, and even during the game, talking about the in-line or the in-running number, and before the game, of course, the odds of this and that, and I have, I'm kind of shocked that it's become so ubiquitous, I guess, to say that it's just everywhere. But, a lot of ways it's good. Some ways it's not so good, because I see a lot of guys out there who really don't know what the hell they're talking about. And I'm thinking, caveat emptor, I guess, but I hope guys aren't putting their hard-earned money on some of the things that these guys say that is just ridiculous.
I have an open-ended question that you can take wherever you want. It's a very easy question to ask. I don't know that it's easy to answer. Who's the best team in college football and why?
Ooh, man, wow, that is hard right now, because I think, I'm a Penn State guy. That they've not played well. I know a lot of guys had them. Their number one team. I wasn't crazy about it then, and they have not played well at all. Ohio State, I think there's still some questions. It's funny, I was just looking at some numbers this morning. Are we sure Georgia's all that good? I'm not positive that they are. They should have a lot of talent. I'll tell you, I have one sleeper team that I think has a chance, and if you're out there and can get a big price, I know Circa has them 75-1 to win the national championship. I think USC is way better than people think. I don't have them quite up with those other teams that I mentioned, but the teams that I mentioned, I think have a lot of question marks, and I'm not sure if they're going to get answered. And Texas, of course, you know, if you didn't have Penn State number one in your preseason rankings, you probably had Texas number one. You know, they haven't looked great either. You know, and we had Arch Manning. You guys are probably too young to remember Ron Paulus from Notre Dame. You know, he was like the most hyped quarterback. You know, Arch was since Paulus before taking a snap. So I think it's an open-ended question, and I don't have a firm answer. I think there's a lot of teams, not a lot, but probably like a dozen teams that we could see make some noise in the playoffs.
Where do you have Penn State?
I I had like about a four-way tie for like my third ranked team. Now, my dog won't not letting me alone here. I think I have them about fifth in the nation, but be careful with Penn State. They do cover a lot of numbers because Franklin, he's gone on record saying, I have to let these backups play. And so they will cover a lot of numbers. I'm not sure that means how good they are, though. So be careful when you're doing your power ratings on how that affects them.
I know you wrote some bets on Miami early in the week.
Yeah.
But you tend to get that buyback, and it finally came on USF, correct?
Yeah, I had one of my big players did take USF plus the 18. I'm at 17.5 right now. So they laid me 17. They took the 18. It looks like they're laying the 17.5, and I'd say it's pretty sharp money that is on the favorite in this case.
Anything else stand out as far as college before we jump over to the NFL, whether it be sharp action, most amount of public action on that slate?
Well, I wrote down a couple of the sharp plays that I'd had so far this week. I don't really agree with, some I agree with, some I don't. They bet me Kansas State, bet me Pitt, and I have a good friend who's a West Virginia grad, and he told me West Virginia just transferred I think they had the most transfers of any Power 4 or 5 team. So he thinks, and he loves his Mounties, but he thinks that it's might take a while. I think that number's gotten a little high, but we did have wise guy action on Pitt. We also had wise guy action on Temple. It's funny, when that game opened like 24 or so, I said, man, I really like Temple. Of course, we're down to 21 now, so I think the value's been taken out of that. They bet me Vanderbilt, who I think has played very well, and maybe South Carolina isn't as good as we thought they were. And they bet me Tennessee. And again, they made me kind of look at Georgia a little bit because I respect the play that I got on Tennessee. And I have Georgia rated fairly high, but I did make this number a little bit lower. I made it 2. We're at 3 right now. But I did get some definitely some wise guy play on Tennessee.
It was pretty telling to see the market come in. Circa opened Clemson and Georgia about 6. And to see both of those games 3.5, that's respect, right? I mean, they certainly got to the right number quickly. I'm going to give Felica some flack here. That's probably his crew betting Temple. He loves Temple. Felica's a big sandwich spot guy because he's looking. Oklahoma just beat Michigan, and I believe it's Auburn on deck. I think Felica
know they got
somebody
24
big. 24.5, I think he took on Temple.
Well, God bless him. I think he's got the right side. But I think the value's kind of been taken out of the number now. You're looking at 21. I mean, what is 24.5? I thought that was a good play, but you're right. Chris likes those sandwich games, and he's had his share of success. So I mean, who am I to argue with that? But the Georgia Tech game, I didn't open. I actually held off a little bit because I was worried about Haynes King, the Georgia Tech quarterback. Looks like he's going to play now. But I don't know if 3 is enough to take the dog on there. But I mean, if you got some of those early numbers, I think you made a good play. Let's put it that way. We'll see what happens on the field on Saturday.
We're getting a book report from our guy Chris Andrews over at the South Point out in Las Vegas. This is Bet Sweats, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich with you. Before we jump to the NFL, Chris, we do this segment on the show, Where's the Room, where we find out what the most popular bets are. We'll try to do it as late in the week as possible. And we've been having a ball with it. We've been laughing, and I'm wondering if you guys got a new wall of TVs or what, because they've been getting their butts kicked in college football. The first 2 weeks they go 1-9, and we were looking at the Circa Million picks the other day. The top 11 picks, they go 1-10 in that contest. It's like nobody knows anything at the very start. What do you think is behind it? Do you see this a lot at the start of the year? Like, what are your thoughts?
Well, it's funny. It's funny you say that. I mean, we've done real good against the sharp players. It's the public team. It's the public that's kind of gotten to us a little bit. And the thing uh, that's changed so much, since I've started, which was 1979, is the money line and money line parlays. And then last year really was an aberration. I forget the exact number, but the number of 3.5 point favorites or more that won the game, not necessarily covered, but won the game, was just an aberration, an inordinate number. And the public was on all those, and the public got to me a little bit on Sunday, and in the Las Vegas Review Journal, they were interviewing a bunch of bookmakers, and every one of them was crying on Monday morning because of Sunday afternoon. But we've done okay with the wise guys, but it's the public that kind of beat us up. But otherwise, it was one of those weeks. We had a great Thursday, we had a great Friday, we had a great Saturday, and Sunday wasn't good. But it's funny too. On Monday, I talked to Michael Gaughan's partner, Frank Toady. Talked to him about 3:00. I says, "Well, we're gonna need the Bears tonight." And I don't know what happened. Somebody released it. I got a couple of culprits in mind. We got nothing but a flood of Bears money. I mean, a flood. When I talked to Frank, we had Minnesota either 1 or 1.5. I can't remember. But I closed the Bears 1. I mean, it was so. And Monday night actually wound up very good for us.
Yeah, you were gambling, though, and you were sweating in that third, fourth quarter, needing the rookie to get you there, but he got you there. Curious about tonight.
Sammy, I was ready to write it off early in the day. I said, Minnesota just didn't show up, and the Bears did. But, I mean, that's football. That's what happens, I tell you.
Oh, and you got to see that game day money, and there's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do. You just got to write it and then pray that something happens in your favor, and that one did work out in your favor. Yeah. I'm hearing the Packers are Super Bowl good, elite defense, the whole nine. They can lose tonight, right? Easily.
Oh, yeah. You kidding me? Of course they can lose tonight. Matter of fact, most of the sharp money is on Washington tonight. I'm still at 3.5. Sam, and Joe, you guys know, we don't juice the 3s or the 7s or anything like that. So, I'm going to wind up getting a lot of +3 or +3.5 on the game. And then probably once I go to 3, they'll lay me back, and I'll be in a position that, like a lot of bookmakers are, trying to avoid the 3 to get, sided or middled. And it's just the way it goes. But, that's a strategy that's worked well for us over the years. But, sometimes it jumps up and bites you in the ass, but hopefully not tonight. But like I said, so far tonight, the sharper money definitely on the dog.
What about when we get to Sunday? Got 2 games on Monday. Anything worth noting as far as sharp action?
Those 2 games, I wouldn't call it sharp action at this point, but guys do play off that 3. I got 2.5, they lay it. I got 3.5, they take it. So both those games are hanging right around the 3 mark. So I'll be sweating that on Monday night. But otherwise, I love that Monday night doubleheader. We bring in so many people. And, of course, the Raiders. We have a local following with the Raiders. So we will be jamming on Monday night. And like I said, I don't know who I'm going to need there in those 2 games, but I'll definitely need to avoid 3s on that one.
I have a feeling you're probably going to need the Raiders because that's another very sexy team. It's the Packers in the NFC. It's the Chargers in the AFC. Yeah. People very quick to elevate them. You might need the home team to keep it close, buddy.
Yeah, I might. I personally was impressed with the Chargers. I mean, I was impressed with their play, certainly. But what I was most impressed with was Jim Harbaugh made some great adjustments at halftime. He's usually a run-first coach, and they threw the ball a lot. Now, of course, Herbert executed, and a lot of credit to him. But Harbaugh's been known to be a little hard-headed on some things, but I thought he had a really good adjustment in the second half and exploited some defensive inefficiencies for Kansas City.
Chris Andrews over at the South Point at Andrews Sports over on X. Chris, thank you so much for dropping by. It was great to catch up.
Always a pleasure, guys. Please come see me when you come to Las Vegas. I know I don't have to ask Sammy twice. I know he's going to show up. So
yeah, the Bloody Marys. Come on.
$2.
I got a bottle of wine in my drawer for Sammy, too, that I owe him. So haven't cracked it open, Sammy. It's still sitting there.
Soon.
There you go. Lightning Bets next. This is Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Let me get...
The Baltimore Ravens are gutless cowards. Period. Gutless cowards. That is the Baltimore Ravens. Ever since it's been John Harbaugh and Lamar Jackson, this team cannot get it done in the big spots. And I don't know when that's going to change. Maybe they just get to the dance so many times, they get so many cracks at it that things just go their way and they finally have that breakthrough moment. Guess what? Sitting here right now on September 8th, I'm not going to be the guy that bets on it. And you can hold me to that. Because this time last year, I was telling everybody, I'm not falling for it. I'm not falling for it. And then we got to December, and then like a crack addict, I went back and I had a relapse, and I fell for it, and I got my heart broken in the divisional round. It's not happening this year. I'm not doing it. Because this Ravens team, with all of the stars, with all of the talent, they have championship-level talent without championship-level toughness. You cannot tell me that's a team that we saw last night that you feel comfortable putting your hard-earned money on to win multiple playoff games. You can't do it. And if you tell me that, I think you're a liar. And I think deep down, you know you're a liar if you believe in this Baltimore Ravens team to actually win multiple playoff games. Like, these guys dominated. 8.6 yards per play. Somehow they lost the game. Derrick Henry, he damn near averaged a first down, 9.4 yards per carry. They lost the game. Lamar Jackson, 11.7 yards per carry. And somehow the Baltimore Ravens lost the game. Now, if you were living under a rock and for some reason we're not glued to the TV like I was, like many of you out there listening and watching were, the Ravens really tricked the game off once we got early into the fourth quarter. So Baltimore goes up 40-25, and it was such a beautiful sequence, by the way, too. Lamar Jackson under duress, ends up avoiding two Bills defenders, runs for like what felt like 80 yards, but ended up racking up like 20 yards in the actual box score. Like, boom, all right, Ravens cooking with gas. Next play, bang, Derrick Henry to the house, making Taylor Rapp, which I hate to throw shade to Taylor Rapp. He's from Bellingham, Washington. Hey, us Evergreen State guys, we stick together. Man, looked like he was running in molasses. Derrick Henry ran right by that dude like he was standing still. And then all of a sudden you look at it, well, I guess that's a good night. I guess the Ravens were just going to win this game. Have you seen them play?
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Always fun checking in with Chris Andrews. Great information there. Bunch of sharp plays. That's something I like hearing from the bookmakers early on in the week. Where's the sharp action coming? So he shared some of that with college football and NFL. So if you're just listening to Lightning Bets later on in the day, I would go check out that conversation. Dave Richard joined us during this show as well. If you consume this show or anything from the BetMGM network via YouTube, make sure you are subscribed. And if you watch Bet Sweats, hit that like button. It'll help us out. We would greatly, greatly appreciate it. All right, we'll go inside the room. We'll tell you what they're thinking about Thursday night football coming up in a moment. But we were talking about on the Odyssey app how if you're consuming the show in that way, or if you want to leave us a voicemail, it's easy. Go to BetMGM Network on the Odyssey app, and there's a big button there next to the Listen Live orange button that says you can leave a voicemail. And we've been getting some voicemails, and they had to run a few things by the FCC. There are some that cannot be aired, but we did want to give a sample to play one of them on the air. So, Sam, yeah, I heard that there were some messages we couldn't go.
I thought we were playing it. My bad. Let's just tee it up.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Good morning. This is Kay Hilmers from the Discord, Smokers Lounge, Twitch. All I got to say is live here from Chicago, Vikings Moon. And I think that's all that needs to be said. Joe O and Sammy can take it from there. Vikings Moon. Same old.
I'm sure he's going to start to rattle off some expletives there. But the same old Bears. But yeah, Kay Homer's checking in. He's always on there. I don't know if he's a Twitch or YouTube guy. I don't know if there are different groups of people, but he's a regular here on the show. Appreciate it, Kay Homer's.
They're in the Discord, the BetMGM Network Discord. Those guys are as loyal as it gets. And if there was going to be one person that would be allowed on the air first via voicemail, it would be Kay Hilmers. I heard there was a call about Jake that we couldn't air. I heard it was a very funny call, but we couldn't air it. It's too bad.
Yeah, I'd like to air it. Maybe we'll get more. Please send them. If you send them, we will air them if we can. If it's going to keep our jobs. Now, if it puts things into question, I think Paul's got to step in and say, yeah, that's a no-go. No-go.
Paul, how close was the call? How close was the call to making it? Not close at all?
No. Never considered.
No. I was curious. So Paul told me about this, and I wondered, wonder if Paul's just being extra careful or what. As soon as he hit play, 3 seconds in, I knew that was out. There's no chance any of us can air it. Everybody's fired. No, that's not getting aired.
Full disclosure, I left that voicemail myself. It's too bad.
Okay.
It's too bad. Yeah. I'll admit it. It was me. Thought I could slip it through.
I couldn't tell.
It was definitely me. Yeah. Didn't sound like me, though. I augmented my voice a little bit. But just imagine the potential of what it could have been. My goal for the show is to get Jake a date for Valentine's Day. So if we could do that, I think that would be, we have enough time. We've got 5
I'm going to
months.
speak for Jake. I don't think he wants a date for Valentine's Day.
I think he
Me
does.
and Paul just made eye contact with us. They're like,
I think he just wants to be loved, Joe. I think he just wants to be loved.
Who amongst us doesn't?
When's the last time you went on a date? I feel like you don't do dates.
I went on a date in July. It's been about 2 months. These streets are awful, though. You just go on 17 first dates that go nowhere. It's a money pit. I'm good.
When's the last time you got flown out?
Enough, Paul. How about that?
How far into the date usually are you thinking, what is my plan to abort? This is going to be terrible.
Honestly, they're not even bad dates. It's just they go well, get
Long-term.
ghosted, you repeat the cycle. It's not great.
Oh, that's why it's
Get
bad.
ghosted
Because you get
or
ghosted.
ghost.
get-go, I've gotten ghosted like 3 times in a row now. It's brutal. And then, all right, if we're going to, like, we can do a little story time really fast. The last date that I was on, went to a, like, brewery with this girl, went well, started making plans for a second date. She just disappeared into the ether. I went golfing with my friends like 3 weeks later. We stop at a bar for the classic post-golf beers. Who's sitting at the table on the patio that we show up to? This girl that ghosted me. I didn't even notice until, because I was talking to my friends, sit down, and literally at the table next to us on this patio, and I hear somebody, whoever else was in her group, say her name, and then they just get up and leave. we were sitting down for like 2 minutes.
A double ghosting.
She,
So like,
yeah. Wow. Oh, she aborted that mission immediately. She got the hell out of Dodge, which I respect.
What do you mean she likes you?
Maybe she's just scared of how charming and charismatic I am.
Werewolf.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, some would say tarantula even. So anyway.
So inside. All right, let's find out where the room is at for Thursday Night Football week number 2. Commanders, Packers. Paul, what do we got here?
Yeah, that's my music. Stand by. All right, so we'll do. So I don't see any juice on these, which is half the part of this. It's a big part of this. But here are the top 5 most bet props at BetMGM for tonight's Thursday Night Football game between the Commanders and the Packers. Number 5. Going Packers. Jaden Reed over 37.5 receiving yards. Have fun playing Packers receiver roulette. Number 4. Jaden Daniels over 226.5 passing yards. Pretty attainable number.
That's not the only. I'm predicting that's not the only time we'll hear Jaden Daniels. Yeah,
it is not. Number 3.
Okay.
And again, no idea what the juice on these are, but Deebo Samuel over 4.5 rushing yards.
So risky.
Yeah.
So risky.
He might
I don't
not
get it.
Might not get a carry. He might not carry the
No.
ball at all.
I don't know why people bet that stuff, but watch it hit like the first offensive play. But okay,
Unless
Deebo
it's-
over.
If it's in the room, no, not if it's in
Yeah.
the room.
Yeah.
Is that like
Yeah.
minus 135? If we had to take a guess, something like that.
It's
Yeah, why did they
definitely
post
favored. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's got to be favored. Let me look. Prop Shop has him for rushing yards 3.5. BetMGM's 4.5 now, minus 125.
Okay.
To the over?
Other books are 3.5. Yeah. So other books have a more expensive 3.5, like 3.5 minus 140. And then BetMGM 4.5 minus a quarter. So they definitely need an under bet, and it might be me after hearing that.
Okay.
All right. Number 2. Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, flavor of the week, a.k.a. Bill. A lot of hype this offseason. Over 37.5 rushing yards.
That number does feel short. I get why they bet it.
Yeah.
And just looking real quick, that is, okay, it's up to 40.5 at BetMGM, minus 118.
Ooh, big difference.
And then the most bet prop for tonight's game, it is Jaden Daniels. Over 20.5 pass completions.
Okay.
Oh, I said that earlier. I said it was going to be popular. I liked it, but then hearing that it's a number 1 prop, I'm good. I'm
I thought
I'm a little nervous.
I thought
Joe.
the Daniels rushing yards would be there.
I'm a little nervous that 4 of the top 5 props are Commanders, but what's done is done.
That's my takeaway, Sam. For the top 5 most bet props, Commanders. Touchdown props for the top 5 Commanders. The only Packer is Josh Jacobs. First touchdown, Tucker Kraft's in there. It's 3 Commanders, 2 Packers. Yeah. That might be a DC Wisconsin thing, but I'm a little surprised that more props are on the dog in this one. Especially when so many people nationally are on the Packers. All right, lightning bets. Sam, start us off. What you got tonight?
We already gave this yesterday. It is not a double down, but I would be happy if you took the 3.5 at BetMGM. Oh, never mind. It's gone. It went away. All
gone?
the 3.5s. Yeah, it's gone at MGM. Other books have 3.5, Green
Yeah.
Book, Blue Book, but MGM has come off the hook. We gave 3.5 yesterday. Yes, I like 3.5 more than 3. Wink, wink. We like the Commanders in the game. And then let me buy the dip here on Houston in college football. That game's tomorrow. I'm going to lay 4.5 with Houston against Colorado. Colorado's defense stinks. And they're now starting the third stringer at quarterback. Deion's got a lot of questions to answer, and I think Houston is a really, really up-and-coming program.
Yep. Also on Washington, got the 3.5. I don't know if it's telling. I think it's just worth pointing out that the only 3.5s available that I see out there are the most public of books. They're still willing to post a 3.5. Okay. And as far as today, I got a college football and an NFL play. I don't know the last time I had 2 favorites, but here we are. In college football, I'm going Ole Miss, laying 7 against Arkansas. As Sammy pointed out, it's got to be 7, not 7.5. Taking Ole Miss there, and I'm laying it with the Steelers on Sunday. All in on Pittsburgh, -3. They might be a survivor play. We addressed that earlier in the show as well. If you want to go back, check out the podcast. Paul, then Jake, what you guys have for today?
So, question for the group real quick. If you like Georgia Tech in the game, and I'm not taking 2.5, I'm not taking 3, but the way this number's come down, would you consider 10-1 to win the ACC? Maybe it's a bigger conversation.
Thinking they'll get to the championship game?
I mean, the schedule's very beatable. Anyway, one play for you guys. Look, West Virginia stinks. Rich Rod is back. But the summer number on this was 1.5. And it opened much like then 2.5, then 5.5, 6.5. It's through the 7. I'll take West Virginia plus 7.5 in the backyard brawl in Morgantown.
Jake,
I'm running it back. White Sox, Astros.
White Sox, Astros. Same plays as before. Okay. Good stuff. That's it for Lightning Bets. That's it for Bet Sweats on this Thursday. Enjoy Commanders Packers tonight, and we'll talk about it tomorrow. Oh, man. If the Packers win against Jaden Daniels, it's gonna be
don't
off
even
the
say
charts.
that. No, don't say it.
Thanks for watching, listening. This is Bet Sweats. Tell a friend. Talk tomorrow. BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.